module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the Network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Bon matin, bon après-midi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second day of our Circular Economy Forum. We are in Canada's biggest city, Toronto, in the province of Ontario. So once again, we are on the traditional territory of various First Nations, including the Mississauga, the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat.
Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by the Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
And although we're here in Toronto today, Toronto is not home to either of us either.
En effet, Catherine, moi je viens de Calgary, une ville qui a été construite sur le territoire.
I come from Calgary, which is under Treaty 7, the Blackfoot Confederation, and they call the territory Mokinti. And the Dakotas called the territory Wapisa Okani. And we are also in the historic Métis territory as well in Calgary. So this is a city and a place that are part of my heart. And I'd like to thank all Canadians and all the guardians of the earth who have come to me so that I can make myself at home in this city. Catherine?
In the province of British Columbia on the west coast, and there are many, many First Nations that call the province, the territories that are known as BC, home. I live in Vancouver on the territories of the Musqueam, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish people, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge my gratitude at being able to be in place on that land to learn and to live, and to have great respect for what's happened before and what continues to this day. We have another full day of insights and inspiration for you. We have had so many visitors to the site from all over the world, and we're very grateful to have so many of you rejoining us today. Let's take a look now at what happened yesterday, and we have a really unique way to sort of tap back into yesterday's discussions and ideas. Alina Gutierrez is a graphic facilitator, and there she is in all of her glory, and she has spent a lot of time working to try to capture in words and in images some of what happened over the last day.
Merci beaucoup pour votre présence parmi nous, Alina.
Thank you very much for being with us, Alina. And so, Alina, can you give us a little overview of your visual description of our forum? And here I am showing myself at work. I like to take pictures and note everything that happens.
As we used to look at circular economy, there are main themes that came up again and again, leaving us a really clear call for action. We cannot do it alone, that even though we have pushed our system past the breaking point, there's stuff that we can do, et ça commence chez nous. On peut prendre des petits pas pour faire vraiment une différence, mais il faut agir dès maintenant.
So this is a representation of all the things that we want to do.
Things that we can do. We can start calls for change of policy, and we can do small changes at home and talk to others about it, so we can really make a difference.
Wow, c'est pas mal incroyable. C'est pas.
It's great. It's unbelievable what you've done. Catherine, anything to say?
Come up again and again, and how many times they sort of resonate and land. In the bottom, you mentioned that we need to change from our current linear way of life, and that implied circle. As somebody who's sort of participating in trying to capture these ideas, where do you see the circle beginning for you, and how do you plan to move away from linear and toward a more circular in your own life, Lena?
I think as I said, it starts at home. So it was empowering to hear that even as a small citizen, just one person, I can make the difference. I also heard, for youth voices, it was really empowering at the end of the day when someone said, you're not the leaders of the future, you're the leaders of today. And as a mom of two young boys, I think it can make a difference starting the conversation early on and trying to make them aware of the difference that we can make as individuals.
Right.
Amazing. And so as we get ready to dive into day 2, what questions did yesterday leave you with?
Oh my God, so many questions. When they spoke about behavior change and innovation, it's something that is hard to move on. There's stuff that we grew up with and that we've been doing for so long that is ingrained. So how to become aware of those things that I'm doing that are not helping our Mother Earth and that are not helping, the future for us and for our kids. So to start being aware of those things so I can look for solutions. So my question is how to be aware and what are the little steps that I can start taking that would help me, small, little by little, create a ripple effect.
We all need to have that little thought bubble in our head. Okay, what is this? What am I doing? And how is this a circular move? Alina, thank you so much. We look forward to connecting with you again later today. And thank you for inspiring us with your work.
Merci à vous et une très belle journée.
It's now my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Inger Andersen, the Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program. Ms. Andersen is going to give a keynote on why now is a pivotal moment for global economies, societies, and for the planet.
Thank you so very much. And let me start by thanking everyone for organizing this. Of course, our hosts in Canada, and through Minister Wilkins, whom I thank, to the government and the people of Canada for taking real leadership, stepping in, stepping up on the circular economy agenda. Allow me also to thank other ministers who have been speaking and who will speak in this important session, not least the president of COP25, Minister Schmidt, who I see on my screen right before me. Look, the work that we do, the work that you do really matters because our planet needs circularity probably more than it has ever done before. This year brought the pictures before us, the intensification of the climate crisis, wildfires consuming entire forests and communities, floods sweeping away villages and turning cities into lakes, droughts hitting multiple locations, including North America. In July, the Palmer Drought Index said that 37% of the contiguous US was affected by severe to extreme drought. And from where I sit, Nairobi, Kenya, on the beautiful African continent, the headquarters of the United Nations Environment Program, we have seen this play out in terms of locusts, infestations, in terms of droughts, and indeed in terms of floods. So more intense floods, more intense droughts and storms, exactly what climate scientists have been warning us about 4 decades. And exactly what IPCC told us just this August, and exactly what we can expect more of and soon if we don't rapidly cut out greenhouse gas emissions. But climate change is not our only concern. Humanity stands and is expanding into wild spaces to feed, to house, and to clothe ourselves, chipping away at the very foundations of what makes life possible, causing nature and biodiversity to be in crisis. Humanity at the same time are poisoning the air, the land and the water with toxic gases, plastics, pesticides, and waste of all kind, causing pollution and waste. So we are dealing with this triple planetary crisis, the climate crisis, the biodiversity and nature crisis, and the pollution and waste crisis. And it would be a mistake to consider these crises as separate. They are closely interlinked and interlined with feedback from one spilling over into the other and impacting. They affect each other and are made worse by the same drivers that are causing them. And the core drivers of the triple planetary crisis is unsustainable consumption and production. Because for far too long, we have assumed that the planet would keep on giving, that it could absorb whatever punishment we threw at it, that we could emit, pave over, extract, excavate, and cause effluent into our one and only home, and that it would remain predictable, that season would follow season, that our migratory species would come as expected, that familiar birdsong would arrive when it is the season's turn, that insects would pollinate, and that birds would spread our seeds, that weather patterns would follow those of our grandmothers and grandfathers, and that we thought we could rely on, but we were wrong. We now know we are wrong, and yet here we are, making the same mistakes. It's far beyond the time to move to circular economic models to fix this. So friends, as I mentioned, the science has been telling us for years, with new research coming out with ever greater precision about this point. And particularly relevant, obviously, the IPCC's warning in just last August, and also, obviously, the 2021 Circularity Gap report. This report is a milestone and an important element that shows us what is happening and what is doable. We know that making economies circular would unlock 4.5 trillion of economic growth and possibility and new jobs. Yet the world is actually less circular now than it was just a few years ago. So circularity matters. It's good for the planet. It's good for our economy. It's good for nature. It's good for climate and for a cleaner and less polluted world. And I'm sure that many people at this event could list dozens of examples of positive benefits of circularity. The science has told us, but reminding each other of these things, of the things we already know, it's just not going to help get the job done. We need to take this message out and start advocating for the changes we need. And the way we at UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme, see it, there are 4 game changers that can accelerate the circularity transition right now. The first is to make sustainable consumption and production and circularity much more central in the critical multilateral negotiations that are happening in the coming months. The next climate COP, the next biodiversity COP. These will agree on significant agreements around climate change and around protecting biodiversity. The next United Nations Environment Assembly, scheduled here in Nairobi in February and March next year. The next meeting on the global framework on the management of sound chemicals. In each of these settings, circularity will greatly increase the chances of success in these crucial processes. So we, the audience, need to bring this into these settings. That's my first point. The second point is to promote shifts in politics, in governance, in regulations, in infrastructure, in investment and business models towards that just and informed transition for circularity. For example, obviously, We have spent so much on the pandemic recovery, and rightly so, creating jobs and opportunities and get the economic wheels turning. But let us make sure that we spend this towards circularity and spend it towards sustainability. And that is not what we have done up until now. We have only funded about 21% of that money has gone to spending green. And I wouldn't even be sure that that definition is totally in link with circular definitions. Or to give an example, in corporate circularity in government, we could really incorporate circularity in government procurement decisions. And government procurement decisions represents in OECD countries 12% of GDP, and in many developing countries up to 30%. So imagine what that lever could shift. So we need to, my second point, promoting these shifts in our policies. And the third is to make some fundamental transformation of the economic and the financial systems to power that shift to circularity. Put a price on carbon, redirect harmful subsidies, shift taxation from production and labor to resource use and waste, set incentives and fiscal measures to reduce the use of new materials for construction and to drive construction and building industry towards circularity, scale up circular economy, financial products and services, and obviously building on existing proofs of concepts. We really can make this happen with government guardrails along the line, with the financial system leaning in. And fourth, we need to invest in innovation, in imagination, as well as knowledge, skills, training, to ensure that we have the labor force with access to creative and decent and safe and attractive jobs across that new circular economy. And that means retraining architects, urban planners, engineers across the board towards circularity. It also means a total rethinking of how we live, each one of us, produce and consume, because 2/3 of all CO2 emissions emanate from households. But it also means developing opportunities within and recycling and upcycling and offering maintenance services and finding ways to support that shift in countries and in industries that rely heavily on linear models. So dear friends and excellencies, this is what we have to do. Because linear economies that take, make, and waste are frankly slowly killing our planet. They're driving the three planetary crises of climate change and biodiversity and of pollution. And these crises are slowly killing us. So circular models, on the other hand, can put humanity back into harmony with nature, because nature itself is circular. They can allow opportunities for a better life for everyone. They can slow and reverse the triple planetary crisis while creating opportunities and jobs with equity. They are fundamentally the only way that humanity can thrive and prosper on this planet for centuries to come. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Mannstak Inger, jag är glad that we had the pleasure of listening to you. There was so much that you touched upon, so much that you sort of shared with us, and we're going to be entering into a panel to further discuss and further sort of, comme on dit en français, décortiquer toutes les idées.
So we're going to start a panel now to discuss and the various ideas you've mentioned.
Full panel joining us once again. Citra President Jyrki Katainen, Chile's Minister of Environment, Carolina Schmidt, and the Netherlands Minister for the Environment, Stefan van Wijnberg.
Bonjour, hello. Thank you for joining us for such an important conversation. I guess we'll be starting with Mr. Katainen. My first question for you, Ms. Anderson referred to our three major environmental crises of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. How does Citra reflect this urgent call to action in its work?
Bonjour, Jacques, ça va? Merci beaucoup pour la question.
Thank you very much for the question.
I fully understand Inger's point, and I agree everything what she said. To follow up on that, I'd like to bring out a few key perspectives from Sitra's work. First, these crises are clearly interlinked. Pollution, overconsumption of natural resources, and climate change are all major drivers of biodiversity loss, and pollution intensifies climate change. We cannot treat these crises separately, but need to tackle them all together. Secondly, it's very important to discuss how the market economy can produce more nature. How can it be harnessed to reduce emissions so that we can live within planetary boundaries? Sitra's sustainability work is tightly related to that question. Even though this development is in its infancy, we can already see encouraging examples of pioneering businesses where financial success goes hand in hand with the balance with nature. And thirdly, Sitra is a future-oriented organization, which basically means that we seek for solutions that support building a future that is in balance with Earth's carrying capacity. We work on different levels closely with our stakeholders. We work with decision makers, the private sector, and citizens for nature-positive society. We have worked closely on defining a good life within the planetary boundaries and on what motivational factors impact the decisions individuals make. To scale sustainable lifestyles globally, we have, for example, recently launched a global community called Shift 1.5 for co-creating tools that motivate individuals to adopt sustainable lifestyles that fit their everyday life and environment. Back to you, Jacques.
Kiitos. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to turn to you next, Minister van Wijnberg. Please allow me to congratulate you on your new post and welcome you to the WCEF stage. I know that your ministry hosted the WCEF Plus Climate in April, and at that conference it was made clear how circularity can be a tool for tackling the climate crisis. Can I get you to expand on that a little bit more and perhaps share what's coming next in terms of that sort of thinking and that direct addressing of the climate crisis?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm happy to take over from my predecessors for Delta and some other regards. And when we hosted the event in April, the main theme was let's keep the drumbeat going. And I think that the words also by Ian Anderson make clear that it's well beyond the time to talk about something. It's about time to actually make it happen. And quite often that's more easily said than done. And I'm so very happy that Canada, together with the Citra Fund, are now really hosting this second meeting on the WCEF Plus. In my opinion, was the main theme in April was that we have to move from action, from plans and from ideas to action. How do we make sure that it's not just our ideas and it's also our deeds, that we make sure that we really change the world, because it's not 1 week before 12, I think it's at least 1 hour past 12 at midnight to actually take action. So, for example, I'm very happy with the Chilean action plan, which we'll discuss later, so I congratulate them this week. Let's say from the Netherlands, I think at least 3 points we discussed after the meeting. The first one, we are developing a toolkit together with the UNEP that help countries integrate circular economy into their agencies to really translate it into action plans, to go from words to practice. And the second is that we can launch this summer an act on the ICT sector, a sector where repair, reuse, smaller footprint is because of everyone way to go. And finally, together with the Multi-Economic Forum, we're establishing some partnerships with hard-to-abate sectors. For example, we are enhancing public procurement, and I think we can stress that quite vehemently, because there we as governments we have to do ourselves. And to use public procurement, for example, in the transition of the steel and cement industries, which have a long way to go to secure. So we are looking forward to today, but there's no future without history. So maybe this is a time for very brief take our back on April.
Thank you all.
This is WCEF Plus Climate, the World Circular Economy Forum.
We need to design for a better future right from the start.
180,000 new green jobs in the booming recycle industry.
There's actually only one concept you need to remember, and that is we need to learn to live within planetary boundaries.
Would you join us?
Not only join, but the United Nations is determined to lead.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, lots there, and you might have experienced some technical difficulties. We're trying to get to the bottom of this to make sure, because we don't want you to miss a moment of what Minister Van Wijnberg has to say. So right now, I believe, Chuk, you're going to go to Minister Smith, and then we're going to deal with our technical challenges.
Absolutely, absolutely. I just want to highlight how incredible the WCF Plus Climate Conference was in the Netherlands. It was the first WCF conference that was fully online, so that was really exciting to witness and to check out. So with that in mind, Minister Schmidt, let's talk about WCF a little bit more. You are a veteran of the WCF stage and a tireless advocate for the circular economy. In fact, I heard that this is your second circular economy event today, which is wild to me. So this morning, and when I say morning, I'm talking about like morning for someone else, for us who were asleep, you attended the very first high-level meeting of the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency. What is next on the world's agenda for climate, biodiversity, and circularity? And how can we ensure that everyone, regardless of race, gender, creed, ethnicity, nationality, etc., sort of really benefits from the circular economy that hopefully we're able to create as a global society? Minister Schmidt.
Well, thank you. Well, let's keep the drum beating, as was the video saying. Effectively, this is our second meeting today on global economy. We were in the panel of GACER, the high-level meeting, and I'm very glad to be here again, because I think it's very good news to see so much action around circular economy. Perhaps I should start by telling the audience a little bit about GACER and why it's so important. This Global Alliance for Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency, GACER, convinced governments from around the world. We share the panel today with environment ministers of India, Japan, South Korea, and Morocco to take concrete actions to foster the transformation to a circular economy at a global scale. The transition to circularity is something no country can do on its own. As an example, in Chile, we import almost all the electronic products we use. If global companies do not make their products more durable or repairable, we cannot make magic to move towards circularity in our multilateral agenda. It must also be a multilateral agenda because circular economy is closely tied to key global, urgent, and interlinked challenges, as it was said before. One of those is climate change. And as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has estimated, an energy transition to renewable resources will only address for 55% of the greenhouse gas emissions reductions that we require to be carbon neutral. But the other 45% must only be achieved by changing the way we produce and consume. Thus, we will not achieve carbon neutrality unless we embrace an ambitious transformation towards a circular economy. In Chile, we have been pioneer country in making this connection clear by including a circular economy component in our updated NDC with concrete commitments such as developing a national circular economy roadmap that we launched last week. As president of COP25, I have made a call to all countries to follow suit and hope to see this link very high in the agenda again in the upcoming COP26. What is powerful about this connection is that we can measure the greenhouse gas emission of different activities and sectors and quantitative contribution of the transition to a circular economy. The other global challenge is biodiversity loss. At COP25, we promote the integration to the climate and biodiversity agendas. Indeed, COP25 was the blue COP because of the importance we gave to oceans, which make up 2/3 of planets and are key for mitigation and adaptation. Here, we have also hard data that allowed us to make this link clear. We cannot manage what we do if we do not measure it. So this is a key for integrating agendas. Now, how we do connect all of these three agendas, climate change, biodiversity loss, and circular economy, in order to achieve a common objective to guarantee sustainability and development in the place and the planet, the only planet that we have. I think the Dasgupta report offers a vision of the future. It tells us that our economies do not only depend on human capital, I would say health, knowledge and skills, and physical capital like roads, buildings and factories, but also on natural capital. We need natural capital stocks, he says, to produce flows of wealth. This is why we are part of a global alliance to protect 30% of our territorial and marine ecosystems. The Dasgupta report also allowed us to economically quantify the relevance of safeguarding a stock of our natural capital in order to guarantee productivity in a way that it does not affect the sustainability of our development. As the report points out, this is not just a market failure, but a much broader institutional failure, as we lack of institutional arrangements necessary to protect global public goods such as the world's oceans and rainforests. It is critical that international and private financial institutions, governments and central banks came together to build a financial system that protects biodiversity and encourages sustainable consumption and production. In Chile, we are indeed working hand in hand with the with our central bank to measure our country progress in a more integral way. Finally, to your question on how to ensure everybody's benefit from circular economy, the linear economy is a major generator of the most waste because they consume the more. And those who suffer from its impacts are, the landfills and illegal dumping are the most vulnerable people. So circular economy needs to be seen as a way also to reduce those inequalities, understanding that circular economy is a collaborative economy. The waste of some, industries is an input for others. We need to work together. So the way that we create green jobs, the way we create innovation, the way we reduce our emissions are in this transition that includes everybody, leaving no one behind.
Minister Smith, thank you so much for your thoughts this morning, and it's a good way for us to build. Of course, we're going to be hearing from Professor Dasgupta in just a few moments, but right now I'd like to turn back to Mr. Katainen. Can you build somewhat on what Minister Smith has just told us? What momentum are you seeing now start to build globally from your position there at Citra, and what role do you see these various alliances playing in fulfilling that new vision?
Okay, thank you. Let me first thank Minister Smith, Carolina, for leading the excellent discussion earlier today on how circular economy can address climate change. I really see that the discussion built on what we achieved at the WCF plus climate. The COP negotiations on climate and biodiversity in coming months are crucial, and we must now turn the course of addressing the environmental crises we are facing. The economic opportunities for circular economy are being spoken out. We still have to strengthen the role of a circular economy as an economically viable tool that address the three crises that Inger mentioned. I'm also seeing the urgency of biodiversity loss gaining a wider understanding alongside climate and pollution, which is excellent. I'm looking forward to the keynote speech from Professor Dasgupta, as many others are expecting this speech in the next session, because Dasgupta review earlier this year said it very clearly. We need to develop ways to use market mechanisms to maintain our natural capital. Finally, I think the regional and global alliances are very welcome forums to speed up the transition and to realize a circular economy. As has been in the core of WCF, collaboration across regions and sectors is central, and the alliances support this collaboration. We need a common vision for a sustainable future, but at the same time, different regions face very different opportunities and challenges in terms of circular economy.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. I think that's such a message that's filled with a lot of hope and a lot of inspiration for a lot of us. And I think what's really powerful about that is oftentimes when you talk about the environment, when you talk about changing systems, we often have very sort of pessimistic discussions because we talk about how difficult it is. But sort of hearing you share sort of all this energy that's happening globally, it's very exciting, it's very energizing, it's very encouraging. So Kiitos, Jyrki, much appreciated. So we're now going to head back to Minister Van Weyenberg. Just to confirm, are we able to hear you? Can we say a little hello, hello?
Hi, I'm back. I hope it's better now.
Perfect. We can hear you
excellent.
Loud and clear. So in that case, let's actually go back to our first question because we really wanted to hear your answer and your response to that first question. So just to sort of repeat it once again, please tell us more about the link between your ministry, the fact that your ministry hosted the WCEF plus climate in April, and how circularity can be a tool for tackling climate change, right? Like that was some focus in that WCF plus climate session in April. So please tell us more about that link and what's coming next in the Netherlands.
I think in the Netherlands, we try to follow up on the April meeting, which said as a conclusion, let's keep the drumbeat going. And we try to do that by a number of actions. For example, with UNEP, we're working on a toolkit to help countries integrate circular economy in their NDCs. But also at home, we try to improve our public procurement. As Inge Andersen said, that's a real way where governments themselves can support the circular economy, for example, with the cement and steel industries, which still have a long way to go. And maybe finally, we have a first international ICT pact. We've launched it this summer because the information and communication technology sector has a long way to go with more repair, more reuse, and smaller footprints. So we really try to follow up on the energy of the April session. I'm very grateful for Citra and Canada for taking on the flame and bringing it further, because it's clear that it's far beyond time now to create a circular economy, and we really have to move from words to action. And so I'm very happy to be here, and I hope this second chance, at least the sound was much better.
Your sound was perfect, and it was worth asking again. That was a wonderful response, so I'm glad we did. And our last question is actually for you, Mr. Van Weyenberg. So you've had many positions across your career. But for for people who are outside the Netherlands listening, this is just your first month being Minister of the Environment in the Netherlands. So in sort of a one-sentence answer, what would you say has surprised you the most about this new position that you have compared to your other positions?
It's always very, very dangerous to ask one-sentence questions to politicians. It's not our main forte, but maybe two things. The first one is there's an incredible amount of energy with consumers, producers, retailers, and how we can really implement change. For example, in the Netherlands, we're now discussing circular bicycle roads. And you know, the Netherlands, we like to cycle, but also circular mattresses, which now have a very big footprint. So that's the positive energy. But I also found a real call for policymakers and politicians like myself to really implement systematic change with taxation, to really make sure that we have true pricing where both the finity of the resources we use and the impact to the environment of production is much better reflected in the price. So with our fiscal policy, with our public procurement policy, but also with the mandatory recycled content in goods that we use, I think we have a long way to go. So I'm very enthusiastic about all the energy, but I also feel a strong obligation for politicians to actually implement a systemic change to improve the business case and make sure that the circular economy becomes the most normal thing in the world.
Thank you, Bill. I really enjoyed listening to that because all I kept thinking was circular beds. And,
not that kind of circular bed.
Bike just going in circles. I'm Catherine.
Thank you all so very much for joining us. Mr. Van Wijnberg, congratulations and good luck in your new position. Minister Smith, thank you so much for joining us and for giving us such a wonderful opportunity to think forward to Mr. Dasgupta. And of course, Jyrki Katainen, thank you so much for co-hosting along with us and joining us for this panel this morning. Thank you all so much. We look forward to continuing to work together. And just like that, welcome to the Circle of Life, the circular economy in climate and biodiversity.
Donc, le bien-être humain,
human well-being, our economies, and the intrinsic value of nature are more and more threatened by the fact that we are constantly overgoing the limits of our planet. We need a great change to mitigate climate change and protect nature.
To welcome Professor Partha Dasgupta to set the scene for this session. Professor Dasgupta has been a professor of economics at the University of Cambridge since 1985. He will be interviewed by Citra's communication director, Alina Ravanti.
For the introduction, I have to echo what you said. I'm really looking forward to our discussions. Professor Dasgupta, a warm welcome to WCEF.
Thank you very much.
Your recent review on the economics for biodiversity sets out to underline how the economy depends on nature. Your review will continue to shape the discussion addressing biodiversity loss and the overexploitation of natural resources. So, Mr. Professor, let's start from the beginning. What has led to standard models not accounting for nature, causing our relationship with nature to be so destructive?
Well, that's a very hard question to answer, but let me try it out anyway. When the human economy globally was small relative to the biosphere, it probably made sense to keep nature out of economic models because the attention was paid to the accumulation of physical capital and human capital. But over the past 70 years, if not more, longer, the human economy has grown so fast and is now so bulky in every sense that it's now really collapsing, creating enormous stresses on the biosphere for reasons that you are familiar. And so it makes no longer any sense to keep nature out. Not only that, but it's high time you recognize that the human economy is embedded in nature, completely embedded. Everything we do is dependent on nature.
A circular economy reduces consumption and production and maintains the value of materials. How can transitioning to more sustainable production and consumption patterns reduce our overexploitation of the biosphere?
Well, basically speaking, the demands we make on nature's goods and services have to decline, have to be decreased, because the aggregate demand far exceeds nature's capacity to supply those, meet those demands on a sustainable basis. So we have to reduce our demand, as well as invest in such a way as to make nature more healthy, ecosystems more healthy. And I think it's for that reason that in my review, I did not really speak to biodiversity, nor did I speak to climate change, because those are manifestations of something intrinsically wrong with our treatment of nature, the way we live. When I say we, I mean the world economy as a whole. And instead, I focus on ecosystems because they are capital assets. And by ecosystems, I mean mangroves and wetlands and grasslands and so forth of various sizes and shapes and spatial and temporal extent. But it's they who are supplying all the goods and services that enable us to survive and live well, those who are able to live well. And so the idea is to be able to place a value on them or create institutions such that when we make use of these resources, we recognize the cost that we're imposing by using it. Now, that recognition can come either through actually having to pay, or it could happen if we're really concerned through self-discipline. Some people call it conscience, all right? Not to use too much. I, as an economist, obviously regard the incentive structure more, I understand it better. So I spend quite a lot of time trying to construct institutions which will be able to offer us the prices that we ought to pay, and therefore we then husband our resources.
The change does not happen by itself. So, Mr. Professor, what can policymakers, business leaders and researchers do to address the current biodiversity crisis by increasing sustainable consumption and production?
Well, in my review, I raised the question, and I addressed the question from the perspective of the household, the firm, the community, the region, the nation, and the global as a whole, because there's no single environmental problem. There's as many environmental problems as there are human beings on Earth. Each of us is creating it, all right? So we need to look at the problem from a variety of angles. And at the local, very local level, one thing we can do is community engagement, which in many countries is very active, creating green spaces. And they do that with voluntary labor. My wife and I ourselves give voluntary time to these activities, as do so many of the people who are attending this workshop. So that's one class of problems. The other is to, of course, as citizens, we vote. We vote for public policies which give attention to nature. And if you move from the very local to the global, one thing we ought to be thinking about is the creation of an international organization like the World Bank, IMF, but not those, create a new one, which will actually be concerned with managing the global commons, like the oceans. And we need to charge for our use of them. So there are many, many kinds of institutions we can think of. And finally, to address your particular question about financial companies in the individual countries, I think it's extremely important. One possibility would be for companies to disclose their entire supply chains, because as ecosystems in the tropics get eroded through excessive use, the risks that companies face for importing products from there go up. But these risks are correlated with one another. And so it's in the interest of companies in the West to actually tie their hands together collectively and seek government enforcement for disclosure. Disclosure means citizens, consumers, can judge for themselves whether actually the product they're consuming meets with the ethical standards that we as citizens feel we ought to be insisting on. And the great advantage is that's one hope, and I think we should be able to exploit that, because the risks these firms are facing are very similar to the risks that the suppliers are facing, and they happen to be very poor people in Africa, Latin America, Asia. So this is one place where the interests are common between the suppliers as well as the producers.
Professor, if you should put it very briefly, what direct and indirect actions are most important?
Well, one of them would be, again, depends on the scale. At the local level, it could be payment for ecosystem services, which countries like Costa Rica have introduced considerably, as well as in China. At the global level, I've already given you an indication, an international institution.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. This year indeed marks a time of change with the ongoing UN climate and biodiversity negotiation processes. And as you said, we need to rethink how we value our natural resources and biodiversity. And businesses that work to improve biodiversity and climate will be the winners of the future, and businesses with circular business models have the opportunity to be the front runners in achieving the business opportunities from climate and biodiversity. So thank you very much, Professor Dasgupta, for your extremely valuable insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next panel will focus on the role of businesses in addressing climate change and biodiversity loss. I would like to invite the moderator, my colleague from Citra, Tim Forslund, to join the stage. Hello, Tim.
Hi, Elena. Wow, it's, yeah, what a way to start the day. I think Professor Dasgupta certainly set the scene with this understanding that everything is embedded in nature, including the human economy. And next, we will dive a little bit deeper into what this means. To be more specific, one aspect of the human economy, looking more at the role of businesses. But we will not only talk about the risks that businesses face, we'll also look at some of the opportunities that action on biodiversity and climate present. To begin with, conservation and the energy transition are absolutely crucial. But to fully turn the tide on biodiversity loss and the climate crisis, we need to fundamentally transform the way in which we manage materials in our economy. Citra has recently begun a study with Vivid Economics, which provided the analytics to the Dasgupta review that Professor Dasgupta just alluded to. In our new study, we're examining and quantifying the role that the circular economy can play in tackling both halting and reversing global biodiversity loss. And by rethinking how we manage materials, how we consume and produce things in a more sustainable way, as Inger Andersen just alluded to, we can have a big impact on both climate and biodiversity. And our initial results that you can find on our website suggests that action in 3 areas in the food sector alone can play a big role, can help halt 22% of halting and restoring biodiversity loss. And this is in form of tackling food loss and waste and shifting to regenerative agriculture and alternative proteins. And these 3 actions, they also go a really long way towards tackling the climate crisis. We'll discuss this more tomorrow in the accelerator session, Biodiversity as a Circular Business Opportunity. But now I would like to invite the speakers to our next panel. First, Kathleen McLaughlin is the Executive Vice President of Walmart, one of the largest retailers in the world. Olivia Markham, a Portfolio Manager at BlackRock, a leader in circular finance. And finally, Petri Alava, CEO and co-founder of Infinited Fiber, which has produced a novel way of producing fibers using only recycled content. Kathleen, starting with you, you're also the Chief Sustainability Officer at Walmart. And it's one of the largest retailers and one of the largest companies even in the world. What is the role of the circular economy today for Walmart? And how do you see this role also in the future?
Well, as so many people have already said today, shifting our practice as humanity toward a circular regenerative practice instead of a take, make, dispose practice is really essential for continuation of life on the planet. And it's one of the reasons that we've been working on sustainability at Walmart for a number of years. But in the recent times, we've elevated our ambition to become a regenerative company because we can't continue to serve our customers and employ our associates and create opportunities for suppliers and support communities. In other words, create value for our stakeholders unless we really transform our business to be regenerative for people and planet. So circularity is a big part of that. And what we're trying to do as a retailer, because we sit at the crossroads of customers who are buying food and apparel and things for their homes, and the suppliers who lead the supply chains that make those products and package them and so on, we can play a special role in helping to accelerate a shift towards circularity. And what I would say right now in terms of the industry, the retail sector writ large, consumer products, food systems, and so on, we're early stages in that shift. So there's been tremendous focus in the last 10 years on eliminating waste, which is a really important part of the equation. We shouldn't underestimate that. And significant work underway. For example, operational waste, we've diverted over 80% of our operational waste to date, and we're trying to get to 100. Packaging, we're at 62% reusable, recyclable, compostable packaging in our private brand and so on. But that's just a first step. Where we need to get is towards circularity. And there are many, many pilots underway with reuse, refill models in packaging, reuse of materials, so taking shrink wrap and recycling it into future packaging, things like that. And of course, food waste, taking what could have been wasted food and repurposing that either in other forms of food for human consumption or other uses. But I would say those are early stages, and we'll hear from some other panelists about what's happening in apparel and fibers and things like that. What we really need to get to is making that the norm for products and packaging, and then regenerating materials as well. And again, we'll hear in a bit about fibers and how that can be done. So it's early days. We have to go faster. We're trying to do that through a series of things that perhaps we'll have time to get into, but that's where we are today.
Thank you, Kathleen, and I think you just provided an excellent segue here to our next speaker that I would like to hear from. Petri Alava, you're from the textiles sector that Kathleen just mentioned, and infinited fiber was just mentioned as one of the 41 leading most interesting circular economy companies from Finland. And you can find all the other 40 companies on Sitra's website. But Petri, I'd be delighted to hear from you. I think, we now heard from a global corporate, a really, really large retailer, and your company is very different from Walmart. You are a small but a very fast scaling company. What role does the circular economy, what role do you play in the transition toward a circular economy? And how does this link to biodiversity and climate?
Let me first explain what we do. So first of all, Infinite Fiber Company is a fashion and textile industry technology company. And our technology enables using different kind of waste streams, like for example, textile waste. What we do, first we are mechanically shredding the material apart, removing the hard parts like zippers and buttons. And then with the help of responsible chemistry, we are cleaning the material, capturing the cellulose, and then at the molecular level, we are breaking down the cellulose into liquid. And from liquid cellulose, we are then regenerating a brand new fiber, which looks and feels natural and soft like virgin cotton. And we call this fiber Infina, which then can be used in ordinary clothing, like, for example, this shirt is made 100% of our fiber, T-shirts, sweaters, or jeans. And what is then our role in circularity? As we are a technology company, we definitely feel that we are an enabler of circularity in textile and fashion industry. And our technology enables creating a premium quality fiber, 100% regenerated, 100% made of textile waste, and being a true alternative for virgin cotton. So nothing new needs to be grown or harvested to create Infina fiber. We also make it very easy for consumers. As from the quality perspective, consumers don't need to be making any compromise. This shirt is feeling exactly the same as made 100% from virgin cotton. And also we don't set any limitations to the design. How this all links then to the biodiversity and climate. So let me give a few examples. So when you are growing cotton, which is the second most common material in textiles manufacturing, you need to be using vast amounts of land and water. Polyester, which is the most common material, is made from oil. And when you are producing, say, ordinary viscose, you need to be felling the trees in order to produce the fiber. So Infinize is created out of textiles or textile waste, which already exists. So no need of new farmlands, no need of drilling oil, no need to fall the forests. And then we also enable to keep the biomass in circulation longer, which means that there's actually no escape of methane or CO2 as what happens today when you are incinerating or landfilling the textile waste, which is the kind of most common way of getting rid of waste today.
Well, thank you, Petri. I think this gives a very nice background into what exciting things you are working at Infinited Fiber here in Finland. Olivia, we've now heard from two quite different companies, I dare say. And if we think of BlackRock, you've really taken circular economy to the next level, I think it's fair to say. And you had the first fund that really focused on the circular economy, and it's now one of the largest ones as well. And when you introduced this as a theme, what was your thinking? Could you tell us a little bit how you invest into the circular economy as a theme?
Sure, thank you very much. Look, from my perspective, the circular economy is a really exciting and rapidly growing theme, and definitely an area that should be attracting investors' attention. I would say if we kind of look back 5 years ago amongst the investment community, this isn't an area that was A, particularly well understood, and B, particularly focused on. If you fast forward it to today, you're now seeing that the circular economy is a key component of government stimulus packages. It's linked to low-cost financing in green bonds. It's tied to regulation. And it's also starting to become quite a core part of corporate strategy. Now, something that's quite unique to our fund is that we've been able to partner with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation on this fund, who acts as our knowledge partner and gives us great insights into emerging themes and trends in this space. Ahead of launching the fund, given this was quite a nascent area for a lot of us, we spent a lot of time analysing what the circular economy actually means for every industry globally, and what are the opportunities and implications along the supply chain that arise from it. This allowed us to define a universe of stocks, and the way that we've looked to sort of, I guess, categorise this universe is that we've broken it down into 3 different categories. So we're looking to invest in companies that are adopters of circular economy principles, so Walmart would be a good example here, enablers of the shift, like Infinited Fiber, and then finally, beneficiaries of the theme.
Thanks, Olivia. I think that provides for a very nice introduction into what you do, and I'm sure there's a whole lot more going on behind the scenes. Petri, going back to you at Infinited Fiber, I think there are many reasons why it's important to talk about the textile sector. It's one of the sectors that has big impacts both on biodiversity loss and climate change. And in the circular economy, when we think of the solutions provided there, it's both in terms of keeping materials in use for as long as possible before we, at the end of the day, recycle things. But your solution, I think, takes a slightly different approach. So it would be really interesting to hear from your perspective, how does recycling compare to other circular business models like sharing or repairing, for instance?
we're great fans that all models are needed to fix the situation. Of course, it makes really sense to produce more and more lasting garments and fashion. And the new business models like textiles rentals or brands take-back systems purpose to refix or resell the textiles are just, they're great, and they're all important to right direction. But looking beyond the repair and reuse, so if you look today, 80% of textile waste globally, which means 1 truckload per every second, goes to incineration or landfilling. Then some of the collected waste goes to downcycling, like producing insulation materials, and only 1% goes back to new textiles. So that's where our kind of technologies are really presenting the solution. And I wouldn't really compare, because all of these solutions are serving for the purpose. And we are just great believers that textile-to-textile regeneration technologies, they have a significant part to play, as we are not letting textiles go to waste, and we are, let's say, limiting also the burden on virgin resources.
Defining what it means with recycling, and I think this infinite fiber, I mean, it looks like you have really interesting fabrics that you produce regardless. I think, going back to you, Kathleen, I have a double question for you, so please bear with me here. Firstly, you mentioned that you're a regenerative company. Just for the benefit of our viewers, I think I'd be curious to hear, what does that actually mean? Is this just regenerative agriculture, or does this imply, because you mentioned that you also use reuse models, refill, and you tackle waste as well. So where does this sit within your work? And then secondly, where do you see the largest opportunities for Walmart? This is such a huge field.
Yeah. Well, so first let me clarify. I said we have set a goal to become a regenerative company, and goodness, there's a long way to go between where we are today and what that would mean. And for us, it's a broad definition. It includes for people and for planet. And as others have said, it's about restoring, renewing, replenishing. So going from a mentality that says, let's be sustainable and hold things the way they are, do no harm, minimize footprint, to a positive rebuilding, renewing, restoring mentality. And it's about people as well as planet. So the agenda includes everything from using retail jobs as a springboard for upskilling and upward mobility and advancement, to human rights and supply chains, to digital citizenship, to what we're talking about today. So it's a broad aspiration. I want to talk for a minute about the synergies between climate and biodiversity and circularity. They're tremendous, and it's one of the reasons that we created a platform a few years ago as part of our science-based targets for emissions reduction and our drive to get to zero emissions in our operations by 2040. We created a platform for Scope 3. Because in a retailer like Walmart, Scope 3, it covers a lot of territory. It's everything from food to apparel to electronics to you name it, it's a wide range of products. And that initiative, Project Gigaton, now has 3,100 suppliers participating across categories. I think it's one of the largest private sector collective action efforts. Initially, it was about getting to 1 billion metric tons of emissions avoided by 2030 as part of our Scope 3 targets for emissions. But the way we've set it up is practical actions and support in 6 arenas, including energy, packaging, waste, food waste, textile waste, all manner of waste, product design, which includes for circularity, regenerative agriculture, and forest management, conservation, restoration. And so what we've done is work with a number of leading NGOs, including Ellen MacArthur. We work closely with them to create what we call calculators that translate practical changes that businesses can make on farms, in factories, in fields, in transportation, in packaging, in product design, right the way through to consumer use, to make progress in each of those arenas, certainly for emissions, but now also for nature and for circularity. And so we support those initiatives with a whole variety of tools, including things like we funded Systemic, who worked very closely with Ocean Conservancy around breaking the wave of plastic waste, to create a tool called Plastic IQ that anyone can use. It's publicly available, but it's really for companies that have plastic to get out of it, reduce it, or substitute, or move to reuse, refill, or still use plastic if that's the only solution, but in a way that's totally reusable, recoverable, recyclable. So that's just one example. And you know, the message I'd like to give today is the role that every single company, every single business can play in interrogating their products, their services, their operating model, to consider how to rewire it for a regenerative outcome. And what are the practical steps that may seem small, but when they add up together, it really comes to a culture shift. And that's what we're going to need to do this as a society. We need everybody to reframe the way they're considering material usage, not only for eliminating waste, but circularity and regeneration back at source in terms of ecosystems.
Oh, thank you, Kathleen. I think this certainly goes beyond regenerative agriculture than this ambition. And I think it also resonates with when we talk about biodiversity, that we don't just want to halt biodiversity loss, we want to reverse and have positive impacts as well. And you mentioned the role of science-based targets. And I would just like to mention that in tomorrow's accelerator session on biodiversity as a circular business opportunity, we'll have a speaker from the Science-Based Targets Network talk to the role of the science-based targets for nature, which is a new science-based targets framework that looks at biodiversity as well. Going back to you, Olivia, I'm thinking that you said that, well, circular economy has certainly come a long way, and it's reaching more areas. There are green bonds that account for this, and it's come a long way, but it's also at quite an early stage, I think is fair to say, and companies are at quite different parts of different stages of their journey. And some of the companies in your portfolio, you mentioned you have the Walmarts of this world, and you have so you mentioned adopters and enablers, but overall, when you try and decide on the ones that you include, what's the measurement that you use to assess a company's exposure to the circular economy? Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I'd say circular economy amongst investors is still a nascent theme. And while there's a lot of data out there, there's no sort of consistent set of reporting metrics companies use. And I'm sure that'll come in time. For us, that means there's quite a lot of work that's required to understand what a company's exposure to the circular economy actually is, and also whether or not it's meaningful within its industry. So the way that we look to measure a company's exposure to the circular economy is via its revenue exposure. Now, across our portfolio, we have on average greater than 50% revenue exposure to the circular economy. But probably the hardest area, which I think you somewhat alluded to, is how we measure circularity within our sort of adopters bucket. And these are a number of the big sort of FMCG groups and some of the tech companies. So what we do here is we look at companies' targets or the commitments that they've made to make their businesses more circular in the future. So this is areas like looking at their targets around the use of recycled packaging, the use of sustainable fibres, and just like broad-based elimination of waste out of their business.
Thank you, Olivia. I think we have time for one more question here, and I would like to go back to Kathleen. I think we've heard, for instance, from in yesterday's session on circularity at home, like there's so many different stages of the value chain of different actors in society. And I think Walmart is really interesting from this point of view, that you really sit at the center between producer, consumers, and so many different actors. So how do you see your role in really kind of supporting the transition to a circular economy at this nexus that you find yourself in?
So we do think we can play a special role in encouraging suppliers and customers to transition habits and ways of producing products and ways of consuming products in favor of circularity and ultimately regeneration. It is a broad system change, so I don't want to overstate the impact that we can have. We're just one actor in what is an incredibly complex system when it comes to something like food production, consumption, apparel, and what have you. But what we do try to do is align with the scientists who, for example, you talked about science-based targets for climate and certainly for nature, folks like EMF and others on what is best practice or what's needed. And then to work, for example, with suppliers, not only to encourage them to set targets, so we spend a lot of our time making the business case, why should a supplier shift its practices towards circularity, for example, and then providing supporting tools. And sometimes those are directly for our suppliers in coaching sessions, working with them through different use cases of packaging, for example, or product design, working with them on food waste. There are a number of mechanisms in place to do that. For example, World Resources Institute has initiatives to help suppliers engage their suppliers and engage their suppliers to eliminate food waste, as one example. So there are numerous initiatives like that where we work in hand to help build capability and then invest in tools that people can use at different stages of production. And then similarly with customers, trying to shift the mindset and encourage things like take back. So for example, we're in the middle now of figuring out what we do with plastic bags. So in some markets like Mexico, we've outright eliminated them. In other places, we're encouraging take back into our stores, and we're taking the bags and recycling them and repurposing them. So, the solutions can vary depending on the local context. So it's a lot about goal setting, climate and culture, and then tools and capability enablement. We also do investment through Walmart Foundation in enablers for the whole system. I talked about Plastic IQ as an example tool that we funded through Walmart Giving, things like that, that can be useful for the industry as a whole. And, as I said before, we're really trying to get across this notion of the synergy between climate action, action for nature, and circularity and regeneration when it comes to materials. Those go hand in hand and try to make it practical and really facilitate that shift at scale.
Thanks a lot, Kathleen. I think you really speak both to the scale and the scope of the opportunity here. And Inger Andersen also talked about the importance of these interlinkages. So I think that resonates with me at least. And I would like to thank all three of you. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Olivia. And thank you, Petri. It's been a great pleasure to talk to the three of you. And thanks a lot for sharing your insights here. I hope this has brought home the message that biodiversity and climate, this can be a real business opportunity, and circular economy can really be at the heart of those actions. Now on your screen, you should be seeing a notification for a word cloud question that I hope you'll answer. What circular economy practice is the most relevant to achieve climate and biodiversity goals? If you could provide a one or at most two word reply to that, and we will show the word cloud on the screen. Et je répète, quelle pratique de l'économie?
What practices of the economy could help to attain sustainability? And we invite you to submit one or two words for a word cloud that will appear on the screen.
Va montrer les réponses ici.
And we will show the answers later on.
I think the answers are slowly coming in. Unfortunately, I can't see them myself right here, so I will just skip ahead and continue from here. Continuing from here. Tomorrow we will have the discussion on biodiversity as a circular business opportunity, but we will now turn our eyes to policymaking and the global goals for climate and biodiversity. I'm very pleased to pass things over to our Canadian co-host, the Deputy Minister for Environment and Climate Change Canada. Christine Hogan, bonne continuation. Vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Tim.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Ça marche bien, la technologie aujourd'hui.
Is the technology working well now?
It's great to have this opportunity this morning to moderate what I think is going to be a very, very intriguing and interesting panel. The coming months will bring important discussions on climate and biodiversity. And I'm pleased to be joined today by a very distinguished panel of speakers to discuss what policymakers can do to address climate and biodiversity in the context of the circular economy. So joining me today, the Right Honourable Lord Goldsmith, the United Kingdom's Minister for the Pacific and the Environment, Executive Secretary for the Convention on Biological Diversity, Elizabeth Marima, Costa Rica's Vice Minister for Energy, Rolando Castro Cordoba, and President of the Inuit Tapiriet Kanatami, Nathan Obed, and for our international viewers, the ITK, or the Inuit Tapiriet Kanatami, is the national organization representing Inuit in Canada. We don't have a lot of time. It's part of the charm of this incredible forum that things happen apace. So I'm going to dive right in. Welcome to all of my panelists this morning, and I really hope that we have a very invigorating discussion. Let me start with Ms. Marima, and listening to the discussions from this morning. Would be very interested in hearing what your main takeaways are on the potential of the circular economy in harnessing the interlinkages of climate and biodiversity. Can you give a concrete example of what exactly the role of a circular economy is in supporting biodiversity?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And the question already answered by the previous speakers, and for me, really delighted to have listened to all the tangible examples of what business is already doing in terms of circular economy and harnessing nature. Indeed, we need circular economy that is carbon neutral in a nature-based approach, as it is also regenerative. In other words, it is not enough just to be circular. It has to be part of the entire metabolism. The services and dependencies on nature to business and finance need to be integrated into business and finance plans to be able to bend the curve of nature loss, and need to be part of every decision, operation code, as well as standards of our businesses and finance policies and programs. Solutions need to be integrated, because tackling carbon and nature loss is done along with pollution control as well as restoration of land and sea. And therefore, reversing the impacts of incentives of nature is the most actionable element. And basically, we hope our economies will continue to invest away from destroying nature, and therefore bringing natural capital into protection. We need to start with metrics. How will we measure the improvements? Economic progress that incorporates nature, positive incentives that work in the market. Then we need to build the capacity that might be the biggest, one of the biggest challenges. How to prepare the decision makers, both in public and private sector, in finance and in business, particularly in developing countries, which we know today investments in depleting natural capital are still there, to be able to set them up into smart, nature-friendly goals and targets. As you may be aware, we are in the process of the development of the Global Biodiversity Framework under the Convention, which will guide the world in the next years, 10 years and beyond, to be adopted at our next conference of the parties next year in April, May. And this framework, the first draft, which was discussed 2 weeks ago, already proposes integrated solutions for food, water, health, infrastructure. For instance, if we help our youth in urban centers using distributed innovative applications to find business and information solutions to consume mostly locally and sustainable produce or organic foods using local varieties in mixed cultures, then we'll succeed, hopefully, to protect wetlands and forests that accumulate carbon while protecting biodiversity. If we can ensure no pesticides are used that affect pollinators, then we preserve traditional varieties. We assure jobs and investments and generate returns for greener loans, credits, and risk taken. And lastly, if we incorporate nature into urban transportation or energy infrastructure, as Singapore already does, we can reduce the extreme temperatures and risks of droughts and floods. And in that case, we increase immunity for local residents and offer recreational enterprise opportunities for the rural youth. It's a win-win option that we need first and foremost, and the impetus gained there will guide movement also on the issues that will need deeper changes that will require to be truly rewiring our economies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very, very rich response to that question. And I liked your reference at the end to win-win, which is, I think, what a lot of us have on their minds here. Let me turn now to Lord Goldsmith. Having listened to some of the discussions that preceded us this morning, maybe you could offer some reflections, some ideas, some key messages on why biodiversity and nature are critical in delivering climate action.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for having me today. There's no doubt, and I don't think anyone does doubt now, that we're putting the natural world under really impossible, intolerable pressure. I mean, it's worth considering, without rehearsing all the figures, that we're losing still around 30 football pitches worth of forest every single minute, that 1 million species face extinction, and just as quickly as we're stripping the ocean of life, we're filling it with trash, with plastic, just as quickly. And all of this against the backdrop of climate change. So there is a temptation among some, I think, to see it as an ecological tragedy, for sure, but one that's essentially separate from us as humans. But we know that that couldn't be further from the truth. 500 million small farms already having to cope with diminishing yields as a consequence of poor land use. 1 billion people depend on forests for their survival and their livelihood. Similar number in relation to fish. And we know, of course, that even the most conservative estimates around climate change are going to be devastating for all of us, but particularly the world's poorest people. So we've got a lot of work to do. And the good news, I think, is that we know what we need to do. Put simply, there is no credible pathway to tackling climate change, to staying within 1.5 degrees, to hitting net zero that does not involve protecting and restoring nature on a massive scale. Nature-based solutions like mangroves, forests, and so on could provide around 1/3 of the most cost-effective solution to climate change, as well as helping us deal with a whole range of other issues as well: hunger, poverty, pollution, even pandemics. The problem is that nature-based solutions currently are not really recognized. They get about 3% of the world's climate finance at the moment. So as COP presidents, if there's one thing we're going to change, it's that ratio. We need to put nature at the heart of our response to climate change, and indeed a whole range of other issues. And that means finance, public and private. It means governments using those levers that only governments control to change the incentives. It means fundamentally forcing the market to recognize that the value of nature, of ecosystems, are things that we all fundamentally depend on, while also attaching a cost to their destruction. There's an enormous amount of work to do, but it does feel now like finally the discussion has opened and nature is going higher and higher up the agenda. Let's hope it's not too late.
Maybe I can just ask you, I know the UK is holding the presidency of COP26 this year, and how is the United Kingdom looking at the interlinkages between climate and nature in the context of the upcoming summit?
Yeah, look, we are doing everything we can to put nature at the heart of COP26. and to create as many linkages as possible between COP26 and the CBD, which is being hosted by China in Kunming. We know that if we're serious about mitigating climate change or adapting to climate change and staying within that 1.5 degrees, that we're going to have to change the way we use and change the way we look after land and water and the ecosystems and biodiversity that we all depend on. So at COP, we want to see a step change in global action to bend that curve that's just been described. We are securing finance commitments from donor countries, but also from the private sector. We need agreement around really ambitious, stretching targets, combined with the mechanisms for holding governments to account to those targets and commitments. And we need, I think, above all, to tackle the drivers of nature degradation, particularly deforestation. So with 2 streams of activity that we're really focusing on is, number one, building a coalition of countries committed to identifying and shifting those land use subsidies that are driving destruction. If you consider that the top 50 food producing countries spend around $700 billion a year subsidizing often destructive land use, that's got to change. And if we do change that, we could flip the market. And the second stream of activities is an attempt to, again, build an alliance of producer and consumer countries, forest countries and non-forest countries, to break the link between commodity production and deforestation. Commodity production is responsible for most of the deforestation that's happening. You can't tackle climate change without tackling deforestation. So we've got a lot of focus, big events at the World Leaders Summit, but also days devoted to focusing on this issue. And I think, although we won't know until it happens, I think that we are in a good place to secure some really meaningful commitments on this issue.
Great, thank you for that. Maybe let me bring in Vice Minister Castro Cordoba into our discussion and ask you, Vice Minister, if you can talk about the potential of a circular economy for climate and biodiversity in the context of Costa Rica.
Thank you, Vice Minister, and thank you for inviting us to this important panel. Yes, I think circular economy can help us align the different policies and approaches that the country has taken for many years. For instance, I think it has a great potential in the moment we're living and the discussions that we're having, as the prior speaker said, towards COP26. As you probably know, Costa Rica launched a national decarbonization plan in 2019, and the approach is to have a decarbonized economy by 2050. But we also have to take into account that Costa Rica is in a very vulnerable area to climate change. Because Central America is one of the most vulnerable areas in the world. And even though our emissions are low, we need to be more resilient to climate change. And this is why Costa Rica is one of the countries that is also promoting nature-based solutions. And so our approach is also to change the way we see biodiversity, because our countries, especially in the South, are more, we provide natural resources to the industrialized world, and we want to see biodiversity in a non-extractivist manner. I think we can benefit from biodiversity, recognize the different services that biodiversity provides, and with this create a new economy that can create also green jobs, quality jobs, and at the same time let us adapt better to climate change. So this is why we think a circular economy can help us go there, integrate biodiversity, but also the climate change approaches we are taking, and create this new economy that can be resilient, but can also take advantage of our competitive advantages, such as biodiversity. We have created a number of important policies, as I was speaking to the National Decarbonization Plan, but we also have other important policies like the National Strategy on Bioeconomy and the NDC that Costa Rica just presented was very based on our decarbonization plan, but also in the approaches of nature-based solutions. And also we have NAMAs in very important sectors such as coffee and cattling that are really based on our economy. So we think circular economy will help us integrate all these different approaches, all these different policies that the country has taken, and use it as a catalyzer to have a new economy that will be decarbonized, that will be resilient to climate change, but also will create green and quality jobs for our people.
Great, thank you so much. It's interesting to hear the perspective of Central America and Costa Rica in this really important discussion that we're having. Now going to turn to President Obed Nathan. Very keen to hear your perspective on this session and the panel and the issues that we're discussing, climate and biodiversity. Much of the conversation so far is focused on the economic impacts of climate and biodiversity. So I'm wondering how from your perspective you see these issues.
Well, first I think of the term circular economy, and I think of Inuit society and culture being rooted in that definition, even if we haven't used that particular name. We use our renewable resources, we share within our community. Our lifestyle is connected to all living things within the environment and care for those things. I think about traditionally Inuit ensuring that the animals in which we harvested actually had healthy populations, and would sometimes cull animals who were obviously sick, who would then hurt the biodiversity and the health of the larger environment or the larger group. So it wasn't as if we were just letting things happen to us. We also had a very positive and supportive role to play within our natural environment. So when I think about the circular economy, I think that you can't take it away from the place in which the business operates, the way in which natural resources are extracted, the way in which products come to market. These are happening in places in the world, and you can't ever detach the local nature of an understanding of a circular economy. And that, I think, is something that I haven't heard a lot about today, even if there are local initiatives for global corporations or local considerations for natural resource extraction. That's a totally different concept than actually having it, the way in which you operate grounded within the place you are in the world. I also think about the Arctic and the changing Arctic. Even though we have these massive spaces within our homeland, Inuit Nunangat, a third of Canada's landmass, over half of Canada's coastline. Our warming rate is 2 to 3 times the global average. And then also we have emerging crises, especially in relation to things like microplastics in our oceans. And we need the global community to start understanding how to create public policy or legislation or programs and services that are considerate of the Arctic. We've had that challenge from the very start of industrialization. And that is going to be one of the key responses, I think, to help the entire globe is how to understand how to do the least amount of damage to the Arctic. We're looking at a future where our entire landscape changes, and many of the Arctic species will not be able to survive and will be replaced within our natural environment if we do not act. That's just talking about the things that live within the environment. The actual climate and the ice and the way in which the Arctic is a regulator of climate across the globe, that has much more dire consequences for everyone on this earth. And I do hope that within these conversations, that can always be at the forefront of people's imagination, that we need to work not only in our hometowns, in our home communities, and in our home nation states, but also for the consideration of what is what are the most pressing issues globally and the places where we need to invest our time and energy.
Thank you very much. That's very important to hear the perspective. So part of the challenge of this day is that the agenda is jam-packed. So we have time for just what I call a quick once around the virtual table to ask all of you to respond to the same question. And maybe we can start with you, Minister Cordoba. What are your expectations for, say, the next 5 years? How do you see the coming 5 years, and where can and should the circular community, those listening in today, focus their efforts and take action? Minister Cordoba?
Yes, I think we hope that our economies will transform, especially like Latin America and the Caribbean, from extractive economies to a more circular economies. I think for Costa Rica, it is also important that we just join the OECD, and I think circular economy can help us comply with the challenges of being a member of this forum. I think also can bring new opportunities if also the markets will start recognizing circular economy and the products that are coming out of circular economies, and recognize that with certifications or other incentives, better prices. And I think this will open great opportunities for economies like ours. I think also we need to work together inside our countries with the private sector and the local governments, and we are trying to do so. But also we are hoping to have a regional approach, and this is why Costa Rica is one of the leaders of the regional coalition of circular economy, because among the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, we can work together and exchange better practices, but also access more strict markets. So we think the next 5 years will be key in terms not only about circular economy, but also about the discussions on biodiversity, the link between biodiversity, conservation, nature-based solutions, and the climate change challenges that the world is facing. But also, I think circular economy will be key also for the post-pandemic recovery of our economies.
Okay, great. Let me turn now to Nitan Obed and your take on how you see the next 5 years, and particularly some practical words for our audience today.
Yeah, Inuit advocate for a collaborative approach with governments and partners on all the things that we're trying to do, whether in economic development or reduce our carbon emissions, or develop priorities and to work on these ideas such as the circular economy. I would imagine that Indigenous people globally would want that collaborative approach as well as governments and partners. Also, for Inuit specifically, we need to engage our communities, universities, research institutes, industry, the international community as partners in a scientific process to understand the changes in the Arctic and how they may affect global climate change, but also then to understand how to be inclusive of Inuit in a circular economy in a way that Inuit have not been inclusive in other national or international efforts in relation to economic development.
Great. Ms. Marima, thoughts from you? Some closing comments on this panel?
Yes, thank you. Clearly, we need to move towards integrated solutions and really be willing to fundamentally change the way decisions are taken related to finance, production and consumption across a range of options, and crossing also public-private bridge and all levels of governance from local to government. Clearly, the discussion has underlined that problems and solutions for climate change, biodiversity loss, and I will add land sea management or poverty eradication are all part of the holistic approach for which green circular economy will be a solution. So we really fundamentally need to redirect the decisions behind the entire economy. The concepts of circular economy, as well as, for instance, ecological civilization or natural capital, nature-based solutions, which the Minister Zach has referred to, or even creator economy being proposed by innovators and designers of information technology or artificial intelligence. All these are components of the solutions we need, but need to be redirected, really decisions in an integrated way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'll ask Lord Goldsmith to reflect and share a few action-oriented comments before we conclude.
Thank you so much, and I very much agree with what has already been said. But really, in 5 years' time, governments will have had to have stepped up by then. There's really no excuse for not stepping up. That means finance, it means commitments, it means policies, all collectively matching the scale of the crisis. But we also need systemic change. We've seen progress with businesses identifying their carbon footprints. Growing numbers of them are committing to net zero, many of them before governments, but we're not seeing that with nature yet. And that really has to change fast. We need businesses to make the commitment to get deforestation out of their supply chains, to go nature positive. We need the same commitments from the big multilateral development banks. And of course, we need government decisions to be made with nature in mind. So a lot's going to have to happen in the next 5 years if we want to maximize the chance to, as others have said, bend that curve of destruction. And finally, we needed to, and again, governments do have a huge role to play here. We need to force a shift towards a more circular economy. Resource extraction and processing contributes around half of total greenhouse gas emissions globally. And we think around 90% of biodiversity loss is caused through that process. And the trend is going up, not down, despite everything that's happened that we know. Globally, we extract around 3 times what the resources from nature than we did in 1970. And that's set to double by 2060. And we can't allow that to happen. So the shift towards a more circular economy is absolutely critical. And that makes the work that you do all the more important. So I just want to thank you and thank our Canadian friends, Citra, and everyone else on this eminent panel for the work they're doing and the leadership they're showing. We look forward to working with you in the weeks, months, and years to come.
Great. Well, that unfortunately brings us to the end of our time. I really want to thank our panelists very sincerely for a very fruitful discussion, very engaging, very energetic, and also practical, because I think there's a degree of practicality that needs to come into these conversations if we're to really get on the path that we all aspire to. So thank you all very much, Lord Goldsmith, Ms. Marima, Minister Castro and President Obed for your participation. And with that, I will turn it back to the Citra studio where Mary Pantzer, the Director of Sustainability Solutions, will share her key takeaways on today's discussion. Thank you and merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for the excellent panel discussion. So this session truly was interesting and there clearly is a way forward. And after listening to our excellent speakers, I would like to highlight 3 messages. Firstly, the triple ecological crisis is not just an ecological crisis. Our well-being and our economies are also at risk as we keep over-exploiting resources, heating up the planet and losing biodiversity. Secondly, ecological challenges must be tackled together with joint efforts from businesses and decision makers, accounting for insights from indigenous communities, researchers, grassroots movements, and also other stakeholders. This really is an all-hands-on-deck situation, and we all have an important role to play. Thirdly, we have to acknowledge that climate and biodiversity are interlinked, and we must address the root causes, like unsustainable production and consumption, linear economic model, and our concept of well-being and happiness. According to science, we can, in fact, live good life in balance with our planet. So, dear friends, this is an important year for climate and biodiversity. This means that it is also a very important year for the most powerful solution, the circular economy. So thank you so much for taking part in this session.
Sur qui tosquette, Mary?
Thanks very much, Mary. I'm eager to continue with our discussions, and I would like everybody to come back and join us later.
That message of sharing and opening and collaborating and really not having these things live in isolation, that everything is contended with in a more circular and connected way. This particular session really highlights the need to break down some of that and to work together on climate, biodiversity, and circular economy communities. As Mari mentioned, getting that message out is a huge part of this work, and it's something that one of our guests coming up next really has a lot of leadership in. So coming up next on the agenda, communicating circularity, getting the message right.
A bientôt.
Expo module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Hello there, and welcome to Communicating Circularity, Getting the Message Right. My name is Catherine Gretzinger. I'm a Vancouver journalist. I teach journalism at the University of British Columbia, and for an awfully long time, I've been thinking about environmental issues, climate, biodiversity, and certainly issues around a circular economy. In Vancouver, we like to use the language of zero waste. So I help out with a conference there, and I'm so happy to have been invited to help out with the World Circular Economy Forum. And I'm particularly happy in this moment because I have the pleasure of introducing Alice Irene Whitaker. She is the Director of Communications for the Smart Prosperity Institute. She's also the Director of Marketing and Communications for the Natural Step Canada, where she leads communications for Circular Economy Leadership Canada. She's also a writer, she's a researcher, and she's writing a book on circular living. She might be a little bit busy, but we've got her all to ourselves for the next 45 minutes, and we're so pleased about that. Hi.
Hi, Catherine. It's so great to be here with you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. You know, it's really struck me over the last 10 years or so since we've been talking quite forcefully about the circular economy and zero waste and so on, that there seem to be some challenges communicating specifically about what do we mean by a circular economy. From a marketing point of view, somebody who does comms for a living, what's your take on this? Why is it so important to get these messages right?
That's a great question, and there is such complexity in the circular economy. There are so many connections. You have the system, and then you have the individual, and you have many different parts. And that complexity sometimes means that what gets lost are the stories. So there's so much power in stories. They move us all. It doesn't matter if we're a policymaker, a decision maker, a business leader, a passionate citizen. We're all human at the end of the day, and it's those stories that stick out and can actually move us to care about this and become involved in it in whatever way we can with our own power or place or position. So those stories for me are really what is missing up till now, but that's the opportunity too, is to tell those stories.
So how do you figure out what those stories ought to be and then go ahead and share those?
Yeah, for me, I mean, of course it depends on who the audience is, or, you know, we all receive information in different ways. But for me, you know, there's so much evidence and fantastic research out there, but the stories to me that have stood out are, you know, when I'm researching my book, when I'm in the home of a builder who's using waste materials as insulation in his home, or in a field with a shepherd who we're surrounded by her flock of sheep, and she's talking about her relationship to the soil and to the system we're in right now while we're sitting there just surrounded by her farm. For me, those personal stories, those people and what they're going through and how they're contributing to this are the stories that need to be told as an entry point to all of the rich nuance and information that we all have.
Right. Is there a way to scale that though? Because of course people can relate to the individual, the singular, the intimate story about someone's backyard or the shoes that they choose to wear. But to scale that and have people start to think more broadly about the ways in which economies flow and the ways in which we think about things in a more circular fashion.
Yeah, so for that, I think it's really about, like we're going to talk about today, getting the message right and saying, okay, so if this person is, what are their values? What are their beliefs? How am I going to move them? If they're coming from a place where their value set is around the economy of this and the economic story, then that's the story you start with. If that's something that for one's audience isn't going to resonate, we don't talk about it. And the beautiful part of this is we all have a role to play, not just the communicators who do bring so much expertise and skill to this from other work that we can learn from, but it's also the scientists, it's the faith and community leaders, it's people throughout a business, it's people in their own neighborhoods. So wherever someone is, we're all messengers, and so that's how we're going to reach different people, is who they trust and what their values are.
It's interesting for you to be thinking about whose job it is in that way, because it puts the onus on everyone. It doesn't sort of center it in one place. So how do you communicate that message, that if you're doing something, whether you're a company or an NGO or a government, it's actually on you to share what you know so that it might be of service to someone else?
I love that, because people don't need to have communicator or communications in their title or be a leader to have a very important role to play in this. So I think moments like this are terrific for that, but I think it's through conversation, it's through people in a company, for example, talking to each other and saying, this is the direction we're going, this is why I'm excited about the circular economy, this is what the potential is, and really seeing this as a positive rallying vision, So we have a lot of times in our environmental rhetoric, it's very, it's either focused on perfection, or a lot of times it's talking about what we don't want, decarbonized or zero waste, like you were saying, which are so critical and absolutely a part of the circular economy. But what the opportunity we have here with the circular economy is a positive rallying vision that we can all create. It doesn't matter who we are.
People are a little bit tense about this stuff, though, because there is that sort of knowledge, the fact that we have a climate emergency to contend with. And so people are saying, well, we shouldn't be talking about messaging when we actually need to be taking action. So how do you reconcile that and just make sure that whatever is being shared is on point and actually addressing the issues at hand?
That's the message needs to lead to a call to action always, right? And you're so right that it has to link to the pressing issues that we're facing, these crises, multiple crises that we're facing, that if we sort of silo circular economy off and don't connect it to that, it's not relevant. And it is so connected. So telling that story, but in our messages, calling people to action, calling them in and saying, and here's what we need to do, and there's a place for you here. That's why getting those messages right and leading to the call to action is so instrumental.
Right. I'm just really thinking a lot about the last session that we had with the Inuit leader, Nathan Obed, just saying we need to share and collaborate, share and collaborate. If we could just get that piece, we might be able to shift the conversation and the behaviors as well.
Right, and it's beautiful, and that's such a, it's beautiful in its simplicity, and it also is such a fundamental shift in our cultural story and how, mainstream we're talking about how we relate to each other. So that's, very powerful.
Well, as we're going to hear later from some of our experts, it's very important to tailor the message to the audience that you're speaking to. So I guess we should find out who's with us on the line today. So let's find out from you out there watching us. And we know that we had 100,000 distinct visits just yesterday. So we don't know how many people are going to be checking us out today, but we want to know, why are you joining this session? What is it about this session that made you curious? Are you somebody who works at an NGO? Are you somebody who's in a governmental role? Are you an activist? Or what is the way that you're coming to this? We're going to look at the poll, and here it comes. Look at all those folks who work in the circular economy.
Wow.
More than half. And then again, better understanding. So people are seeking that piece that you mentioned right off the top about what is this thing called a circular economy and what does it mean? And then communications profs who, those are your people looking to sort of figure out. So what do you read in seeing those responses?
I think it's tremendous seeing how many people are working in the circular economy, and that we see the bulk of people here are not identifying as communicators, or over half, but there's so much potential in each person that's had that response, or each person who's at this session, to communicate this story, even if not in a formal capacity.
Right, right. Well, I think we're going to continue to use Slido. So right off the bat, I want to say to folks, please participate. We are going to try to knit your questions and comments and ideas in to this as we go. So Slido is very straightforward. For those of you feeling a little bit nervous about it, it's a simple, quick download on your phone, and then tap in the code, and you're right in the session with us. And we'd love to hear from you and see what you have to contribute. So while we're waiting, we have a big plan ahead of us, huh?
I'm excited.
Me too, and I'm so glad that you're here with me in this. So we're going to kick this off with Ross Vinden. He is at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and also Rosemary Cooper from the Share, Reuse, Repair initiative. That's an initiative based at home in Vancouver, British Columbia. So nice to have both of you with us. With Ross, we're going to be looking to learn more about what the foundation has learned over the last decade or so, talking about circularity. They are the reason why we're talking about the circular economy in the first place, coining that phrase. I'll also be looking to Ross for some tips on how to reach different audiences, whether they be investors or school kids. Then we're going to be talking to Rosemary about how to reach for different types of personalities. So to recap, first, we're going to cover how to reach people based on their job titles. Then we're going to focus on speaking with someone who's going to focus on personality traits.
It sounds like a really rich conversation, and these are people that I admire and all of their work, and looking forward to hearing these conversations. So let's get to know our audience. So we did that a little bit already. So I think, I encourage you to use the chat function throughout the conversation. I'll be following along in the chat here, and I'll bring some of your points into the discussion. So please do offer them forward. Over to you, Catherine.
Okay. So to start us off, I'm joined by the media and messaging lead for the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. That's the organization that introduced the world to the idea of the circular economy. Hiya, Ross.
Hi, Catherine. How are you doing?
Great to have this time with you. Let's start at the beginning. I hear this question a lot. In fact, even when I was telling some of my students that I was going to be coming and helping out with this, what does circular economy actually mean? And what is the point of using different language rather than talking about this as sustainability?
Well, it's a nice big question for us to start with. But I think it's a really good one. I think you're right, like this question gets asked an awful lot. And for me, I think it stems often from, if you looked at the kind of ambitions of sustainability, the things that people associate with that concept, and then you look at the defined outcomes that we can achieve through a circular economy, there's clearly a lot of alignment. A lot of the things that people are hoping to achieve through sustainability, we can achieve through a circular economy. But I think there are some distinctions that are probably helpful for us to make. One of them's in the name. It's a circular economy. It is talking about an economic model, and it's saying, if today's model is based on this concept of make waste, take a material out of the ground and turn it into a product, and then throw that away at the end of its life after a relatively short use. In a circular economy, we can flip that on its head and look at designing an economy that works on three other principles: on eliminate, circulate, and regenerate. So eliminate waste and pollution, circulate products and materials, keep them in the system for as long as possible and at their highest value, and regenerate nature. And if we can design an economy to do those things, then we can lead to lots of those great ambitions that people have for the type of world we want to live in. And I just really quickly, I think that definition piece is also really significant. Sustainability can mean so many different things to so many different people, but what we have with circular economy is this really clearly defined approach to our economy, and it is those three things: an economy designed to eliminate, circulate, and regenerate.
It strikes me that if you could even get people just to move to that understanding that things that we use don't go anywhere, that we've got one planet, it's still all here. So if we can be more creative and imaginative about how to use and think about products, as you suggest, in those three ways, then that shift might make people, every time they reach for something, think about it, consider it differently.
Yeah, I think that's the ambition. I think it's about changing the way, we just operate on the big scale, and having a system in which we just provide people with better choices. Actually having a system where, we move away from this idea of people as consumers, and we actually think, what if there was a system in which when we interact with a product, when we buy something or rent something, we can actually be part of a system that's contributing to solutions to those big challenges. 90% of biodiversity loss comes from our economic model. 45% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the way we make and use stuff. And if you think of the power of that idea that we could shape an economy in which everyone can play a role in helping to solve those issues, it'd be such a huge positive step.
Right. Some people might push back a little bit and say that, the idea of consumerism is actually at the root of all of this, and that's where you want to be spending your time, is working on getting people to stop understanding things as being consumed, maybe even moving to that neutral word of use or something. So how do you move away from this kind of greenwashing or messaging that allows people to be okay continuing their behaviors and encourage them to change their behaviors in order to sort of have that more circular approach?
For me, again, it comes down to what we were saying about the defining things. So if we have a circular economy, it's really clearly defined for us. And that allows you to do that important job of measuring stuff and understanding and interrogating data and seeing actually, is this fulfilling those kind of ambitions that we have? Is this leading to the outcomes that we want? And it really relies on defining things. So, a big part of our work is on making sure that people understand that definition of a circular economy and those three principles. And then we've just launched a collaboration with one of our partners, IKEA, with involvement from our other strategic partners, which is a glossary of terms. And the idea behind that is, how do we empower the sort of understanding and shared knowledge that you need just to have really open, transparent conversations, so that you can check for yourself and say, well, is this greenwashing or is this real? Like I can look and say, what are you doing on those three principles? How do we better understand it?
Right. I know that the foundation has spent the last decade or so talking about circularity and reaching different kinds of audiences, everyone from policymakers to little kids to investors. What have you learned in doing so, Ross? How have you changed your thinking about this in having those kinds of interactions you've had?
I think it's a really big idea, and that's really exciting, which is great news. As Alice pointed to earlier, it's very complicated, and that can be scary to people. But honestly, I feel like it's like any other thing that you want to communicate to people. It's really about finding the thing that they care about and make a connection on that point. And one of the best things about circular economy is its systems change. So within that, you've got virtually every aspect of people's lives that you can talk to them about. Find, the right examples. Look for the thing that's going to make it real for them, and then make that connection. We're really lucky. For example, we work with organisations as diverse as, say, Lego and BlackRock, and you think, well, what does that open up for us? It's the chance to, explore with children around play and what they have in their cupboard at home and how they use that. And on the other side, we can look and say, well, look, this is the world's biggest asset manager. What does their circular economy fund tell us about the role of investors and the future of kind of our financing of the transition? But it is about finding that connection.
Right. Do you have a sense that it's catching, or there's something shifting or changing at the moment? I just listening to the discourse yesterday, it felt like there's something going on now where there seems to be more movement. It's not just the same small group of people moving around the world to talk about this. There's actually some breadth to the notion.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I certainly hope it's true. But what we can see heading into COP26, for example, is circular economy becoming more present in the NDCs, the commitments that countries are bringing in terms of how they're going to meet those climate targets out of Paris. It's very visible in those spaces that this is happening. We can see it in legislation coming out of countries where they're looking to deal with issues like plastic waste and pollution. So yeah, there's definitely a recognition of the role it can play in solving those big challenges.
Right. Ross, it's a delight to talk to you. Thank you very much for taking the time out for us today.
Thank you.
All right, we now have Rosemary there on the west coast of Canada. I'm so thrilled that we get to spend a little bit of time talking to each other today on your incredible research that I've been following for a long time, Rosemary. So great to be able to say hello, and thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me here.
You're so welcome. So you're the project director of the Share, Reuse, Repair initiative. Can you talk a little bit about the organization and the work that you've been trying to do communicating and talking about circularity?
Sure, we're a Canadian charity, and our mission is to create a vibrant sharing, reuse, and repair sector that's a meaningful waste and climate solution, but also enables people to live circular lives and have circular livelihoods. And so right now we're bringing 3 tools to Canada that are linked to circular communication. And one is called the Lighter Living Motivations, which we heard a bit about yesterday, inspired by Citra's smart consumption profiles and co-presented with One Earth. And these are seeking to meet people where they're at by speaking to their natural motivations that drive their choices. Another one is called the Shift program. We piloted it this year based on the Shift framework developed by Citra for UBC's Dr. Kate White. And it distills global best practices into 5 factors that are proven to shift behavior in eco-conscious directions. And then finally, I'm not going to say much about it, it's very new, but in collaboration with Alice Labs and Circular Citizen, together with Canadian Tire, we have a new one publicly announced today called Stuff and Flux Chapter 2. And that's going to be really digging into what's in the hearts and minds of leading edge consumers, both to support messaging, but also to look at what it means for future-proofed, circular innovation in a post-COVID world.
What does that mean, leading consumers?
Yeah, leading edge consumers are kind of the 10% of the population that shape markets. They're not overly radical, but they're experts in newness. So we want to pay attention to them.
Okay, so you're trying to influence influential consumers so that they can then shift other people toward a more circular approach?
No, we want to understand them so we can see what that strategically means for where consumer goods innovation, should go.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll definitely be following up on that. I hadn't heard of that before. Thank you. What have been a few of the things that you have understood, learned about, worked on in recent years that have been sort of ahas for you in terms of your understanding of the meaning of circularity?
Well, I'm actually going to tell you a little bit about what our ahas from applying some of these tools, if you don't mind. So the lighter living motivations have kind of actually shown us that the tent is bigger than we think. More people are making circular choices in their daily lives other than for saving the planet. In fact, in BC, for 2/3 of the people, the things that motivate them are not primarily about the planet. They're about need and practicality, style, saving money, comfort, pleasure, tradition, all sorts of other things. So if we can reach those diverse motivations, we actually have the potential to mainstream behavior, which I think is really exciting. And the second thing is that the Shift program has shown us that there is actually no one-size-fits-all message. We need to really dig down to understand people, their motivations in a very specific way, but also the barriers and benefits to behavior change, and then really jump in and test messaging and figure out what works, because the messaging can be quite nuanced, and that can make a big difference in terms of uptake or not.
When you say figuring out what works, do you mean what messages lead to actions, or do you need what messaging leads to understanding? What are you trying to tease out there?
Well, I think it's both. But we're certainly, for example, in British Columbia, we have 7 of these motivation groups for BC, and 2 of those are consciously motivated by environmental concerns. So how do we get those folks to step up and do more of what they're already doing? So we need to really speak to the fullness of what motivates them. So one of them, which I think some of the folks in this room will be, is called Healthy Life and Planet. It's like 14% of the BC population, and they are absolutely motivated by environmental concerns, but also by personal health and wellness. And they're the folks that really dig into the details and do the detailed research. And so if we want them to both understand and take more circular actions, we actually need to use messages that have facts and speak both to positive environmental and health and wellness benefits and impacts. So that's an example of how we would reach them and encourage them to do more.
Lots of people already are using reusable bags, moving away from plastic, thinking about containers. They're going ahead and repairing things, cutting down on travel. That's been a big focus of conversation for the last, well, with COVID, of course, but prior to COVID, people were starting to make those choices, plant-based meals, Vancouver, the 100-mile diet, so on. How do we motivate people who already care about environmental issues to take another step, and then I guess to also communicate to others, like to tell people what they're doing? Because folks don't want to be preachy, but they also do want to try to affect change. So how do you help that?
Yeah, I think there are motivations here of these motivation groups that like to be advocates. And in fact, the one I just mentioned, Healthy Life and Planet, those are the folks that like to be advocates. And so we can take a look and understand the 2 motivations in BC that are overtly planet motivated. One's called Healthy Life and Planet. The other one's called Eco Trends. And you actually reach them in different ways. So Eco Trends, they like to make conscious choices, but they're also into what's in style and what's trendy. They tend to not have as much time. So in fact, you want to use kind of higher level messages with them that talk to what's trendy and stylish, and make sure that you emphasize that it doesn't have to take them too much time. So these guys actually like stories more than facts. So there you go. But I think the important thing is, if we want to mainstream lighter living actions, we also want to reach the folks for whom the planet is not their primary motivation. Yeah. So let's make sure that we get them, don't overlook them, and reach them effectively. So the one I love in BC is called Waste Not, Want Not. This is a significant 22% of the population. And they actually have a lot of circular behaviors, but not for green reasons. So they like to purchase and use only what they need, get rid of anything extra. When they shop, they're motivated by the best deal. So let's reach them in ways that speak to their motivations, facts that emphasize how circular choices meet their needs to be frugal, minimalism, avoid waste. You can use that zero waste term absolutely with them. But we also want to ensure that environmental benefits are actually secondary in the messaging, and that's important.
Wow, isn't that interesting, eh? You have to kind of embed it. The goodness comes underneath the first message.
That's right.
What about the folks who have no interest in this whatsoever? How do you get to them?
Yeah, I mean, you need to kind of make strategic choices. One of them is called shop style and social. And these folks just love to shop for the pleasure of it, for the sake of it. Budget's not necessarily an issue, and they do it because they feel that's what society expects of them. But You know, we've pulled out 5 opportunities that we could use to get them to use lighter living. Let's tap into digital trends. Let's make it high quality and fashionable. And those can be the folks that we can seek to, you know, the high quality, high end circular products and services are things that they might enjoy.
Okay.
It does take a bit of creativity.
Yeah, sounds like it. Well, we could talk all day, but I'm going to wrap it there. Thank you so much, Rosemary. So good to talk to you, and it sounds like you've got some challenge ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, and I'm excited to hear the other speakers today.
Thank you.
That was so fascinating. You said it. I really could talk about that all day.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What are those? What's underneath those words?
Let's learn more about that. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, yeah, those were both fascinating interviews. I wanted to add in a few points from everyone watching out there as well. There was one that I loved from Alice Henry. I think an important starting point in communications is acknowledging that everyone is already doing something circular. It's just a different term. And that really resonates with me. You know, we don't always have to use the words, even circular economy, or get the whole package of what that is across, but we can connect it with what people are already doing. And then I saw a number of comments and themes in here around language. So stripping out the jargon, how to get the right language, making sure, and we heard this from Rosemary, that we have those targeted messages for all different audiences, and that they need to be very precise and surgical, but using language that people use in everyday life. So those were a couple of comments that stood out. And the last one I think I'll bring up was a great question about how, as communicators, and we saw there were a big group of communicators out there today, how we hold businesses to account when this term is used for greenwashing. And as circular economy, as we see this crescendo in interest and the term taking off and the concept becoming more mainstream, it also means that it will be used both authentically and sometimes inauthentically. So how, as communicators, can we play a role in making sure that it's used to its best purpose?
Oh, that's such an important point, because people have become so cynical about messaging. And so they want to sort of understand that if you're telling them something, it actually has meaning underneath it. Not that they're not going to question you, because they will, but that there's something that's holding it up, and that there's something good or reasonable that comes from truth that sits underneath. All right, you've got some work ahead of you with a couple of interviews.
I do. So for my 2 interviews today, I have the pleasure of connecting with Megan Arnault, who's leading Eileen Fisher's Renew program that connects customers with clothes that are ready for their 2nd or 3rd lives. And I'll also be speaking with Marina Testino, an influencer with a circular economy message.
It sounds like it's going to be a really interesting conversation, and I'm looking forward to our chat about it afterwards. For those of you watching, please continue to engage with us on the chat. It's my turn to follow along with the online conversation, and we're going to try to knit some of this back into this conversation with Alice Irene. But right now, it's over to you.
Great. Thanks, Catherine. And great, and that was a great segue to knit this into our conversation and start talking about fashion. So welcome, Megan. It's so great to connect with you today. We're really pleased to hear from you while you represent US-based clothing retailer Eileen Fisher. So welcome, Megan. So Eileen Fisher is widely viewed as an innovator in the sustainable fashion industry. Definitely, that's how I know of your company and respect that work. So I'd love to hear from you if you could explain the ecosystem of an Eileen Fisher garment.
Absolutely, thank you. And thank you, Alice Irene, and thanks to WCEF for inviting me to speak in this really important dialogue today. I'm very excited to carry on the conversation. I will just start, I guess, with an outline of how we have embraced the responsibility for the full life cycle of each garment that we produce as a company through sourcing and supply chain transparency, We work to choose the most sustainable fibers we can, creating clothes centered around quality, function, longevity. And then when those clothes are no longer being worn, we ask you to bring them back, and then we can channel them into their next use streams, moving high quality garments in good condition into resale through our Renew stores, and those damaged beyond repair head into our Waste No More program. We consider that a bit of an innovation lab for scalable solutions for textile waste. So we are committed to evolving these practices. It's not just about doing no harm, but to truly transform the choices that our consumers have when they're shopping.
Thanks, Megan. That really resonates with me. You're speaking my language here, and there's so much in there that I'm excited about. I'd love to hear, I understand that you encourage your customers to consume less, to purchase less as a company as well. You mentioned high quality garments that last longer versus volume. So can you speak a little bit about how you're guiding your customers to consume less, and how does that work from a business perspective and a messaging perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such an important question for businesses to wrap their arms around. So we do invite our customers to follow us toward more sustainable practices. It's not just about consuming less. It's about interrupting the take, make, and waste model of consumption that we're also accustomed to. So if we're able to take folks behind the label and to explore the efforts that we're invested in and the hurdles that do exist in creating those sustainable products, we do believe our customers and our employees are seeing value, that we're running business in a different way. As Rosemary, I think so aptly said, there are so many other motivations that folks have to participate in the circular use cycles. It's not just about the planet. It's about pleasure. People are engaged in consumption based on very base needs, and so when we are bringing joyful experiences to them and helping them to make better choices based on better products and better life cycles for those products, then we consider ourselves in moving the dial and involving more people into that cycle of use and reuse.
Interesting. I like that emphasis on joy, and you mentioned sort of pulling back the curtain a bit and explaining to your customers through messages what you are doing. Can you talk a little bit about that process? Like, how do you explain those hurdles? How do you bring people into this journey, and why you've decided to be circular?
Yeah, you mentioned at the very outset of this conversation the need for storytelling, and how engaging people with stories is really key to having people invest emotionally in circular economy. I think that's important. We are, at the end of the day, human beings, and I think when we can connect folks to the stories of supply chains, for example, right, where our products are made, and people understand the human connectivity, to the processes which bring goods to them. When we reconnect people to those processes and tell the stories behind how cotton is grown or who knit that sweater, we're really helping people to fully embrace and give value to the systems that support the products we consume, which in turn I think helps people make better choices about the products they consume when we're following it through. And we're quite transparent, I'd say, with the work and the challenges that go into investing in those types of supply chains, in drawing out those stories to be told and shared. And I think it really does help to shift people's perceptions.
That's such a beautiful and I think effective shift, from going this idea of companies hiding what they're doing to being very transparent and showing it, and that speaks to people's desire for authenticity and to know what's happening with the stuff that we interact with. I'd love to hear about your experience across both, let's call it regular and resale retail, and what you've learned about customer experience. So do you find differences in behaviors across these different markets? Are people coming at it from different motivations?
Honestly, I think the similarities are much more valuable to explore in some sense. You know, when we're inviting people to participate in new models of consumption, we need to remember we're focusing on the gratification and reward that participation brings. So through Renew, which is our resale program, Eileen Fisher has a unique opportunity to elevate and change the perception of buying used for customers who previously shunned that as a possibility. In doing so, we can invite other brands by showcasing our success here. We can invite other brands to engage in the same kind of business to consumer resale model. And then it gives us greater control as a brand over that brand value and expression. So I do think it's important, and I'll go back to this point, away from shaming consumer behavior and towards supporting that joyful participation in circular consumption. We need to start shifting the onus away from that customer choice, because if we're waiting for the tipping point of her choice to change our behaviors in terms of how we are producing and selling goods, we're just extending the length of time it's going to take us to get there. So we really do have to give our customers better choices and create spaces to engage them truly in the circular economy with clarity and honest storytelling. Like you said, authenticity.
Wonderful. That makes a lot of sense to me, Megan, and we know we don't have that time to wait, and so that we do have to make those changes and offer those choices. So that's, and this emphasis on joyful participation is really beautiful, and that's something we hear a lot. So thank you very much for that, Megan.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the conversation.
Me too. Marina, hello. Thank you for joining us. We're so thrilled to have you. And I'm going to introduce you here, but I have to say I just love your purple suit, and I'm very familiar with it from Instagram, so it's great to see it here somewhat in the flesh, I guess. So for everyone out there, this is Marina Testino, the founder and creative director of Point Off View, a micro agency focused on digital communication and sustainable transformation. Welcome, Marina. It's really great to have you. So I want to hear a little bit more about this micro agency focused on digital communication and what you're doing. But first, the thing that I'm most interested to dig in with is you calling yourself an artivist. So I'd love to hear, what do you mean by that? And maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you're wearing right now and how that links to your identity as an artivist.
Yeah, so when I started into the fashion industry, I really wanted to get a message out there that was more around conscious consumerism and sustainability. And I felt activism was very aggressive and not very welcoming, or at least I didn't feel like an activist. And I felt like, why not use art to be an activist? Why not show through images, through art, through concepts and ideas, showcase and educate people around how to be more conscious and what are the problems out there. And I had this word of artivism, and really instead of focusing on the problems, focus on the solutions. And instead of being like, you're doing this wrong, it's like, look, this is what you could be doing. These are the solutions that are out there, and really focus on the positive side of being an activist and not on all the negative side that a lot of people focus on.
That makes a lot of sense, and so often, even in today's conversation, we've underrepresented the power of images and art and different media and mediums to tell the story and to get messages across. It's not always words, and your images do that so effectively. So, can you talk a little bit about a couple of these campaigns that you've had, including the one right now? Like, how do you bring this to life?
So I wanted to showcase how to be more sustainable, but being colorful, being fashionable, being sexy, not having all these connotations that 5 years ago sustainability meant brown, black, white, breaks, like you don't look pretty and you're live in a farm. So I really wanted to bring that conversation to the fashion industry and showcase it through color. So I created a series of campaigns to showcase that, and really instead
I think we might have lost Marina there for a minute, so we'll just see if we can get her back. But great, well, definitely a lot there. Oh, I think you're, hi Marina. Welcome back.
Did you lose me?
Yes, but you're back.
Sorry.
Oh, we've all been there about 1,000 times in the last year, so no worries.
Where did I leave?
I think we're hearing a little bit about you bringing, this into the fashion world, and what I liked about that is you're sort of using the medium of fashion to actually make a statement. So you're using the very thing that you're talking about as a medium for your messages. We might have a bit of a tech issue here, though. I don't know, Catherine, if you had anything that struck you from that?
It's just such a wonderful, vivid image, right? To turn from browns and blacks and sort of dull gray to color. And just sort of shifting, and how powerful that is for people to think about it in a different way. It's something that's really come up in the questions on Slido as well. People are saying, sometimes it's hard for people to get their head around a circular economy conversation, or hard to get their head around a conversation that says you can't do that anymore. So flipping it around and saying, here's what you can do. You can still enjoy yourself. You can still have all the things, but we're just going to change what's underneath those things and invite you to make different choices with what you purchase and how you wear things and how you go about your time in the world.
Right, and it links back to those motivations. Like if someone isn't motivated by planet as their number one, or they don't want to do it in a certain way, like to Marina's point, wear neutral, slow fashion items, or that's not accessible to most people, that there is a way to do it, our own way. And I think the campaign that Marina, and just let us know if you're back there, the campaign that she's doing right now, which builds on past campaigns, is wearing one outfit for a month, as I understand it, in all different ways, right? To talk about consumption and fashion at the same time.
Yeah, it's an important message. Just something that we heard yesterday from the minister from Rwanda, and she was talking about how just the things that we choose, what we want, and what we need are very different things, and sort of moving much more toward what we need and then using things in a good way so that we're not taking up too much space or overarching. I do believe we have our Marina back with us. We were just talking about your trend-setting idea of wearing a suit for a period of time. So I hand it back now to Alice Irene, and you can tell us a little bit about your idea that I'm sure a lot of the fashion snobs were kind of looking at you thinking, what is she doing? Maybe you want to expand on this.
Yeah, so the idea of this campaign is called One Dress to Press, and it means what it means, like really wearing something for a period of time that you feel comfortable in, and that you feel empowered in, and that you're gonna wear, you can accessorize differently, and you don't feel that pressure of the industry of being on trend, of being on the new color, of wearing what everyone's wearing, and really feel yourself. And this campaign started like 4 years ago with a red suit, and I actually did it for 2 months. And this year I'm doing it with purple, because purple is a color of feminism, and I really wanted to also empower women throughout this activation. and I'm doing it for 1 month, and it will be all through Fashion Month. So I did New York Fashion Week, and I'll do London and Paris. And other campaigns that I've done, always with colors. So I did one with yellow, and it was called Yellow Like a Lemon. So I wore all yellow outfits for 2 months, head to toe, and launched during Paris Fashion Week. So it was different rented pieces, borrowed pieces, sustainable brands, secondary market. And it was really a campaign to showcase that sustainability doesn't need to be dull, that there's so many options, that it doesn't mean you have a lot of money and you can buy sustainable brands. Borrow from your friends, from your family. Go rent pieces, go buy secondhand. There's so many options. And through my campaigns, I try to look for a problem and all the solutions. And make it easy for people to understand. And it's more of a challenge. I'm like, get a challenge, try to wear all, like be a conscious consumer, try to rent, try to buy sustainable brands, secondary market, or borrow pieces, and make it fun.
Thank you for that. That's really interesting, and I think you have an incredible audience that you speak to directly through social media, and I think people often underestimate how much consumers, I think, are coming along with circular economy in fashion more than I would argue almost any other space. And there are lots of exciting things happening, and so much because of your work as well. So thank you very, very much. Yeah, thanks so much. We really enjoyed the conversation and looking forward to carrying this on offline, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A woman after your own heart.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but going and seeking out what's the problem and then figuring out how to solve it.
Right, and I loved how she said about her campaign, it means what it means, like the name of the campaign. And when we're talking about getting the message right, isn't that the heart of it? It means what it means, like getting to it as quickly and directly and effectively for your audience as you can.
Right. One of the things that's come up in a number of different ways in the chat from the audience is just how do you reach people who aren't really looking for this message or who are not participating in the conversation? Is there a way to kind of reach them without it seeming like that's the foreground message? Can you embed it in other things?
Absolutely, and I think that's where you talk about, things that people already value, that they're already doing by other words, and not feeling like we need to give everyone the whole story every time. But if somebody really cares about, for example, not wasting, which is really a message that works across many different types of people across the political spectrum, people don't like waste. And if you just talk about that and that's what someone cares about, then that's a great way to bring in someone that maybe doesn't care about the rest of the iceberg, let's say.
Right. Great to end on a simple, pointed message. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed speaking with you today and over the last couple of days, and I really hope our paths cross again soon.
Likewise. Thanks so much, Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed watching this session. Now be sure to check out tomorrow's accelerator sessions as well. There's going to be much more on how to get your message right, how to talk about circularity, and even how to champion circularity in your everyday life and choices.
The Expo module is where you can visit a different Expo partner booth, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Bonjour.
Welcome back to the World.
Once again to the Global Circular Economy Forum this morning was stimulating and inspiring. The morning here in Canada. Even the evening for you depends on where you are. So this morning we spoke of the interlinking various movements. We're here to speak of the circular economy, but the circular economy is part of the biodiversity crisis, climate change, and other movements. The fight for social justice, environmental justice. A lot of speakers have spoken to us of their interest in the environment and solutions based on nature, the importance of having more people at the table. So it was a cacophony, if you like, of movements, and it was a pleasure to listen to that. It shows to what point everything is interlinked.
You think about if you have the right voices at the table, then the justice piece starts to look after itself, and the ideas start to flow, and the collaborations begin, and the actions and the ripples. So we were talking earlier with the head of ITK from Iqaluit in the north, and Nathan Nobed, and just such wisdom in the simplicity of it. And we've got so much more to come for you this afternoon. We're talking about now building value, how circular opportunities for natural resource sectors can be taken seriously and incorporated into people's thinking. We're going to look at how circular economies offer long-term prosperity for all sectors and economies. And we're going to look at how value gets driven right across the economy and into supply chains as well.
Ça, c'est une conversation très importante.
That's an important discussion in Canada and even Finland. So we have the Minister of the Environment, Kirsti Mikkonen from Finland.
We are going to be welcoming back Citra's Communications Director, Elena Ravante. Okay, Elena, back over to you.
Thank you, and hello, Minister Mikkonen, and thank you so much for being with us today.
It's a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Circular economy aims to reduce the resource intensity of our production and consumption by keeping resources in circulation, designing out waste, and regenerating natural systems. So what opportunities does a more circular world present to resource-rich countries like Finland and Canada?
Natural resources have greatly contributed to our economies, but nature also plays an important part in our cultures and identities. While the societies have closed during the COVID pandemic, people have really found a deeper connection with nature and realized better its importance to our well-being. The unsustainable use of natural resources is the main cause of climate change and biodiversity loss. Circular economy provides tools to solve both these crises and help us to ensure that our nature and resources are also accessible in the future. Circular economy provides ways to generate green growth. To facilitate the transition, Finland has recently launched a strategic program to promote a circular economy. The goal of the program is to reduce the use of natural resources and to double the productivity of resources and the circular material use by year 2035 from the levels of 2015. These objectives also serve our government's target of climate neutrality by 2035. To incorporate different sectors, we will sign an agreement on a low-carbon circular economy. Key companies and industry associations, among others, may join the agreement and voluntarily commit to implementing the natural resource targets and promoting a carbon-neutral circular economy society. With our climate and circular economy targets, we want to lead by example and show how we can create prosperity while solving the climate and biodiversity crises. Circular practices such as the sharing economy and services, together with resource efficiency, help us to meet our needs in planetary boundaries. They also increase the value of our resources. With our expertise in circularity, we can strengthen our position in the international markets. For example, as a forest-covered nation like Canada also, we can prioritize the innovating and exporting of high-value added solutions that help replacing the non-renewable ones in the global market. At the same time, we must ensure that the forest use practices are sustainable and transparent so the customers can rely on the sustainability of our products. We cannot overlook the economic benefits of circular economy. By preserving the value of materials, creating networks to utilize side streams, and with the efficient use of energy and materials, we can generate billions in turnover and savings. Circular business models, technologies, and solutions will create economic growth and jobs in a more resilient and green way.
The argument seems clear from a national perspective, but let's take a moment to look at the other side of the equation. You touched upon individual companies already, but I would like you to elaborate a bit more. Why would individual resource companies adopt circular practices?
Businesses can gain the same economic benefits as I mentioned in the national framework. Circular practices generate savings, but also new business opportunities. We see that sustainable business models are becoming a new normal. Many benefits of circularity also include better reputation, new investments, and customers and new markets. Naturally, resource efficiency also saves companies money. Building new business models and industrial synergies might mean, for example, that side and waste streams circulate between companies. This can create new win-win situations. When we build new carbon-neutral world, we need raw materials. At the same time, companies are starting to ask if using virgin raw materials is sustainable. More and more companies are finding that circular economy provides future answers.
So there definitely is a positive side and a win-win situation, yes, also from the side of the businesses. Thank you very much for your fascinating views, Minister Mikkonen. And now back to you, Catherine and Chuk.
Back to us,
Thank you so much. So good to hear from the two of you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So good to hear from the two of you and to bring that perspective right into the center of this conversation. Chuk.
That was amazing, and it's always so nice hearing a political perspective as we now transition into a business perspective. So really sort of making sure that we are hitting on that whole note of intersectionality, interconnectedness between movements and between ways of creating solutions. So bringing in a business perspective, we have two CEOs. Correo CEO Ashley Morris will interview Mark Cutifani, CEO of Anglo American. So over to you, Ashley.
Thanks so much. I'm very excited to be here with you today to explore the opportunities that circularity brings to the natural resources sector and to ask some fundamental questions of a world leader in mining. Now, the world population cannot survive without mining, but nor can it survive with a mining industry, which is extractive, transactive, and linear by design. What's needed is a clear move away from being metals and mining suppliers to materials solution providers, from resource extractors to resource developers. We have made progress, but our progress is slow. We must recalibrate our thinking and catalyze innovation and collaboration throughout the sector. It's essential we see circular initiatives moving from downstream initiatives like recycling through to material design innovations. We're seeing everything from nano-laminated materials that are outperforming conventional metals to the capture of value from tailings and slags, and new strategic partnerships by the likes of Tesla and BHP that are getting behind a shared commitment to a low-carbon future. The opportunities are infinite, and the opportunities of the circular economy far outweigh the challenges. There is a convergence of trends that is accelerating the mining industry's adoption of the circular economy. Our planet needs it, but consumers, investors, regulators, and supply chain partners, they're crying out for it. Now, as we take a future focus, the circulation of finite resources is ripe for innovation. A de-emphasis on selling the commodity to circulating the product, performance, or knowledge as a service will de-risk the mining operations of the future. What we need are strong leaders that are going to shift our mindsets from asking why the circular economy to why not. We are privileged today to hear from one such leader. It's my pleasure to introduce Mark Cutifani, the CEO of Anglo American. Welcome, Mark. It's fantastic to have you as part of the World Circular Economy Forum again.
Thank you, Ashley. Great to be here.
Now, Mark, I wanted to kick off the session for those who are not familiar with Anglo American, for you to just unpack what Anglo American does.
Well, normally, or 3 or 4 years ago, I would describe us as a mining company. Today, though, I'd like to think more than about what we do, but what we produce. So we talk about being a metals and minerals company. And we provide those products that literally make the world work. And we hope, becoming a materials solutions company, which is about the future. And maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Brilliant. Thank you for sharing those insights. Now, I'm really interested, because I'm a very practical woman, to dive into the first question, which is drawing it down to practicalities. When we talk about circular mining, Mark, what might that look like at the site level? Could you take us through an example?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a big word and it covers lots of issues. And for us, the key word that goes with it is waste. And in our world, it's about eliminating waste. So producing the products that the world needs to make it work. We use energy, we use water, we physically have a physical footprint, that is as measured by the land we use. It's about minimizing all of those inputs to produce products that are used. It also includes reducing the time, the inputs from people, the use of the products that are used to deliver our products, reducing that. It's literally getting rid of or using as little as we can. Ultimately, it's about producing products where we produce no waste. Everything is reused And we, in terms of an environmental footprint, shrink our footprint to zero. If anything, we want to make it a positive environmental footprint. And so it's the whole concept of producing goods for society with literally a positive footprint at the same time.
That's brilliant. It's really talking about that systems-based approach, thinking everything through end to end, and very much in line with the principle of circularity to regenerate the natural system, to have that positive impact. Now, I know from our previous World Circular Economy Forum chat on mining for circularity that Anglo is on this transition towards the circular economy. Could you lay out what it's going to look like over the next 5 years for the organisation as you scale up that transition?
So there are really at least two streams of work. The first stream is actually setting the principles through which we operate. So it's understanding how do we minimize inputs into producing our products, and then beyond that, how do we then use the waste that we create and create new value with new products. So if we create acid, how do we turn that into water that can be reused in a community? Or if we're producing waste, how might we use that in road base or some construction material that someone else can use that then has a positive impact? It looks at every part of the process, and it's about educating people in terms of how we can have a positive impact in terms of the way we operate. The second part then is how do we become part of a community in creating new opportunities for those communities? And we talk about our sustainable mining plan. It's about how we then become part of the community and opportunities from a mine. So a mine is simply not about a hole in the ground. It's about all the things we produce. But given that we put all this infrastructure in place, how can we use that infrastructure then to support the community, create more jobs, more opportunities, using products that we used to call waste in things that they may be doing in the community, construction, whatever it may be, and create a total system. And then ultimately, it's about then understanding how we can be part of the recycling of our products, let's say PGMs, for example, put them through our processes and put them back into market so that we ultimately really do become a material solutions provider in every sense of the word. So it's not simply about mining. It's not simply about producing metals and minerals. It's about producing products that people use for a whole range of things and being a catalyst for their use in a environmentally sustainable way.
I really like that, those strategic linkages and the mind shift that's required to now look at materials, not those that were classed as waste, but actually as those resources that can have contribution and benefit into the communities in which you operate, into new supply chains, as well as thinking about how can you close the loop on materials that you have introduced into the global market. I really love some of those key points you've pulled out there. Now, the World Circular Economy Forum this year, its theme is game changers. And I'm keen to hear from you what you see those game changers to be in the mining and metals industry and beyond.
Look, I think there are so many different game changers. Clearly, the pursuit of carbon neutrality, establishing renewable energy sources, then producing hydrogen, putting hydrogen in trucks that gets rid of the use of diesel. It's creating these new energy grids, new approaches, new technologies in changing the way we mine, being more precise about what we do and changing the underlying processes. And the third element is provenance. It's about being part of a broader value stream from literally products that we produce from the earth all the way through to end products, making sure that human rights are protected or are certainly enhanced. It's about making sure that people are paid a fair wage. It's about all of the things that we do as mining companies in understanding how we track products through the value chain. So blockchain, those technologies helping us understand those products and how they're tracked through to customers, and then ultimately how they go from customers back through to people like ourselves who reprocess materials and help it find new homes in terms of a circular approach. Those technologies we think are all game changers and things that we're looking at in terms of creating a very different business model for the long term.
I would agree with you. I think the transformation in the energy industry, the track and tracing of our materials and products through global economies is unlocking so much opportunity that we hadn't seen previously. So thank you for those insights. Now, drawing into our final question, I really want to take it more to a personal level. I'd really like to connect with industry leaders on what was the personal motivator for them, that key ingredient that catalyzed you to lead this company towards circularity?
So, look, as a point of principle, I've got 7 kids. So I'd like them to inherit a planet that is better for me having been here. So that's the first point. So it is personal. It's about the contribution you make to society. Secondly, as a company, reducing energy consumption, reducing water consumption, reducing the land that you use, which means you're increasing production intensity, which means you're using your capital more effectively, means you're creating value for shareholders and all of our stakeholders in society, so that ultimately the footprint that we can create can be a positive footprint and can make for a sustainable world. And for me, at the end of the day, it comes back to the kids. But at the same time, it's consistent with returns to shareholders, returns to local communities, because you're not making the mess that they have always associated with mining. So there are winners all the way through. And that's, for me, is the game-changing approach that I think is within our grasp, and certainly one we're pursuing as an Anglo-American.
Thank you for sharing that. Family is so important, as is that contribution and value. And, you know, as we both know, the circular economy is about value and value creation, and really focusing on what that means for us as individuals, our families, and our communities. That has drawn us to the end of our session, Mark. I really want to thank you for your time, your contribution, and absolutely your leadership in driving Anglo-American towards circularity and the influence that has into our global supply chains. So thanks again.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Thanks for the opportunity.
Next up is a panel on forestry and the forest-based bioeconomy, moderated by Virginie Chambost of Envertis. I will be back afterwards to wrap up a conversation with some leading minds in the circular resource sector. Over to you, Virginie.
Thank you very much, Ashley. This is a great pleasure to be here with you today. Welcome to everyone. So now we turn to the forestry and the bioeconomy sector with 3 panelists representing companies from across the value chain. A value chain that starts with forests is quite different from one that starts in a mine. Forest products are not endlessly reusable, but they are renewable. So the forestry industry is already part in what we can call, I think, a certain circular economy, reducing and managing its waste and often trying to give a second life to recycled fibers while producing an array of products supporting long-term value of the forest raw materials. The case of Stora Enso is one example among many others around the globe. However, this doesn't prevent the industry to question how can we increase circularity in the traditional forestry industry. And I may say that over the past 10 to 15 years, efforts have been made across the globe within the forestry industry in order to create more value out of the beautiful raw material we have, wood, while tapping into new and untraditional markets through the use of cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin to displace fossil-based products and now create circular value chains. However, the role of the industry in the circular bioeconomy has yet to be concretized. If you can go to the next slide, please. And achieving this goal is neither simple nor obvious. Among technical, financial, market, business risk, and you can name them, moving from traditional commodity-oriented business model to added value product portfolios, there are several barriers that forestry companies need to overcome in order to establish circular bioeconomy value chain. And one of which, if I just can name one today, is related about tying in with untraditional partners in order to identify win-win and sustainable business models that will lead to value creation across the value chains toward the bioeconomy circular value chain. A business and innovation ecosystem would be essential for success in this regard to address the barriers and accelerate the implementation in a very competitive context. So to help us understand this subject today and how circularity can lead to regenerative resource use, I would like to invite the panelists to give a brief presentation and discussion. Let's start at the beginning with a company that owns and manages forests. Nicolas Gordon is the Sustainable Director of CMPC and is joining us from Chile. Hi, Nicolas.
Hi, Virginie. Thank you, and thanks to the organizers of the World Circular Economy Forum. It's really a pleasure for us to be part of this session and this fantastic lineup of speakers. CMPC is a Chilean-based company in the forest, pulp, and paper sector with more than 102 years of existence. We have industrial operations in 8 countries in Latin America, and we are one of the largest market pulp producers in the world and second largest tissue producer in Latin America. Our forest assets total more than 1.2 million hectares divided in Brazil, Chile, and Argentina, of which 30% roughly is set aside for conservation and protection purposes. Over 90% of our forests are certified under sustainable forest management and chain of custody certifications, and we should be reaching by the end of 2021 this year 99% of certified forests, which is a great achievement for us. Circular business models are a key piece of our sustainability strategy, which is why in 2019 we established the goal of achieving zero waste to landfills by 2025, along with reducing our absolute direct and indirect GHG emissions by 50% by 2030, reducing our water intensity by 25% by 2025, and adding another 100,000 hectares for conservation and protection purposes. As a forest sector, as an entire industry, we believe we must invest in innovation and the general adoption of fiber-based products as carbon-rich and circular alternatives to many of the current offerings. We must also work to drive more science and research to better understand the carbon-related impacts of forests and wood-based products in order to build a clear narrative that better informs consumers and raises awareness of the benefits of the circular economy. We are facing increasingly scarcer resource scenarios of fiber, water, soil, and circular practices really present a strong contribution towards operational efficiency in companies like ours. The reasons why I think companies are really adopting circular practices is because we see a global climate, biodiversity, and ecosystem loss and water crises that are really stressing the ability for society and business to achieve their goals and provide the services and products that their existence really is what they're about. But there's also business opportunities as consumers are really changing their purchasing decisions and adjusting their needs and their understanding to these global trends and crises. We are closely following regulatory and market, physical, technology, and reputational risks and opportunities related to climate, related to ecosystems and resources to ensure that they're accounted in our company's strategy in the mid to long term. Increasing investor understanding expectations are also another driver in the private sector to really having these practices in place. In terms of what we plan for the next few years, in 2020, we established CMPC Ventures, which is a dedicated department within our innovation division, with the aim to accelerate a sustainable future through corporate venture capital. By partnering with the best startups and global solutions, we have a connection to our purpose, which is to contribute to general well-being and within a more sustainable and renewable, solutions. We see enormous potential in our forests, and a source of future. So I'll leave it at there.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. Up next, we have a company that uses the waste from one industry to reduce the waste in another. Laurence Boudreau, General Manager at Bosque Bioproducts, is joining us from Quebec City, Canada. Welcome, Laurence.
Thank you so much, Virginie, for this introduction. I'm very happy to be here today to present Bosque Bioproducts, who provide a sustainable alternative to plastics. So I'll start by telling you the story behind Bosque, because it all started more than 10 years ago when our founder, Paul Boudreau, created a unique partnership. When he had the brilliant idea to put together a fermentation technology and a waste from the forest sector. So Paul thought that he could solve two problems at a time if we could find a way to produce PHA, which is a highly compostable biopolymer, using pulp and paper sludges. And obviously, we would have a significant environmental impact if we could use the waste from the forest sector to reduce plastic waste. So we did a lot of R&D works, and it worked. So we began to sell our PHA into the linear plastic value chain. And companies at that time offered to mix this highly compostable biopolymer with conventional plastics. So this led us to think how we could create a new material that would be made out of our PHA, that would be ready to use by any plastic product manufacturers, and that would be just as convenient as plastic, but would be 100% bio-based, compostable, and that would not contain any toxic chemical additive. So it's when Regen was created.
Alors, nous avons créé donc notre entreprise et nous avons fait beaucoup de chemin. Nous avons une première usine de régénération ouverte au Québec et ça nous a donné la possibilité d'offrir notre produit au secteur des plastiques. C'est un matériel compostable à base bio disponible à n'importe quel producteur de plastique. Alors, ils peuvent utiliser Regen pour faire n'importe quel article, emballage flexible, rigide, ustensiles de cuisine. Il y a tellement de choses que nous pouvons faire avec Regen. Et les producteurs doivent simplement changer des plastiques qu'ils utilisent maintenant et ils peuvent les remplacer avec Regen. Et tout se fait de la même façon, avec les mêmes équipements. Et les produits, c'est les mêmes. Mais la différence, c'est que le produit final est 100% bioforestier ou source bio et compostable. Alors, ce projet Bosque va contribuer à un secteur forestier plus compétitif et résilient en utilisant les déchets pour des produits composables.
Of sustainability and circular economy. So clearly, Bosque is a concrete example that there are solutions that allows companies to benefit from circular economy to create value.
Thank you very much, Laurence, for this nice introduction about Bosque. I can't wait to have this panel kicking off after the presentation of Maija Pajakolio from Metsä Group, a company based in Finland that operates across the value chain for wood, producing everything from pulp and also towards added value. Maija Pajakolio is the Vice President of Climate and Circular Economy at Metsä Group, and she's joining us from Finland. Hello, Maija.
Hello, everybody. And can I have the slides, please? Thank you so much. So hello from Metsä Group and greetings from Finland. Like more than 70% of the Finnish countryside is covered with forests. And wood from these sustainably managed forests is in the center of Metsä Group's business. We focus on 5 business areas. And what makes us a bit special company, unique one, is that our parent company, Metsäliitto Cooperative, is owned by 100,000 Finnish forest owners. And what this means is that there is a constant dialogue, collaboration between forest owners and the rest of the value chain. What it also means is that Metsä Group is dedicated to long-term thinking and long-term development to increase the value of forests by adding value to the wood that is used, and also by safeguarding biodiversity and regenerative growth of forests. It is of interest to note that in Finland, in Finnish forests, actually the amount of wood increases every year. So more wood is grown than is used. Altogether, around 9,000 people work at Metsä Group, and we have production in 8 different countries. And the 5 business areas we focus on, they cover all the value chain of forestry, like starting from forest management services and wood supply. And then we also have a business areas concentrate on pulp and saw timber, tissue paper, greaseproof paper, and wood products like plywood. We constantly want to increase our collaboration with external partners. And within Metsä Group company, we also have an innovation company called Metsä Spring, which, for example, invests in startups that have interesting innovations that are connected to Metsä Group's value chains. And constantly we are really looking for new partners. We also have created novel models to collaborate with our customers. For example, Metsä Board, who produces paperboard, have just established a packaging excellence center in the center of Finland. And the idea of the Packaging Excellence Center is that customers can collaborate with our designers and R&D people, and then really like together design sustainable circular packaging solutions. Metsä Fiber has created a unique bioproduct mill concept. The core of the bioproduct mill concept is the production of pulp. But it's all based on ecosystem thinking. So in addition to pulp, the bioproduct mill also produces other bioproducts. I could name some, like, for example, there's a very nice example of circular chemistry. Like in this concept, the sulfur dioxide emissions are actually captured, and then they are utilized in making sulfuric acid. And then the sulfuric acid is used in another part of the process. Another very nice example of collaboration and increasing the amount of bioproducts that can be produced, integrated in pulp production, is that Metsä Fiber has collaborated with Veolia, and they have been investigating the possibility of production of biomethanol in connection with pulp production. So there are really huge possibilities. And the bioproduct mill concept actually offers kind of a platform for innovations and for novel kind of collaboration. The first mill of this kind was started to operate in 2017 in Äänekoski. And actually just yesterday, the foundation stone was founded or laid in Kemi for another bioproduct mill, which is based on this kind of ecosystem thinking. And just then to show you a few examples of nice innovations, Metsä Spring has actually, together with the Japanese company Itochu, they have a demo plant in the Äänekoski ecosystem, which has started to produce on pilot scale this textile fiber that uses pulp as raw material. And then on the slide, you can see another innovation. Woodia is a small startup, and Metsä Spring has invested in Woodia. And Woodia, as you can see, has designed and developed nice materials for bathroom and kitchen furniture. And also these materials, they are biocomposites, and they utilize side stream from Metsä Group. And really, as said, we are constantly looking for new partners to collaborate with.
Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you very much, Laurence and Nicolas. I would like to open now the discussion through several questions to you. I will first ask Maya and Nicolas to get back on me on one specific element. So how do you think the development of bioproducts will strengthen circularity in the forestry industry and other sectors, and what role our industry might play in the bioeconomy? So maybe Maya, would you like to open the discussion?
Yes. If we think of wood as a raw material, when it comes from sustainably managed forest, it is actually circular by design. And I think one very key aspect in circular economy is that we try to phase out virgin fossil carbon and instead use renewable carbon. So that's a good starting point. But then in addition to this, I just told this example of Metsä Board. So Metsä Board, they produce a paper board, and it's not only made from renewable resources, it's also optimized so that it's very light. So in that sense, it's also it's also circular. You can recycle it, but it's very light. So in that sense, you also reduce waste from the beginning. And then when you combine this in this smart design that really takes into account the whole value chain of the packaging solution. So by combining all these aspects of circularity, I think it's very interesting to collaborate with customers and together in collaboration with the value chain to really have sustainable solutions on the market.
What is your take? Thank you very much, Maya. What is your take on this, Nicolas?
Yeah, I think, first of all, we need to understand that the circular bioeconomy can be a huge business opportunity. That's I think, why at CMPC we're members of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and the sector initiative within, which is the Forest Solutions Group. We have been working on a series of reports that describe the sector's role and potential in the circular bioeconomy, as well as aligning all these efforts with the SDGs. As a group of leading companies who intend to spearhead the transformation towards a more sustainable world, we've established a set of KPIs to demonstrate progress towards these common goals. Some of these KPIs look at, for example, the R&D investment in the bioeconomy, the communications of the benefits to all audiences that we engage with, in partnerships with academia and research centers to drive further knowledge. In terms of circularity, we look at recycling rates, reused material inputs, and products that incorporate circular design principles, etc. At CMPC, as a semi-integrated forest, timber, pulp, board, paper, and tissue company, we have an immense opportunity within, as with all our value chain in other sectors, for example, the agriculture, the building sector, to drive transformation. A few examples in our case are molded pulp products that we've been developing using byproducts as fiber streams from other paper-making processes from our mills and plants. In Brazil, in our Guaíba mill, we partnered with a company called Vida, where we actually reuse 99% of byproducts in waste streams of the mill that are being used in specifically the agriculture sector in southern Brazil. Yet I think that we still must strengthen the development of new bioproducts from design. We've focused a lot on waste reuse, but I think there's still a huge challenge and opportunity for new products. You know, we're interested in looking into sustainable construction, new biomaterials and biochemicals, newer, more circular and digital business models, sustainable and intelligent packaging, among others. I think innovative bioproducts will position the forest sector as a key player in many sectors where today it's not present, and therefore meeting people's needs with sustainable solutions and lessening pressures on the planet.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I think it's an amazing segue to Laurence. Laurence coming from another spot within the value chain, getting some of the waste, which are byproduct, I would say, rather than waste within the forestry industry, and turning that into added value products and then tying in down the value chain. So tell me more about what you think are the main barriers to evolve from what we call linear value chain into circular value chain. What are your take on that?
Well, I think the main challenge is the fact that there is so much players in the value chain, and it's not easy to convince everyone in the chain to take a step towards circularity. It's always a question about who will take the first step and who will follow. But I think that, like we did, when you work with every level of the chain, including the consumers, and when you have a good team, when you have a bioproduct that is in line with its market, we can succeed in transforming a value chain, but it takes a lot of work. And also, maybe I can add that I think a lot of people think about creating new circular economy, new value chain, but I think that before we create a different value chain that would be in parallel, we have to think about what are the synergies that we can create by putting together two linear value chain. Like we did at Bosque, we put together the forest sector, more specifically the paper sector, and we put it with the plastic market, which never worked together, and then we create a new circular economy and we close the loop. So I think it's there's a lot of opportunities still to work with. And
so another excellent segue to the last question I would like to ask the panel. We have a short time though to answer this one, but it's about what are the changes required to accelerate and scale up the circular transition that your companies are involved in. So maybe each of you, one short answer on this about what could be the main changes to support that. Should it be legislative, behavioral, market changes?
So maybe I can start on this one. I would say the short answer is regulations and a switch in the consumptions, in the consumer behaviors and in the markets. We're seeing more and more regulations being put in place around the world to reduce, as an example, to reduce plastic waste. Let's just give the example of the ban on the single-use plastic items. And if regulations encourage the use of bio-based and compostable alternatives, or if the plastic market switch its consumption of petrochemical plastic for alternatives such as regen, it will definitely be a catalyst to bring the transition for the forest sector and the plastic sector towards circularity.
Thank you. Maya or Nicolas, any take for the forestry sector?
I can continue. One thing I'm really looking forward is new metrics to measure really circularity on systemic level. I think nowadays we have like tools to measure quite dot-wise development, like we are measuring recycling rates, the use of secondary raw materials. I know that there are some development ongoing related to circular metrics. I'm really looking forward for that. It would really guide the development on sustainability and circularity on systemic level. And then regarding regulation, as I said, we have like invested in new bioproduct mills and other facilities as well. So for us, it's also very important that the regulative environment is kind of stable and predictable, because obviously the investment and innovation cycles in business and industry as ours, they are long. So those two things.
Thank you very much. Nicolas, maybe a very short input.
Yeah, I think new regulations will definitely increase the opportunities for forest-based solutions. I think public-private partnerships are key, and they will help companies to really sort of address new regulations. In the European Union, we see a lot of regulations that apply to imports in upstream value chains. So really, the entire world is subject to stricter regulations. We need to, as a sector, I think, help people to understand the consequences of their choices, and more information can definitely be available through technology. I also think that bio and circular cannot be a synonym of more costly or expensive products and solutions. We need to, as companies, we need to make sure that we can make them affordable and attainable to all. And lastly, I would say that as companies, we need to work in collaboration, scale up solutions to drive industrial symbiosis. And I think the finance sector also must provide, incentives for the circular bioeconomy and really drive market forces in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the three of you. I would have loved to say longer, but I think that we need to give the mic back to Ashley. So thank you very much for joining today, giving and sharing your perspective. Wish you a great day, and back to you, Ashley.
Thank you, Virginie. So we've heard from business leaders in mining and the bioeconomy, but what about this sector as a whole? Joining me for a conversation on what it will take to catalyze legislative, behavioural and market changes that were just identified by business leaders are Dr. Vanessa Uchier, Manager of the Policy Analysis Division in the African Development Bank Group's Natural Resources Centre, and Dr. Jeff McCarney, the Senior Director of Research for the Smart Prosperity Institute in Canada. Now, we've only got a few minutes and there's a whole lot to unpack from what we've just heard. But Jeff, why don't you start us off? How can circularity help address risk and amplify opportunities in the natural resources sector? I'd love to hear an example if we could, Jeff.
Thanks, Ashley. And thank you to the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here. This is an interesting question to start off with in a really interesting discussion in this session so far. Before I get to an example, though, I thought it might be helpful to take a moment just to clarify a bit the risks and opportunities we're really talking about here. We've heard a lot of examples throughout this session today about innovative business solutions to advancing circularity in the resource sectors, and also the drivers behind that, which are really important. But it means something different for a resource company to explore circular solutions versus understanding more broadly what a global circular economy would mean for resource-producing economies, such as Canada, Australia, Finland, Chile, who we've heard from today, or any of the more than 80 countries globally which rely on resource extraction as an economic driver, many of whom are emerging or developing economies in the global south. If we take a step back and look at prominent models or examples of the circular economy, we can see that many of these actually they focus on increasing the efficiency of resource use and flowing materials through the economy multiple times. And this is to be expected, but what we also see is that they generally leave primary resource extraction on the periphery of the model as flows simply to be minimized. And at first blush, if you're located in a resource-producing economy or one of those sectors, this can be concerning. And it raises different but important questions for both mining and the bioeconomy sector, as well as other primary resource producers. And this is something we've been diving into here at the Smart Prosperity Institute, working with our partners to try to understand the broader risks and implications as a resource-producing economy in general. And now what we're finding is that it turns out that the initial impression from these models can be a bit misleading. While we absolutely want to drive improvements in resource efficiency as a fundamental part of the circular economy, there are a number of reports, and more all the time, that are from prominent international organizations, including the OECD, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, and many others, that highlight the circular economy transition is taking place against a backdrop of significant growth in material demand globally. And we've summarized a number of these in a recent report that we issued, but just to take one example, a report from the OECD highlights that material demand to about 2060 is projected to double from about 2017 levels. And this is driven by population growth and growing numbers of middle-class consumers in emerging economies. On top of that, if we take seriously the increasing recognition of the material requirements for a low-carbon economy, reports from the World Bank suggest we're going to need increases of 400 to 500% in battery metals, 100 to 300% in material requirements for wind and solar and other forms of storage, and significant growth in major metals like aluminum, copper, and iron ore for steel. And even assuming 100% recycling rates, we're still going to need to see growth in both primary and secondary material production to meet these requirements. So what does this mean for opportunities? It means that for companies and also countries that can improve circularity along their value chains, there's opportunity for growth in both primary and secondary material production. So just as one example, the numbers I gave you from the OECD report are mainly driven by increasing infrastructure requirements in emerging economies. And what they highlight is growth in demand across a range of materials, including 97% in non-metallic minerals, 126% in metals, 73% in biomass. So there's opportunities here for innovative bioeconomy solutions like mass timber to come in and meet some of the construction material requirements. At the same time, there's space for innovative companies in the mining metals value chain who can show that they're operating with circular economy principles at the mine site and can trace and track those materials along the supply chain to meet these material requirements in a sustainable way. And what we want to see is policies and practices coming in that can help support those producers and make them more competitive in this, to meet these material requirements.
Thanks so much, Jeff. I think that was so critical for people to hear some of those statistics about the demand and pull through for these key metals and minerals. But Vanessa, I'm keen to get your perspective on that, obviously coming to this conversation, talking from an emerging economies perspective and linking into some of what Jeff just shared.
Thank you so much, Ashley, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me and the African Development Bank to this conversation. So as Jeff has said, there are opportunities to adopt circularity to natural resource extraction. What we're looking at is how this can be applied specifically to water resources management, because we know resource extraction is so water intensive, and we're seeing rising water stress and water scarcity in Africa and Asia and across the world. So the question is, how can companies, how can governments and investors recognize the risks related to water and integrate this in their planning of investments? So what we've done, for instance, as a very practical example in the AFDB, working with our partners, WWF, we created a program on nature-based solutions for water use in the extractive industries. And we've done some research looking at mining sites and oil and gas sites in Africa to see, for instance, how could water be managed more effectively, looking at water treatment, how wastewater is handled, and even going as far as looking at freshwater sources and how companies can use innovative measures such as payments for ecosystem services, working with local communities to manage these resources more effectively. So I think there are opportunities to really change our mindsets. If we talk about biodiversity loss on the global scale, and there are practical steps we can really take to ensure that we're managing these resources for the common good, working with communities, and also bringing this into the investment space. So how are investments aligned with this emerging concept of nature-related risk, and how circularity can help address this risk? Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. I really like that. From water to the mind shift to policy. If we could stay with you, Vanessa, I'd love to unpack the next question, which is all about policymakers and what you believe that one concrete step is that they can take to unlock those nature-based solutions to advance the circular economy.
Thank you, Ashley. So the one obvious step is to invest in natural capital accounting and assessment methods. We've heard all through this event that nature is in crisis. We need to think differently of how nature supports businesses, economies, societies. And so a very practical way is that for decision makers, they invest in how we can actually measure the stock and flow of natural capital and the ecosystem services emerging from this natural capital. So in Africa, for instance, we have seen a growth in programs on natural capital accounting adopted by national statistical bodies and national planning agencies, even to the extent of infrastructure design, investments which are supporting a very intensive use of natural resources and assets. So the opportunities that are really emerging to see how we can change our thinking of how nature is supporting economic activity. We heard from Professor Dasgupta earlier today that really it's imperative for us to change our approach. So that obvious thing is to use natural capital accounting and assessments to inform our investments, our policies, our decisions on how nature is really supporting economic transformation.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I couldn't agree with you more on that particular policy point and the practical action. Jeff, your perspective on this one, what is that policy action that you see that governments can make?
Yes, thank you. And building from what Vanessa said, I couldn't agree more. We need to be able to track and measure the broader impacts of activities in the resource sectors. And that requires things like natural capital accounting, requires appropriate pricing for waste streams and emissions and other impacts of resource extraction and use. And it also requires taking a broader perspective along the entire supply chain. We're going to explore this more in a session tomorrow on circularity across the metals and minerals value chain, looking from producers in different regions and along different commodity chains globally. But just as an example, there's increasing numbers of targets and roadmaps and frameworks being developed by countries, particularly in the global north, looking at circularity requirements. But if you follow these along value chains, a lot of the resource producers who produce materials that are related to these targets are in the global south and emerging economies. And there's going to be impacts on livelihoods and communities in those regions. And we need to think more broadly, I think, about what the targets and indicators we're developing as part of a global circular solution mean for local producers and workers in these regions. There's a recent report from the African Circular Economy Alliance that really highlights this, looking and framing that applying circular economy solutions in metal and mineral supply chains require increasing formalization in the sector. And then they highlight that there's 42 million people globally in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, 32% of these in Africa, 38% in Southeast Asia. About half of these, 40–50%, are women. And 80% of the artisanal and small-scale mining sector is informal. And we don't have a good track record of integrating them into more formal economies so that we can appropriately track and trace the metals and minerals that are produced. So the implications for these livelihoods are going to be important. And we need to extend that as well to the implications for livelihoods in Canada or in Australia and for our Indigenous communities as well, and make sure that their views are appropriately integrated into these visions. And one other point I'll raise is relevant is we need to think in a lot of the conversations that we're involved here, the focus of policy frameworks and measurement for circular economy in the resource sectors tends to be focused on domestic extraction. So we talk to companies, and in Canada, we focus on Canadian domestic extraction, mining that occurs here. But our mining companies have mining assets here and also globally. And we need to think a little bit more about how we can provide policies and incentives and adopt new regulatory frameworks that can help encourage circular solutions right across the international supply chains that we operate through, and not just in our own domestic context. Yeah, so thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. I think that was really important, that last point, to think beyond, our current borders and boundaries, because the circular economy doesn't necessarily stay within those. Materials flow throughout our global supply chains and systems. And I really like all of the statistics that you've brought to the dialogue today, both Vanessa and Jeff. And I think it's really empowered our audience to understand the value of a circular economy more broadly and some of the key risks and opportunities that we need to consider as we move this transition forward. So thank you so much to both of you for joining this session. Now back to you in the studio in Toronto.
Thank you so much, Ashley and Jeff and Vanessa. We really appreciate your insights this afternoon. Great to hear from all of you.
We have had lots of exciting conversations, and we still have more planned for today. Stay with me, guys. Stay, comme on dit en français, restez à l'affût, parce que vraiment, ça va s'éclater.
Keep listening, because really the next session is going to be great as well.
Really awesome is on rural and remote communities, exploring the roads less traveled to circular solutions.
And to learn more about circular opportunities in the natural resources sector, you should definitely tune into our accelerator sessions, and those take place tomorrow.
Donc, à tantôt tout le monde.
So, don't go away. We'll be right back.
module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Bonjour et bien.
Welcome to our last session, going beyond the beaten path to more circular solutions. Within planning this session, we wanted to find examples of rural communities and or remote communities who would use the concept of circularity in transforming waste into sources of wealth, creating circular solutions to linear problems. We found 30 examples of creativity, innovation, dynamic, ingenious examples. It was so difficult to choose only 5. In this session, you'll be hearing stories from Indonesia, Uruguay, Burkina Faso, Canada, and the Azores Islands. But first of all, let's start by better understanding the issues that we are encountering here in Canada in the northern communities with remote communities who live unique situations. We invited the Vice President of the Inuit Circumpolar Council of Canada, Lisa Kopequaluk.
All Inuit from Alaska, Canada, Greenland, et Chukotka. My bad, on matters of international importance, donc. To Ms. Hopa.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So yes, my name is Lisa Kopequaluk, and I'm the Vice President of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, Canada. Now, ICC represents over 180,000 Inuit who use and occupy an Arctic region, as mentioned, in Chukotka, Russia, through Alaska, Inuit Nunangat in Canada, and stretching to Greenland. Our Inuit homeland, as we call it, Inuit Nunat, is larger than the European Union. One people living in 4 countries. I'm pleased to be with you today to speak to a circular economy in the Arctic. Now, there's much to say about these important issues you are looking at today. And in the time I have, I will introduce you to a small part of my culture and one challenge we face in applying circular economic practices in the Arctic. We've had practiced a highly circular economy long before the phrase was coined, with little going to waste. And the kayak, which I will pronounce chayak, is just one example of this, as you know. And just as it was and remains an important means of transport for purposes ranging from hunting and socializing with other communities, it makes incredible use of local materials of all types of origin, and to make something so useful where there might otherwise be waste. The waterproof shell, as you may know, was traditionally made of seal or caribou skin. The weight-bearing structure is made of driftwood or wood from a more southern region that they obtained through trade. And so once the construction was also a means of transmitting knowledge, and once it was finished, then it would come back. All that had been spent on it would come back to the elements and or recycled in another way. So I speak to it as an example of how Inuit have and are continuing to build the principles of circular economy, and that this type of knowledge is still continuing to be part of our values today, even though we live in the most remote parts of the planet. In this day and age, however, the Arctic has been for the last 100 years, our circular economies, our traditional circular economies have been replaced by southern, disposable, high energy, carbon intensive, high cost supply chains. And so we have, for example, a short shipping season, but we depend a lot on imported goods. Therefore, whereas the kayak served many purposes, we are now dependent on an Arctic shipping fleet, which is, in a sense, now critical infrastructure for our communities. They come in every year from southern areas. So as a result of this wage economy and southern supply chain, there has been an accumulation of waste in our communities, because while creation of waste is not unique to the Arctic and is like other Canadian communities, there are few means of transporting the waste to places where they can be managed and processed appropriately. And so the Arctic's lack of permanent waste depots in communities is a major challenge for our communities. So what are some actions that we can employ? What type of actions can we take to enhance, to achieve, and return to circularity in the circumpolar Arctic? Good waste separation at waste transfer stations and depots to create the opportunity for future recycling when transportation becomes available. So better agreements around shipping back waste and recyclables on the same ships that lift goods into the communities. Very often what we find is many of these materials go to our communities in full ships, but then the ships come back to the south empty. There's also the development of greenhouses in some communities now around Inuit Nunangat, where green waste can be put to better use now and to grow vegetables. So exploring more e-waste collection strategies to improve diversion. And that's just one example of many challenges that we are facing in the Arctic, and ones that we are making efforts to find sustainable solutions for. I would like to thank you for having invited me to participate in this very interesting conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the different viewpoints and the issues surrounding circular economy. I would invite the input of those of you who have listened in, what you may share as to how we may make the economy of the Arctic region and other remote and rural areas more circular. Nagormik. Thank you.
Nakurmik, Lisa.
Nakurmik, Lisa, thank you so much. It was really a huge pleasure to listen to you. And I hear several themes here that we've already heard over the day and a half that we've had together. Minister Regan in the United States spoke of experimentation. What Nathan Obede from Adika said how important it is to recognize that circular systems have always existed in the Inuit communities and elsewhere. So you have the importance here for Western powers to transform these current systems that have become crucial into circular systems again. Thank you once again, Lisa Kopacwaluk.
Into English, do a quick language change because I'll be introducing my co-host soon. So when we think of circular solutions at the local level, we often think about things that only really work in places with lots of people, extensive infrastructure, and a strong internet connection. But of course, that's only true of cities, particularly bigger cities like Amsterdam and Toronto. And this is not necessarily true for a good portion of people around the world. So I would like to introduce Oriana Romano. Hello, Oriana. It is a pleasure to have you join us. So, Oriana, you are the head of the unit dedicated to circular economy, urban policies, and sustainable development for, and it's going to take me a hot second to say this because it is a very long title, the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, Small and Medium Enterprises, Regions, and Cities. Did the audience catch that? There's
Yes.
4 pieces to this. Amazing. So I'm going to turn to you now, and I'm going to ask, what are some circular solutions that are often proposed for cities that may not work in a rural and or remote community?
Well, first, thank you very much for having me. I'm going to use these few minutes to respond to your very interesting questions. We know, as you said, that 70% of the population will be living in cities, and so this means that they will ask for more products and services. But we also know that 30% of the population is living in rural and less dense areas, which, by the way, are also very fast growing. Cities are increasingly taking initiatives in relation to the transition towards a circular economy, and this consists, for example, in sharing, repurposing, redistributing, moving from ownership to services or to renting. And it's true that for some of these actions, it requires certain population density that will use these services. However, it has to be highlighted at least 3 things. The first is that urban and rural areas are not isolated ecosystem, and so they need to work together to close loops. For example, in terms of food value chain, cities are major consumers, but food is produced elsewhere. The second is that circular economy implies a systemic approach. So both in urban and rural areas, it is needed to move beyond the traditional misconception of the circular economy, equal waste management, and increase the resource efficiency and material efficiency. For example, products for mining can be reused for construction material and many other purposes. And then the third point is that the circular economy is a shared responsibility, so everybody plays a role. Agro, food sector, forestry, plastic, chemical sector are all related as output for somebody and input for somebody else.
That is so interesting. It's interesting to see sort of the synergies between what you said and what Lisa Kopacwaluk said as well, because you mentioned how in rural settings, it may not be the most efficient thing to look at the end result, right? We often have in city and in urban landscapes, when we talk about the circular economy, we have a habit of looking at the end result. We have a habit of looking at waste and how do we fix waste. And what I'm hearing you say is we need to also be looking at the supply chain. We need to be looking at the beginning natural resources and see how we can maximize those in rural areas, since the recycling measures and the reuse measures at the end may not be as feasible. And it's really interesting because Lisa gave the example of the kayak and how the kayak, each of the pieces of the kayak had multiple uses beyond simply just the kayak piece. So with that, I'm going to ask you and the audience the same question. And so we're going to hear you orally, but I'm going to ask that the audience drop their answer into the ideas tab on the website. But essentially, what are some advantages that rural and or remote communities have over cities when it comes to adopting circularity, right? We're always talking about the difficulties, but what are some of the advantages?
Absolutely. So we have to take into account at least two important things. The first one is regarding the natural assets. Of course, rural areas hold a high proportion of natural assets and agricultural land, which, by the way, make some of the economic activities, of course, dependent on these natural resources, and they have all the interest to use the resources efficiently and to make sure that last longer in time. They don't waste energy and water that would be needed, for example, to produce food or to make sure that these activities can take place. But there is also a social component that we have to take into account as enabling factors. In rural and remote community, there might be an increased sense of community, attachment to a place, trust between people, easier way to do also networking across social, economic and environmental actors. And all this collaboration is fundamental to make, to set in place what the circular economy is basically is, as I was mentioning before, an holistic and systemic approach. And this has been also highlighted in our OECD work. You know, the OECD is an intergovernmental organization, so we work with countries, and of course we look at within countries at urban, rural areas. We work at regional level, and importantly, the OECD principles on rural policy recognize the role of the circular economy as a means to strengthen social, economic, ecological, and cultural resilience of rural community. And also in view of the COP26, the OECD Rural Agenda for Action lists the circular economy in combination with the bioeconomy as an essential contribution to advance rural regions to contribute to the climate change goals, and of course while holding important potential for rural development. But again, what I would like to highlight is the importance of these linkages across urban and rural areas, the fact that this collaboration and these synergies should make sure that when it comes to exchanging materials, looking at upstream activities, so not only the downstream when the waste is already produced and can be transformed to something else, but it's really how to make sure that we prevent waste production, we use resources as much as possible, we maximize the efficiency of natural resources, so to not to waste absolutely any available resource on Earth.
Grazie, Oriana. Merci beaucoup. We will be checking back in with you at the end of the session to get some of your takeaways. So stay in the background, listen in, and I'm excited to hear more from you. I'm going to be creeping as well the comments and ideas in the ideas tab pretty soon. So keep at it if you're still sort of writing an idea or a thought. And we will now sort of transition into some of our case studies. So récemment, moi j'ai eu le...
Recently, I had the pleasure to meet 5 extraordinary people throughout the world, and I asked them to share their ideas on how rural and remote communities can implement circularity to their interest. First of all, here's some conversations I had with people in Burkina Faso and Uruguay.
Alors, bonjour Sylvie. Je suis...
Hi Sylvie, I'm really happy to meet you. Speak to us about you, who you are, where you live, what you do and what you're doing for the circular economy. Thank you, Chuck, for this opportunity. My name is Sylvie Yamago. I'm in Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou, more specifically, and I work in a program, the National Program for Biodigesters of Burkina Faso. and I'm in charge of the program. We accompany rural populations in adopting the technology of biodigestion. It's a system that allows them to access a clean resource to cook and for lighting also, and it also gives them organic compost to improve their agricultural needs. It's in partnership with the government, and we're trying to set up an economic activity, also trade, that will allow a play between supply and demand, so that we can, in the long term, market these technologies in Burkina Faso. Today, about 15,000 people have access to this technology throughout the country, and they participate in circular economy by reusing the waste from their agricultural activities, and they use this for their economic benefit. Oh, this is wonderful. And as a side note, Ouagadougou is my favorite city. I love the place. Wonderful. Now I have another question. What advice would you have for other communities who would like to undertake similar programs, even in other countries who would like to support their populations in developing a circular economy? What would be the first stages, the first steps to take? What would you advise us? Thank you. If other countries would like to follow Burkina Faso's example, I would say, first of all, they should have a different approach than what we have today to the question of waste. And once they have changed their approach to waste, they can move on to a circular economy strategy by setting up at a local level the conditions needed to reuse this wealth. I mean, by that creating a green jobs, creating a sustainable economy around the use of waste. And for that, at a more central level, there needs to be a strong political will in support of this transformation. After all, it does require a lot of information, awareness for these people to change their paradigms, and local communities need to have access to these technologies, as is the case in our country with the biodigester. It's something that it has a certain cost, so we need financial resources in support of the communities. Finally, I would say the communities locally need to, how would I say it, be able to bring technology but also finance to the table in support of this transfer. This is what I would have to say to that question. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing space with us. It was a pleasure. Speak to you soon. Thank you. Good morning, Maria. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. Could you speak to us about yourself, who you are, where you work, what you do? Good morning. It's a pleasure to be there. I'm Maria Gonzalez. I come from Uruguay, which is a small country, 3 million inhabitants, between Argentina and Brazil in southern Latin America. We are a food exporter. Our economy is a service economy also. Before we go on, let's say that we have invested in renewable energies, and we're talking about circular economies, but we've undertaken a certain transformation already. And I work with this project called Biodiversity, a project which promotes circular economy through the use of technology, and the reuse of waste diversion. So we have international support also, and we have tried to promote these technologies in various sectors. Wow, unbelievable. And I find that very inspiring because Uruguay is a country that's quite similar to Canada, in fact. So I can see synergies happening there potentially. According to you, what should be the first steps to follow if a community or country wants to reuse our waste in order for our waste to be able to reused for the benefit of our economy and of the planet? Well, there's maybe 3 lessons that we've drawn from the project. The first is to collaborate with different sectors and different ministries. Also, in the public sector, it's important to have a coordination between the energy ministry, the cultural, the environment ministry, and to have common agendas, defined a space where sustainable production is possible, because the different ministries have the same principles, the same values. That was a challenge at the beginning, but it's something that we managed to get to. And so circular economy should not simply be seen as something that is an economic or an environmental challenge. It's also important to work with the private sector, the academics, universities, etc. So we had meetings with all the sectors. They all have their own issues, their own challenges, and so the technologies that will offer solutions will be different. And so there's a need also for public policies to help them develop solutions. We need to be specific, so we need to speak to the different sectors and understand their realities, their challenges. That's highly important. So that's one point. But then through the project, we also had an initiative with the ministries to help the private sector, but also we need to be able to identify opportunities. That's very important, and that's something we did with the National Academy also. It was very important to be able to have this information at a local level. We worked with professors so that they could teach with the circular economy mindset in the various universities and faculties they work at. The third very important point for us was to be able to develop pilot projects, concrete projects with partners, co-funding, and we needed to be able to see what the experience of farmers was. It was very important to speak to people on the ground, to learn from them. It helped us also from the public policy point of view to really understand the realities, to be able to develop the proper tools, therefore. Okay, wonderful. And thank you for sharing all that with us. Very inspiring indeed. And I hear how important it is to really listen to the people, to their needs, to their concerns, in order to be able to respond with public policies that really do support people in the field. Thank you, Norma, for your time and for all your knowledge. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you for chatting with me. Great. So much for the first two case studies. I loved chatting with these two women because they really underlined how much waste reclamation could be important for communities in Burkina Faso. It's important how we frame the concept of waste and waste reclamation. We can transform that into a wealth. And then from Uruguay, we heard the idea how important it is to listen to the community, their needs, and to collaborate with them to help them realize their ambitions. It's the same as we heard yesterday with Dakota and Aaron. So there's a lot of synergy throughout the forum. We're talking about all these different themes, and yet we come back to the same learnings.
To look at some of your ideas about some of the advantages that rural and remote communities have. And one of the ones that popped up on the ideas piece is that rural communities are often more used to fixing things because they have less access to getting things brand new the same way we do in a city. And so there's already sort of that skill set in place and that mentality in place. And there's many other comments that really sort of highlight how rural communities have closer social ties and social bonds amongst each other and with the environment than what we tend to stereotypically see in urban settings. So that is really interesting. So next, we are headed to the Azores, Indonesia, and we're also somewhat staying in Canada, but going to the opposite end of the country to La Colombie-Britannique, to British Columbia, to explore how communities are turning their linear problems into circular solutions. So while these videos are playing, I do ask that you take a moment to participate in a word cloud question. I just want to point out to all the viewers, English is a hard language. To a word cloud question that will pop up on your screen. So first up, we're going to be starting the video from Francisco de Sousa Fernandez, who is the director of the Regional Civil Engineering Laboratory in the beautiful autonomous archipelago of the Azores. Allez-y.
Hello, bonjour, Francisco. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please talk to us about Rebuild 17, this phenomenal initiative that you are a part of, and tell us also about your geographic location, the Azores. What is that? Where is that?
Hello, Shaq. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Azores is a wonderful place to work and to visit in the middle of Atlantic, between Europe and America. It's an archipelago, autonomous region from Portugal, and it has 9 islands, the smallest one with 300 inhabitants, and the biggest one with 130,000 inhabitants. So it's wonderful. Rebuild 17 project, what it is? It's a project funded for the financial mechanism for grants that is from Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland funding. It's promoted by the Azores government through the Regional Civil Engineering Laboratory also. And as its partners, Fibronamics, Azores, and a company from Iceland that is engineering consulting company. This project aims to promote the circular economy in the construction area and focus on the creation of and development of a platform that connects the entities involved in the sector to add some value to construction and demolition waste. We, in this project, we started to study the characterization of this waste, and we have developed some demonstration models also. And we'd like also to have a call for ideas in this area, with where everyone from all over the world can participate in with new ideas for products with the incorporation of waste materials from construction. Also, and the main goal of this Rebuild 17 project is to make this platform that will connect all the stakeholders in this area, the public and the private ones, and also all the individuals, all of us. So it can help to the ones who produce wastes that all of us produce in our houses, and the companies that are civil construction companies, to know where is the best way to deliver these wastes, or the best ways to have a scale-up value in the transformation of these wastes, also in the new products in this area. And the companies who receive these wastes and to have technology to make these products will have in this platform the knowledge to know all the entities that are in this area, all the quantities that are planned to be produced of these wastes. So they also can have some development and some production in this area. We'd like to aim here a platform, a case study that functions here in Azores, and then can be replied to another regions in the country, or even in another countries. But thinking always in a local matter, because we think these platforms works and function with a confined and not too big community, so it can transform this linear process to a circle process with not many waste and distance in the transportation of these materials.
That is phenomenal. That is truly a pleasure to listen to. And I think that teaches all of us who are listening a lesson in the importance of scaling, and the importance of recognizing that certain things function better in local, smaller pieces that then allow us to expand larger. Thank you so much for sharing space with us today. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Shek. Thank you all.
Hello, Danica. Thank you so much for joining us here. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please tell us about yourself, tell us where you're located, and tell us about the phenomenal initiative that you're leading.
Sure, Chuck. It's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Danica, and I'm based here in Jakarta in Indonesia. And I'm the founder of Sukacita, a social enterprise that connects women in villages all over Indonesia with access to education through our craft schools and living wages. And we're here because I feel like there is a need to bridge the disconnect between us globally and the impacts behind our clothes. Because the reality is that something that we don't think about when we wear clothes is that only 2% of women who actually made them can earn enough to support her families. But also environmentally, all the chemicals that are currently used to dye and process it are causing 20% of the world's water pollution, hurting not only the communities who live around the rivers, but also you and me, Chuck, because our food comes from the same water that is polluted. So that's why I decided to create Sukacita and working directly with women in villages, not factories. And it's like really everything that we make is what we call made right. And that's our transparency standard that ensures that, first of all, everything we make provides a living wage to women in villages, not factories. And secondly, everything is dyed with plants that we grow regeneratively to heal the soil. And the point is also like to really make sure that through something as simple as what we wear every day, we can actually change lives.
Wow, that sounds so phenomenal. That's an incredibly important thing that you guys are doing, and that touches me profoundly. And you mentioned these phenomenal women that you are working with. So can you tell me more about how maybe the indigenous culture of these women has influenced your circular economy business model?
Sure, and that's a very interesting question because I was born and I grew up in an urban setting. So for me, Sukachita was my first point of contact with more indigenous cultures, actually. And it was very interesting because as an economist myself, I was often trained in the idea of progress. As a business, we're supposed to have efficiency, profit maximization, and all that. But everything changed ever since I worked with Sukachita. And one thing that became really clear is that indigenous cultures, for me, is really the key to have sustainable development. The thing is, the women we work with, they live coexisting and they live interdependently with nature. And nature is circular by design. When done right, nothing that we actually use to produce our clothes ever has to leave the loop. The plants we grow to dye with, it returns to the soil as compost. We even use the waste of the banana tree that our women use to eat as dyeing material, actually. So we model our business based on this. Using only natural fibers, we can use the scraps into smaller products, and even the smallest offcuts we turn into our tags. We also offer free repair services so that our clothes are worn for years, not wears.
That is incredible. And I love what you said earlier, that you're creating a business model and a company where essentially just by changing the clothes that you wear, you can change the world and support the world. That's phenomenal. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Hello, bonjour, Jacqueline. It is a pleasure.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. So please tell us about you. Where are you located? What's the phenomenal initiative that you're leading? And give us the lowdown.
Hi, Jack. Thanks for having me here. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Jacqueline Van Tonder. I'm the director for Metal Tech Alley. We are a marketing strategy for the Lower Columbia Initiatives Corporation, and we are in Trail in British Columbia. It's 7 communities that came together to start this initiative, and our location is very important. We're right by the US border. I can almost see it from my office window. We are fortunate to have Tech Metals Trail operations in our community. It's one of the world's largest fully integrated zinc and lead smelting and refining complexes. We also have 2 recycling facilities, KC Recycling and Retrieve Technologies. So that's who we are.
Amazing. And tell us about how your community creates a circular economy through the work that you guys do.
We are in this unique position that we have, we start with a linear economy, which is Tech Metals. They make different kinds of metals. The best example that I can use is lead. So they make the lead here at Tech Trail operations. Lead is the most recycled product in the world, and 99% of a car battery gets recycled. So why I'm using lead and car batteries, so the lead that comes from here goes into a car battery. After the lifespan of the car battery, let's say 6 to 8 years, the car battery comes back here to KC Recycling. They recycle the car battery, take out the lead and the acid. That goes back to Tech, goes back into the system, and they make another battery of that car battery of that lead, and then it comes back again in 6 to 8 years. So what starts as a linear economy then changes into a circular economy. We also recycle the plastic casings of the car batteries here, and they become another casing for a car battery and comes back here for recycling in 6 to 8 years at the end of the lifespan of the battery. We also recycle at Retrieve Technologies. We recycle lithium-ion batteries. The new EV batteries that you get in all the electric vehicles also gets recycled here, right here in Trail. So that's what we do.
That is incredible. And what advice do you have for other small towns or other small communities who want to follow in Trail's phenomenal footsteps?
We started by looking at what's unique to our area and what we can use as sustainability for a rural community. We looked at our strengths and our weaknesses. Very big success story here is our public-private partnership that we have, because you're a small community and it's very important that you have the public and the private companies working together on this. Being in a smaller community, it's just easier to do business than being in a bigger community. You will go to the ski hill in the morning and suddenly you're sitting on the ski lift with the general manager of tech, and then you start talking business and the business relationship starts. And that's how it really works.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much for being with us today. It has been a pleasure to be in this space with you.
Thank you very much for having me, Chuck. Very nice meeting you.
Thank you, virtual me, for doing those interviews. Anyway, no, it was so interesting listening to all of these case studies and all of these people in different parts of the world creating circularity in such unique and interesting ways, while really highlighting the strengths of the communities that they're in. Where we have in Trail BC that public-private partnership, because you're going to be on the ski trails with the CEO of whichever company and your mayor at the same time, where we're looking at Indonesia and how Denise has such easy access to the indigenous cultures of the land and really sort of takes that as inspiration for that business model. Or in the Azores, how they really maximize what it means to be an archipelago of islands. So Oriana, we only have a few minutes left. Please give us your top 2 takeaways.
Thank you, Chuck. First, I would like to congratulate these initiatives. They were so inspiring. Well, my 2 main takeaways are the following. What I heard is that technology is part of a response, but the other part is governance. What we heard about the biodigester technology in Burkina Faso, BioValor in Argentina, or the project, the demonstration project in Azores, they all highlighted the importance of governance, the importance of coordinating across the ministries, creating partnerships with governments, making sure that the financial resources are available, making sure that the stakeholders are engaged, the regulations is in place. So this is all part of the system that needs to enable these technologies to actually work. This is the first takeaway. And the second, from what we heard, is that is startup and scale up. We heard about a demonstration project. We heard about pilot project in BioValor and the trial in British Columbia, for example. This is a good way to demonstrate that changes are possible, that moving from a linear to a circular economy in both urban and rural areas is actually possible. What is important then is to learn from this experience and making sure that these do not just represent a pilot, a demonstration, but they will become business as usual. And in order to do so, our colleagues already gave us the recipe. It is needed to produce data, to share information, to build consensus across the community, to engage the private and the public sector, to share the best practices and the success stories, but perhaps also to share the failures. It didn't work because because we didn't have the right conditions in place. So let's share these conditions and let's make sure that actually these initiatives can really become the normal in the future.
Ooh, those are some good takeaways. So really sort of we have the takeaway of governance and we have the takeaway of hope, essentially. The fact that things can happen, the power of being able to start small and scale big. And then looking at the word cloud, the word that stood out the most, by a dramatic sense, because it is much larger than every other word, and the way word clouds work for anyone who may not know, is that as people sort of add in words, they merge and they grow. And so the largest word we have is collaboration. That idea of collaboration, and that's something that we saw in every single case study, is no one did it on their own. No one stood up and was like, this is something I'm doing solo with no help whatsoever. They all demonstrated partnership with local peoples, partnership with government, partnership with private sector, partnership with the entire community. And that sort of goes back to what a lot of people have been saying and what we heard from Lisa and what you said earlier as well, that smaller communities know each other. They have stronger social bonds. And so they're able to leverage on those social bonds to build these powerful partnerships that are necessary to happen in order for circularity to even take place. Before we close off this panel, this webinar, or not this webinar, sorry, this session of this webinar, please stay tuned, people, we're not done yet. This session of this forum. All right, now, do you have any final closing words for us?
Well, just that this conversation resonates very much with the work that we are carrying out at the OECD, supporting cities, regions, and national government with promoting, facilitating, and enabling the circular economy. The circular economy is basically doing more with less. It's a systemic approach. I perfectly agree with your conclusions in terms of collaboration and boosting innovation, but this won't be possible in a solo way manner. We need to create these synergies, and we have to make sure that this transition is just and is a shared responsibilities across people, policies, and places.
Grazie, merci beaucoup, Ariana, d'être.
Thank you very much, Ariana, for being with us. It's so nice to have somebody here to sum things up. With that, we're going to take a quick break. And for everybody who's watching, don't go away because we're going to continue soon. Thanks very much.
Expo module is where you can visit the different Expo partner booths, Canada booth, Citra booth, and showcases. Here, you can click on the Expo partner booth and schedule your one-on-one appointments. Under the Networking Hub, you can fill in your e-card here if you would like to network and interact with other participants. The e-card lets other attendees see that you are available to share ideas, develop new partnerships, or simply start group chats on topics of interest. If you choose not to display your first and last name and the contact information, you will participate as blank in the forum. Please note, other attendees will not be able to search for you in the chat or networking features if you choose not to complete your e-card. Under the network feature, you can search for other attendees and send them messages. You can also send private messages through the chat feature by simply clicking New.
Welcome to the final Game Changer session of the World Circular Economy Forum 2021. Global System Change, Catalyzing Forces for Circularity.
Pour commencer, je vais...
To start, I will turn over the floor to Ms. Kate Daly, who will be moderating this session.
The Center for the Circular Economy at Closed Loop Partners, a New York-based impact investment firm focused on the circular economy.
Okay, Kate, what have you got planned for us today?
Hi, Catherine. It's great to be here. And after the past 2 days of discussion on collaboration and leadership and action, we're now going to shift to an exploration of what needs to be done in the next 5 years and beyond to accelerate the transition to a prosperous and equitable low-carbon circular economy. So we'll discuss some key enablers to unlock the value and scale of a circular economy from both the demand and supply perspectives, including consumption, workforce readiness, and skills transformation, and discuss the role of finance and investment in making all of that possible. So we'll start today's session with an armchair dialogue, then we'll have a panel discussion, and finally we'll open the floor up to audience questions.
Ouh, j'ai tellement hâte. Ça a l'air...
Oh, I'm really exciting. Sounds great. I've heard that some great experts will be joining us. We have Borganaba.
So we're starting off with a very impressive trio representing 3 different perspectives. So we're joined today by Angela Paolini-Allard, who is the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization, as well as Stientje van Veldhoven, who is Vice President and Regional Director for Europe at the World Resources Institute, and Guy Ryder, the Director General of the International Labor Organization.
And then after that, we have a panel made up of Tim Brooks, the Vice President of Environmental Responsibility and the Sustainable Materials Center at the LEGO Group, and Sharon Burrow, the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation.
We also have Massimiliano Tallini, Global Head of Circular Economy for the Intesa San Paolo Innovation Center. And Bo will then come back to give us his takeaways.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a very full hour ahead. And guess what, Kate? We're going to abandon you. We'll be watching from the wings, and we're going to hand this session over to you.
A tanto.
Thank you, Angela and Stientje, for joining us today for a very important conversation. And before I jump into our discussion, I want to invite Bo Aganaba of Leading Change Canada to tell us what he sees as necessary if his generation is to experience a circular economy that is prosperous, inclusive, and equitable. So, Bo, we're relying on you to be the voice of your generation and tell us what should be our level of ambition.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kate. I'll certainly do my best to be a representative of my generation. I want to start by saying it's a privilege and a pleasure to be here participating in this event, hosting Canada for the first time. I'm also calling in from the traditional unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation peoples. Part of my role in Canada as an immigrant and as a settler on this land is to respect and affirm the inherent and treaty rights of all Indigenous peoples across this land. And it's been encouraging for me to see Indigenous perspectives included in the discussions throughout the last couple of days. As an organization that is future-focused and change-oriented and leading change, it is important that we understand the history and current realities of the land that we call home, and that supporting Indigenous agency and leadership is a core value. So as the executive director of a youth-led and youth-focused nonprofit, it's been encouraging to also see youth voices included throughout these last couple of days as well. I think my favorite aspect of my job is getting to interact and have conversations with incredible young people all over the country. Yesterday, we heard from Sophia Yang of Threading Change, that she mentioned that young people don't have to wait for tomorrow to make a change, that it's already our time now, and I fully echo those sentiments. We have the enthusiasm, the flexibility, and dare I say the audacity that it takes to reimagine systems and the potential of our society. So how do we empower ourselves and each other to contribute to the change that we want to see? Of course, this is a multifaceted question with a huge range of possible answers, but in some of the conversations that I've had recently, a few things seem to stick out. Of course, education that can prepare young people for the jobs of tomorrow will be critical. Many of the top jobs of today didn't exist a couple of decades ago, and that will continue to be the case going forward. So we need educational institutions that can reflect the changing nature of employment and careers. I think circularity is powerful because of how it can frame some of our challenges in a more holistic way. And reducing some of those silos that exist in education and often in the workplace as well can encourage young people to collaborate and work across disciplines and sectors, which is going to be increasingly important. We heard a lot about collaboration in the last session as well, and certainly resonated with me. We'd also like to see more jobs programs and investments centered around innovation, technology, and conservation. I recently read an article in The Guardian about how students are flocking to climate and environmentally related fields at unprecedented levels, including fields that have historically been unrelated to climate. Supporting these students for the jobs and careers that encourage and build upon that passion is going to be hugely important. As I mentioned earlier, circularity can frame some of our challenges in a holistic way. This is powerful because it allows people to use their own passions and interests to learn more about the circular economy and how to get involved.
Thank you, Bo. You've started us off with some really powerful and important themes. And I think that the idea of setting a common vision that allows for inclusivity and addresses all of the challenges that you mentioned is going to be paramount. And so, Angela and Stinsha, turning over to you, what in your view does a fully functioning circular economy look like? And how can it support social and environmental progress in our world? And Angela, why don't we start with you?
Well, great. Thank you so much, Kate. And Bo, that was really inspiring, I have to say. So I'd like to take it in a bit of a different direction, looking more purely at the economic and trade aspects of this, and how we can achieve a circular economy that is global, inclusive, and safe. So specifically, I believe that making progress towards a circular economy is essential for achieving sustainable development. And it's a vital element in our efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change. As we know very well, population and economic growth are projected to lead to a doubling in global material consumption by 2060. And that surge in natural resource demand will increase greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental pressures. We know this. And all of this arises from the extraction and consumption and end-of-life management of such resources. So we have to place a priority from an economic and trade perspective on the efficient use of resources and the level of emission reductions and the generation of high-quality green jobs. So our vision has to be of a circular economy that is, like I said, global, inclusive, and safe. And for that, trade and the World Trade Organization play a very important role. So in a global circular economy, open trade ensures that all countries have access to the goods, services, as well as the technologies that allow them to produce and consume resources in a more sustainable manner. In an inclusive circular economy, trade ensures that the circular economy benefits rich and poor countries alike. Trade helps to make participation in the circular economy affordable and can create opportunities for jobs and economic diversification in developing countries. So establishing new circular sectors and activities such as waste management, repair, maintenance, remanufacturing, and recycling. We can also, through trade, diversify a country's export industries by promoting trade in secondary raw materials and high value-added industrial waste. And then finally, in a safe circular economy, trade goes hand in hand with actions to reduce the threats to human health or the environment associated with linear economic approaches. So governments have to act collectively to avoid potential pitfalls of illegal or unregulated trade in waste that can undermine the circular economy. So we have to work collectively to curb illicit trade. So the WTO rules and structure are helping us to get to a good place on these issues, and more can be done on these issues.
Thanks, Angela. And Stincha, I'd love to hear your perspective as well on how circularity can support the social and environmental progress.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Canada and Citra for a fantastic WCEF. And I also have to say, Bo, really inspiring. I think what we need to do is ensure that we generate the opportunities, we conserve the opportunities for future generations in that context of doubling of consumption, which is mentioned by Angela. So what does a fully functioning circular economy look like? It's an economy which basically constantly regenerates itself, where we keep materials and products at their highest value through increased circularity. Refuse unnecessary use of material, so design out unnecessary use, but when you do use, reuse, repair, remanufacture, and at last resort only recycle. And this is not a nice to do, it is really a need to do. To give some figures, the supply of energy and its consumption in buildings and transport together generates 55% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The remaining 45%, so nearly half, is directly linked to the production of goods as well as the management of land. So if Angela says, it will lead to, this higher consumption will lead to higher greenhouse gases, it's bigger than we think, than most people think. It's nearly half. So changing the way we make and use products can contribute to addressing the 45% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And also with the trade organizations that should resonate, it's good for the economy because it both strengthens economic resilience by reducing our reliance on scarce resources, and it offers a 4.5 trillion economic opportunity by avoiding waste, making business more efficient, and creating new employment opportunities. Waste actually is literally a waste of time, money, and also human resources. So by creating a circular economy, we create a stronger system and flatten or even reverse some trends that now threaten the existence of future generations. So there's a huge task ahead of us, but it can be done. Fully functioning circular economy, of course, needs to be guided by a global roadmap, and this is exactly what PACE, the platform for the acceleration of the circular economy, has drafted. The action agendas launched earlier this year provide an impact analysis and calls for action for circular transitions in 5 important value chains. We need this kind of an agenda to know what we have to do, but also to track if we are doing all we need to do, and if we are doing it with sufficient speed and at large enough scale. So I think there's an enormous task ahead of us, but there are also documents now guiding us in this important transition.
Thanks, Stincha. And I think building on Bo's points and really thinking about the level of urgency that we need to bring to this multi-generational effort. Systems change is complex, and it's going to take all of us pulling in the same direction. Let's talk about what is our level of ambition and what do we need to have in place in order to advance that kind of systemic transition from the perils of our linear economy to a circular economy on a global scale. And Stincha, I'll hand it back over to you to continue those thoughts.
Well, thanks so much. And like I said, the challenge is huge. So we need this global roadmap. We also need ambitious goals and targets that guide the circular transition and to which we can also hold ourselves accountable. We know that there are lots of projects ongoing, but is it enough? Is it structured enough? Is it scalable enough? And the NDCs are the global commitment infrastructure for climate. And I think we need the same for circular economy. And it's fantastic to see that in 66 NDCs, circular economy is now being taken up as part of this. And it's really possible. There are some very good examples. If you look what's happening around the Global Plastic Pact, if you count back from 2050, you need to be on a strong growth path in order to reach the target of net zero carbon by 2050 and build climate neutral and inclusive economies. So an ambitious goal, I think, is both the driver and the benchmark of global commitments to see if we are moving fast enough and we're going far enough. And of course, to do all this, we also need global collaborative instruments in place. So global conveners such as the WCEF, GACERE, or the WEF and PACE, I think, are crucial support dialogues between governments, businesses, civil society, and academia to agree on policies and regulations that incentivize those circular value chains, remove barriers, trade barriers, for example, and also scale back best practices. In my former role as Minister for the Environment for the Netherlands, I launched the European Plastic Pact with my colleagues, Bru Poisson and Lea Wermeling from Denmark. And so I know from experience how difficult it is to collaborate across countries and sectors. So we really need expert conveners to support these collaborative actors, because there's no point in doing it just in one country. We need to do it in groups, in sectors. These need to become scalable movements. So lastly, what we need is the global knowledge infrastructure. We need research and data to present the facts, to have clear baselines where we are now, where we need to be in 5 and 10 years, clear pathways and action to take there. Again, there, I think the action agenda produced by PACE is an example, but there are fantastic research being done by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, by the International Resource Panel, Circular Economy, CITRA, all generating knowledge on the circular economy and climate, or C in biodiversity. So I think there, in the generation of data, in the creation of this global knowledge infrastructure with all these partners, I think we really have a very important task there too.
That's great. Thanks, Dietra. And it's a tall order, right? A global information and network infrastructure to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts and that we're all driving toward a shared common vision. Angela, what's your perspective on how we transition quickly and systemically?
Well, I think Steve really set me up perfectly to answer that question, because some of the things that she raised are really very much on point in terms of the work that the World Trade Organization does. So WTO rules on trade are a really good place to start, because they further the ambition of governments to promote environmental sustainability and to pursue circular economy strategies. So WTO rules focus on more than just removing trade barriers. Sustainable development is an objective of the multilateral trading system, which is included in the agreement that established the WTO in the first place 25 years ago. So WTO rules give members ample policy space to pursue environmental and other legitimate goals, while keeping protectionism in check. Sometimes people don't realize that aspect of the WTO is that we give that kind of policy space. And WTO rules can help governments develop better environmental regulations and promote coherent and holistic approaches to circular economy and sustainability. So first of all, the WTO promotes transparency, and that's absolutely essential to reaching good policy outcomes. So the WTO includes mechanisms that inform on policy measures taken by governments. So governments are required to notify new technical regulations for which there is no international standard, and that may have a significant effect on trade. And WTO also provides for comprehensive periodic trade policy reviews of its members. So these transparency efforts are all great opportunities. And we were talking about getting data. Well, the WTO has an environmental database that gathers environment-related trade measures of its members, such as government support, technical regulations, and conformity assessment procedures, and trade bans and licensing requirements. The WTO also promotes policy dialogues that foster a better collective understanding and collaboration on these issues. So we have a WTO Committee on Trade and Environment that provides governments a dedicated forum for discussing the interlinkages between trade and environmental sustainability, and developing new and creative ideas to solve problems. We've looked at trade aspects of domestic initiatives on waste and chemicals management, extended producer responsibility and recycling, and support to developing countries to facilitate their participation in e-waste recycling value chains. So complementary policy dialogues on circular economy issues are also taking place under two new initiatives launched very recently. So we have the Trade and Environmental Sustainability Structured Discussions, that's 53 of our members, to promote the sharing of trade-related best practices and collaboration among our members to advance work on a more resource-efficient circular economy, sustainable supply chains, etc. We also have an informal dialogue on plastics pollution. We just had a big meeting at the WTO about this, with discussions on the circular economy covering the constructive role of trade in addressing barriers to in plastic waste and scrap. But we need more. We absolutely need to have more ambition. Harmonization in regulations and the adoption of international standards facilitates trades and promotes this particular objective. So we need more ambition also in reducing barriers to trade in environmental goods and services both. More open trade would spur the deployment of advanced technologies that allow countries to improve resource and energy efficiency, to replace traditional inputs with renewable or recovered goods, and manage solid and hazardous waste. An integrated global market, it takes more than just one country, it takes everyone, and it makes technological solutions that support the circular economy more affordable and is a driver of innovation. Trade allows businesses to utilize economies of scale and to come up with creative and innovative new ideas. So we've come a long way, but there's more to do.
Thanks, Angela. And many of the issues that you just raised and that Stincha and Bo touched upon as well are, of course, inextricably tied to the future of work and the jobs of the future. And so now I think we'd like to take a moment to share a video message from the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Guy Ryder.
Thank you for inviting the ILO to be part of the World Circular Economy Forum. As we all know, the time for tackling the damage caused by climate change is running out, so there's no better moment than now to discuss circularity. The circular economy creates tremendous opportunities in the world of work. The ILO estimates that 78 million new jobs could be created if our economies became circular. But our research also shows that 71 million jobs could be lost as well. So with so many millions of jobs at stake, the transition towards this circular economy needs to be a just transition. And that means a transition based on social justice and decent work for all. To ensure that social and environmental progress go hand in hand, we must start valuing properly the people that make the circular economy work. And that will be no easy process. Let's remember that the majority of people that repair, refurbish and recycle today work in the informal economy, often in unsafe working conditions, with limited opportunities to improve their livelihoods. As they exist today, these are certainly not the types of jobs that we want to see more of in the future. And what will happen to the workers who lose their jobs during the transition? Well, the ILO's latest World Social Protection Report shows that only 2 out of 10 unemployed workers now receive any unemployment benefit at all. And so we urgently need to step up investments in social protection floors for everybody. And we need massive investments in forward-looking skills strategies and other active labour market policies. We need to reskill the existing workforce and to train young people for the future jobs that will power the circular economy. And it's equally important that we create an enabling environment for sustainable enterprises of all sizes, in particular the small and micro enterprises that today struggle to fulfill their potential in the informal economy. And in doing all of this, we need to consider how our actions will affect the entire world of work. We must ensure that no one is left behind. For a start, we need to advance gender equality and inclusion in all aspects of the circular economy. Otherwise, we simply risk recycling the discriminatory stereotypes and gender pay gaps that persist and disfigure our economy today. These considerations are just the beginning. A lot needs to be done. The ILO's tripartite constituents have adopted guidelines for a just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all. And these provide a powerful roadmap for navigating the challenges and the opportunities ahead. I've no doubt that we can bring about a circular economy in our lifetimes and that we need to do so. But if we are to ensure a just transition to that circular economy, we must engage those with most at stake and those with the power to bring about systemic change in the world of work: governments, workers, and employers. Let me be clear, the circular economy simply won't function without the commitment and the involvement of workers and employers. And we will never achieve our goal of catalyzing change without government support at the global, the regional, the national, and the local level. To do all of this, we need to stop working in silos. The circular economy is not a single issue agenda. It must be pursued and coordinated across ministries of labour, of education, of industry, of trade, and of finance, to name but a few. We need global solidarity, increased cooperation, and we need innovative partnerships. So let me conclude by saying that the ILO is fully committed to this ambitious agenda for change. With our Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work and our recently adopted global call to action for a human-centred recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, we are perhaps better prepared than ever to contribute to shaping a greener and inclusive circular economy that works for us all.
And our last question relates to the theme of this year's conference. And keeping in mind, guys, call for a just transition to a circular economy, let's talk about what are the game-changing drivers and enablers that we most need to focus on. And Angela, let's start with you.
Okay, well, that is, we have to come up with a prescription. We can't just show the problem. So I'm glad you've asked that question. And I can once again speak from the perspective of how we can deal with this through trade and through the work of the World Trade Organization, because I think we're really well positioned to create trade policies that would better incorporate resource efficiency and other aspects of the circular economy. So improving traceability of products and materials throughout the product life cycle, developing better global definitions and standards, and fostering trade facilitation and better cooperation between domestic regulators, both within a country, but of course, more globally as well. All of that is needed to move to a circular economy that delivers health, environmental, economic, and worker benefits. So many trade-related measures don't distinguish between waste and reusable materials. That doesn't make sense. And it doesn't help us achieve a circular economy. So it ends up happening that reusable materials get redirected from productive purposes, such as remanufacturing or recycling, to the waste stream, exactly what we are trying to avoid. So we need to work on that in new and improved provisions under our harmonized system nomenclature, or with respect to tariff nomenclature, and in collaboration with the Basel Convention, among other items. We also need to address services restrictions. And this is not necessarily intuitive, because when we think of the circular economy, we think of goods. But services is a huge, important component of this, because it has such an impact. Many aspects of the value chain, like repair, warranty recovery, redistribution, value recovery, end-of-life recycling, that's all powered by services. That includes R&D for product design, services for waste management, installation, assembly, testing, all of these things. And digital solutions and technological innovations have allowed the sharing of platforms and product service systems to emerge. So trade in services is needed for the circular economy to thrive. And then finally, we need to focus on strengthening the capacities of developing countries, and in particular, the least developed countries, to allow them to participate and benefit from the circular economy. And we would all benefit as a result. In this regard, aid for trade type support can provide a key role in helping countries build their productive capacities, as well as standards and trade facilitation infrastructures to ensure that circular trade meets safety and quality requirements, minimizes the risk of illegal waste imports, facilitates the flow of legitimate products, and also contributes to decent work and movement from the informal sector and into better jobs. So this is an area of ongoing work within the WTO. And I just want to highlight that open trade and integration of trade and environment is really a key to success here. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. And Stincha, over to you, thinking about how to prioritize which are the game-changing drivers that you would put at the top of your list.
Well, I think Angela and I are very much on the same page. Again, I think this also shows that there is convergence about where the real priorities lie. I'd say policy frameworks really are a crucial game-changing driver, and they're also crucial for a just transition, because indeed some jobs will be lost and not all can transition on their own to new jobs. So this focus on skills is incredibly important. And then we also need to create a market for low carbon products, for example, by using procurement power that governments have to drive the circular economy. The World Bank calculates that public procurement amounts to 11 trillion out of global GDP of nearly 90 trillion, so 12% of global GDP is spent following procurement regulation. So it's actually a secret weapon to achieve the circular economy and that just transition. And of course, like it was mentioned before, trade policy is another example. I think sustainable supply chains are an enormous challenge. Secondary materials versus waste, services, all these things that Angela said, absolutely important. And then metrics, standards, we need a common language and related metrics to assess where we stand, what is efficient action, what we have to achieve. So they're essential for defining and measuring progress and performance. And none of us can do that alone. It's really something we need to work on all together. And then technology. You wouldn't perhaps necessarily think of a combination between circular economy and artificial intelligence, robotic, blockchain, etc. But it's going to be absolutely crucial because it will enable us to track and trace materials in our economies for optimal use and reuse. So an incredibly important link. And then 4, we need to listen to the voices of diverse groups in each country and region when designing a circular economy. Not just the global industry leaders, we usually know how to find them, but also informal workers associations, waste collectors, indigenous economy youth, because the circular economy will only work if it is in the end equitable and people-centered.
Thank you, Stincha. I think all of our panelists would agree that in meeting the goal of a just transition, all of those issues are paramount. So many thanks to you both for your very thoughtful and insightful remarks. And now here to help us unpack what we just heard, a lot of really ambitious ideas and to help us set priorities are 3 panelists who represent very different perspectives, those of demand, supply, and scale up. So I'd like to welcome Tim, Sharon, and Max. Tim Brooks, of course, from LEGO Group, Sharon Burrow of the International Trade Union Confederation, and Max Tellini of Intesa Sanpaolo Innovation Center. Welcome. So, Tim, let's start off with you. We just heard the perspectives from our armchair speakers on a transition to a circular economy. How, according to LEGO Group, can consumption patterns drive a circular transition? And from your perspective, what is needed in the next 5 years to take steps toward changing consumption?
Yeah, and thank you. And thank you for having the LEGO Group on this platform and to all the speakers already. I think, you're right to start at the consumption end, because that's, of course, what drives the circular economy, what will drive it going forwards. I think we have been active on sustainable materials and increasingly so circular economy for many, many years, and sort of invested quite heavily in this area. I think a couple of things we see, definitely, number one being the consumer journey and making it compelling and attractive for consumers. You know, I think there's a mindset that somehow we will, consumers will do something that they don't want to do, and that's obviously not the case. They have to want to do it, they have to see benefit in it, and there has to be a need that this solution, this circularity is answering. It has to answer a specific need that they have, that the linear economy isn't answering and isn't fulfilling at the present time. So that could be increased convenience, it could be less clutter in their house. If you think about new business models and some of our products, you know, that might be a need that we could answer for them, that would encourage them to take part in a meaningful way through consumption and the circular economy. I think the one thing that we also feel very, very passionate about is durability and compatibility. And of course, you'd expect that if you know the Lego Group products. You know that we make bricks that fit together, and they've fitted together since 1958. And I can't think of another product you can buy off the shelves today that fits together perfectly with something from the late 1950s. I can barely think of something that I bought 6 months ago that still fits together, certainly not in the digital space. And I think that's something that's really overlooked, is the consumption relationship to durability, long-lasting, and compatibility, making things that are simply made to last a long time. Of course, that's not possible for everything. We might not want our sneakers to last forever, and we certainly don't want some food and beverage items to last forever. So I think you know, it's not true for everything, but something about durability is really, really important. And we to promote that durability and to promote the reloop of products, we've launched a replay program in the US and Canada, where we take back our bricks. We ask our fantastic fans and consumers, they can go to our website, they print off a label, put it on any box, fill it with bricks, we'll take them back, all paid, postage paid, and we'll clean them up and give them to charities, so charities across the US, and also Indigenous charities in Canada as well. And I think we've reached 66,000 children with that program. And I think what we're trying to do is explore many, many different ways of how you can reuse products in that way. And I think those loops are overlooked, that reuse loop. I mean, we keep sort of aiming towards recyclability all the time. And I think we need to think more about reuse before we even consider recyclability. And that's one of the most common questions I get, is how do you recycle Lego bricks? And, you know, I say, I don't want you to recycle them, I want you to reuse them. And it's a reframing of that. And then I think it's about changing behaviors in general as well. We know the circular economy is possible. We know reuse is possible. If you buy a car today, you might very well buy it from an authorized dealership of the original manufacturer of that car. And that's something that people don't bat an eyelid about. You go back to the manufacturer, you buy a secondhand car, someone else will buy it. It will have multiple uses. And then at the end of the day, it will be recycled because it is a high value, very much cherished item. And I think that that's a really important way of reframing it. A lot of this is not new, and it's really about having people think differently. And you know, if there are concerns about buying those products from the manufacturer, I mean, this is something you get into and you drive at 100 kilometers an hour down the road. So we know it's possible. We know people can trust it if brands also can get behind it. I think there's a number of other things that need to change around legislation that's been talked. In some markets, we can't sell toys made from recycled materials because of legislation, and that's something we're working with those jurisdictions to overcome. There's technology that is involved. So if we want to explore new business models and potentially how we might rent Lego bricks. I mean, I've got a set here. This is part of a world map set. You can't really tell which country it's from, but this is part of a bigger set, and that has 15,000 individual dots in it. So we would need to find a technology to take back those products and those 15,000 dots and unpick them and clean them up, etc. So a lot of barriers, a lot of things that we are actively working to overcome. I think the final point I want to leave it on is we've just done a huge study with over 6,000 children, and aligned with some of the other speakers, and we're talking to children about their attitude and knowledge of the circular economy, aligned with what some of the other speakers that also saying is some of the most important things that came out of that study was the skill development and knowledge that is required at the ground level up with children still needs to be developed, and certainly reframing those consumption patterns and a general understanding of what it even means to be a circular economy. So a few things that we're touching on and a few steps that we're also taking.
Thanks, Tim. It's a great perspective on the demand side. And certainly with Legos, you can't have a better example of the circular principle of design for disassembly. So adding in durability and all the rest, and there are a lot of lessons to be learned. Sharon, as we turn to really looking at the demand side of the market, the International Trade Union Confederation's mission is to promote and defend workers' rights and interests through international cooperation between trade unions, global campaigning, and advocacy. And I know that your institution looks at the economy through a human rights, equality, and non-discrimination lens. So having heard what Tim said about the demand side of the market, can we hear from you, how can labor representing the supply side of the market and decent work practices unlock a just transition to an inclusive circular system?
So we talk about the social contract, and you heard Guy Ryder talk about much of that in the context of where are the jobs coming from, where will jobs of the future be, what jobs will transition, and what conditions will they be indeed guaranteed. But we know, and we started the fight for just transition a long time ago now, more than 15 years. And we said then, and we still maintain, there are simply no jobs on a dead planet. So we all have to reevaluate what the work of the future is. And I'm not just talking about technology, I'm talking about where we generate jobs, where we value work. So if you think about the huge challenge for climate, then it's simply the reality that circular economy practices will increasingly be part of every business model. Greenhouse gases, of course, people have already talked about, but there's also the tipping points that say we have planetary boundaries that are simply dictating that we must either reuse or recycle as much as we can. And indeed, we know that if you plan for that, there are jobs in the industries that are emerging, but there are also protection of jobs in the industries that are shifting. And so if you want to make a start somewhere and think about the impact it can have, then think about the 40 to 45% of emissions and the supply and demand that city planning can actually generate. If indeed we're going to move our cities to livable cities with the huge populations that exist there, then they sit at the centre of demand and supply. So when you heard people talk about both legislative governance and procurement, these can drive rapid, effective change. You can actually regulate the demand and supply frame to set new standards for reuse and recycling, but to also ensure just transition and decent work. It's very simple from our point of view. If you think about the industries of today, they'll largely be the industries of tomorrow. Construction, transport, agriculture, manufacturing, care, services. You know, you think about all of the things that we depend on, but the business planning must be different. So if you start with jobs from our perspective, which is at the heart of a social contract, then jobs, jobs and jobs, indeed climate-friendly jobs with just transition must be right there. And as Guy Ryder said, they have to be decent work. So human and labour rights have to be part and parcel of the way we generate fair trade or the fair competition flaw in business, and you need universal social protection with inclusion. And I was struck by the opening with the focus on Indigenous communities. If we really want to deal with biodiversity and forests, the health of our forests on which we all depend, then let's include the Indigenous people, because they know more about the land on which their ancestors have indeed, defended and lived in than most of us. So can I say to you that when you think about all those industries, there are two things to think about. One is, as we make the shift, is the shift just? And if workers and their unions are at the table, if they're working with employers, if they have the support of governments, then you can make sure that just transition is real. What does it mean? It simply means that if jobs are at risk, can you actually provide secure pensions for older workers? Can you build a bridge to pension for those who aren't quite there yet but would make that choice to retire a little earlier? Can you invest in the income support, the skills support, and the redeployment support to make sure workers can move to other jobs, good jobs? And of course, can we reinvest in communities to make sure we're not leaving people behind? We don't want stranded assets, but we actually don't want, indeed, stranded people or stranded communities either. It will take industry policy shifts, but it will also take the power of people having the courage to legislate and to use procurement. We know that there are jobs in all these areas. We just have to make the decision to put people and planet together at the centre of a future business model, and that will indeed have to maximise circular economy practices. I love it when young people say to me, if you can't reuse it or recycle it, then don't deploy it in the first place. I know it sounds too simple, but that's where we've got to get to, at least at the level of conscious decision making. And we have to be indeed absolutely understanding of the roadmap that you heard talked about earlier, that incorporates a perspective from people and indeed make sure that we have a stable planet, which is our common home to live on.
Thanks, Sharon. And thinking about the intersection that you note of workers, employers, and government, then an obvious fourth addition to that is capital and investment that drives that system as well. So Max, I'll turn to you because I know that Intesa Sanpaolo has taken a circular economy strategy to heart in its financial portfolio, modeled by your circular economy credit facility. And in a recent collaboration with Bocconi University and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, that you published a white paper showing how the circular economy is actually a de-risking strategy for companies, for employers who are driving superior risk-adjusted returns. Can you talk a little bit about which type of public-private financial models we need, in your view, if we're to catalyze a transition to the circular economy and really unlock it at scale?
Hi, Kate. Hi, everybody, and I hope you can hear me well. First of all, many thanks for hosting us. Thanks to Citra and the Canada for this amazing opportunity and for hosting such an exciting edition of the World Circular Economy Forum. I'm talking from Brussels, the heart of Europe. And as European citizens, I really need to say that I'm really proud of what Europe and European institutions are doing in order to lead the transition for a circular economy. Going back to your question, for sure, the research that we've been making with Bocconi University that you just mentioned and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has been somehow confirming an approach that is part of the vision of the strategy of the top management of the bank. Intesa Sanpaolo has been trying to nurture a new culture of supporting entrepreneurs in their search for business models oriented and inspired by the circular economy principles. With the €6 credit billion facility, €6 billion credit facility that we have been putting forward, we have been assisting clients that wanted to shift their business models from linear ones or semi-linear to more circular ones. And there is for sure a sort of clear evidence on how pay-per-use models are somehow taking the leading position in supporting also the change of relationship with their clients. There is a clear understanding on how the prolonging of the life shelf of products and the redesign of products themselves, as been said already by the other speakers, is peculiar and key in supporting companies in advancing and accelerating the transition to a very circular economy sort of business model. And not forget that, for sure, there is also a clear understanding on how new materials can represent a source of inspiration for new ventures and for new ideas on doing business. For sure, in Italy, we have clear examples of how industrial symbiosis is leading companies from different sectors to engage with other players along the value chains, and also to create somehow unexpected alliances in order to create even new products. Take, for example, a company working in the agri-business sector, and in the same region there is another player working maybe in the utility sector. Well, from the interaction of the two, there has been the chance to create a third company, which is now producing a sort of biodegradable polymer, which is a third sort of product compared to the two pre-existing sectors. So this is a clear evidence on how innovation is key in supporting the transition and helping companies in understanding that there is value creation opportunities to be caught and to be somehow even exploited on. If I may just build on what has been said, and also on these two amazing days of sharing and I would say dialogue on the topic of the circularity, I would say that for sure Europe, as I was anticipating in the beginning, is for sure leading the conversation on this transition. If we bear in mind that for the next 10 years, basically, we need as Europeans to add at least 350 billion euros annually of extra investment to achieve the emission of CO2s. On the other side, I would say that innovation for sure can be seen as a driving factor for the transition to the circularity. And working for the innovation center of the biggest Italian bank, the top three, among the top 5 banking financial institutions in Europe, I can say that for sure innovation is somehow proving pivotal in supporting the sort of research and effort in creativity and in investing for innovative solutions that somehow can help even customers in being diversely engaged with the companies. Take, for example, the pay-per-use model. Take, for example, what's happening with the mobility, what's happening with the lighting, what's happening with the carpeting. There is a really fresh wave of innovation in the business model of companies. But this is part, I would say, from the beginning, part of the supply part of the market. It's also important now to focus on how we also are able to support the demand of this equation. And I would say that collaboration and public-private partnerships, specifically coming out of the pandemic emergency, is going to be even more crucial than before. And thanks to the recovery and resilience facility that the European institution is putting forward, we believe there is great opportunities for financiers and companies to be able now to shift the conversation and create a regenerative economy, which is a collective action for change.
Thanks, Max. That's great to hear, and certainly the idea of investment in innovation as we look at that intersection of government and employee, employer, how do we make sure that those investments in future innovation align with the job market, with this upskilling that's needed, and looking at all of the trade issues that we've discussed as well. So I think before we turn to questions from the audience for our panelists, let's bring Bo back in to give us his 2 top takeaways from everything that we've heard so far. Bo, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this has been super fascinating to listen to. It's very hard for me to try and pick 2 out of everything that I've heard, but I'll certainly do my best. I think one that sticks out to me is, protections for labor and thinking about how we can ensure that there's a just transition with bringing labor on board. It's difficult for people to be ambitious and creative in thinking about creating new companies and things like this when, you know, they're insecure about their own jobs. So I'd love to see some kind of, you know, safety net around worker protections and things like that, so that we can bring more people along with us into this transition. And then the second part that really speaks to me is it seems to me that governments clearly need to be doing more to create the conditions in which, you know, that human creativity and ingenuity can thrive. You know, we can set the market economy loose to create new solutions to our challenges if the right incentives are there. You know, we have plenty of evidence throughout human history, and especially in the last century, of how when government and industries are pushing towards the same goals and rowing in the same direction, those big changes can happen very, very quickly. So, of course, that takes political will, and that's significant political will, but it is possible and will be increasingly possible as this coalition of circular economy enthusiasts continues to grow through events such as this one.
Thanks, Bo. And I agree that your point and Max's point about the importance of public-private partnership and also community partnership, so that we don't see a transition to circularity as top-down, but actively engage stakeholders at every part of the value chain, and that it's community-centered is just going to be so critical. So there's a lot more to discuss, and at this point, I think it would be great to hear from our audience and to give our panelists the opportunity to answer some questions. So I think we can open up the Q&A and go ahead and take some of those audience questions. And so I know that the process is to upvote the questions. Just trying to be able to see the questions. So please continue to enter some questions and vote on the questions, and then we'll share them with the group based on the votes. So everybody, I'll start with my own question as we tee up the questions from the audience, which is really that there's been so much that's been shared today across really an ideal vision for all of the things that need to be in place for a transition to circularity to be all the things we want it to be just, inclusive, accessible, equitable. And I would say, if I could hear from our panelists and from Bo, what struck you as the most compelling that we need to move ahead on first? If you had to choose one thing that was the first next step, please chime in with your answers on what you think would rise to the top.
I can make a start. I mean, I don't know if it's the first in terms of order of timing, but I certainly think that engaging children and young people on the topic is absolutely important. And I think it follows one of the comments that's made on the board there that I can see around circular economy being taught in schools. As I mentioned, the piece of work we did around circular economy and young people with over 6,000 people, overwhelmingly children said they, 37% strongly agreed that they wanted a job that didn't harm the environment. 90% said they wanted a job that was focused on improving the environment. I think showing children the types of jobs, and I think you can only be what you can see, and I think you need to be able to see those jobs, understand how the circular economy works. And I think it also probably the first thing we can do then on that continuum is start with teachers and bring the circular economy concepts. They're relatively at the highest level, they're relatively straightforward concepts to understand, you can use Lego bricks, but you can use lots of things to explain how materials need to stay in this virtuous circle. And I think the role of influencers, we found again from that study, is just huge, that parents and teachers are the greatest influencers for children on circularity. And I think if we can start there, if we can make some of those things come alive for children, we will definitely see the results in the not too distant future, both through children, as I did when I was a child, and those who with children will know, is children badgering and pestering their parents is certainly the immediate reaction that it has, and then of course a longer term embedding of circularity in those behaviors of those future leaders and teachers and parents and police officers and the adults of the future quite clearly are those children, and that's who I think we need to engage as soon as possible.
Can I add to that? I mean, the Education International, our global teachers union, we stand with them for their call to demand climate curriculum in the schools, because this is, in fact, as Tim says, going to create not just a consciousness in the way we live our lives, but it will be the foundations for the future engineers and the business people and the carers in our world and all of those who really do need to, to take this forward. But in the meantime, if you go back to the debate on trade, we talk about putting human and labour rights and traceability to, through mandated due diligence in supply chains. But as well as looking at what transparency means for, exploitation and avoiding exploitation and ensuring remedy. If we did that with product materials as well, if the transparency was there through the traceability of the production and the supply chains, then indeed you would have the start of a business plan that says, can we do this better? Can we actually change the way we do this? What's the waste impact of this kind of purchasing and this kind of production? So transparency for me absolutely is also part of an educational piece if you seriously want to put circular economy principles at the heart of business planning with people and the planet in the centre of that.
Thanks, Sharon and Tim. And I think that focus on transparency leads directly into one of our top questions, which is about the role of the banking and financing industry and how that needs to change in an urgent way to support the circular economy industry and invest in that versus the linear industry. And the question is, how can this be achieved at an international level? I suspect, Max, this is directed at you, so would love to hear your thoughts, but please, everyone else chime in as they desire.
No, thanks for the question, for sure. Just to add to the previous point, of course, education is key, and also transparency. I would say to shift also the conversation just from waste management usually to innovation, to creativity, to design, which is actually more evocative and also engaging even for young generations and creative people. In terms of what the financial industry can do in order to be seen as a supporting factor for the circular economy transition, no doubt that the financial sector does have a pivotal role to be somehow ahead of the curve and not just waiting somehow for major developments to happen. There is, of course, a strict regulation in place for the financial services, so there is also the need for adjustments in the regulation in order for the financial services to be fully somehow available for the circular transition. But not to escape from the question, I can share what we at Intesa Sanpaolo have been doing. We have been somehow already back in 2018 co-designing this €6 billion credit facility, which is a standard credit, so nothing very complicated. But we wanted to make sure that we would be able to concrete support the transition. And in doing so, we have been designing accession criteria to those credit lines through the close participation with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, of which we are the first bank as a strategic partner since 2016. And so in doing so, we wanted to somehow show the way that we wanted to be responsible in addressing the transition doing our own part first, for sure, and we have been also being able to do so also after disseminating the organization across our entire organization, the right concept about circularity. And you can believe me, that has not been an easy task for a financial institution to be fully engaged as we are on this kind of topic. On the second point, for sure, there is the need for somehow being cooperative with other financial institutions and creating somehow the appetite for the sort of market to be receptive of solutions that not have to be very complicated, but can really have innovation as a key component compared to standard investments. And I believe also that fresh regulation coming out from the European institutions in the last years and also in the next coming months will somehow, again, pave the way for additional support from the financial sector in doing so. Just as I was mentioning before, the European Investment Bank has been somehow evolving its own mandate to become the climate bank, and they have been pretty vocal about the necessity to step up the commitment as well in order to support the climate agenda with the amount up to 1 trillion from now to 2030. So I would say that at least those two experiences from the private sector, from our perspective for sure, and the public sector as well, as an European, as I was saying in the beginning, are really testimony of the fact that financial industry is actually very active in supporting the transition. There is also the possibility that investors do really buy into this new concept. We have been very successful in placing a sustainability bond focused on circular economy back in 2019, 750 million euros bond, very well received by the market. So we believe that there is, of course, still room for improvement, for sure. There is a great collaboration and cooperation, a global call for circular economy. But again, and I do close here, I believe that also in order to be very effective as a financial industry, as a collective system, as a platform for enabling business, there is also the need of coherence in terms of terminology. Sustainability is a tremendously important concept, but we also need to face the reality that actually sustainability wanted to make the actual system more sustainable. Circularity actually wants to go beyond. Circularity aims to change the model, not just make the existing more sustainable. So in this direction, if we all go hand in hand in terms of the clear strategic direction, I guess that even more players from the financial industry will buy into the concept, and they will see, as you mentioned, the research that we've been carrying out with Bocconi University is showing that businesses that are embracing clear business models that are inspired by circular economy principles do have a better risk profile risk-return profile. So we really are trying to make sure that the financial industry does have a business case to support the investments and the financing of the circular economy. But of course, this cannot be done by only some players in the industry. It's the industry that can really step up its commitment and make sure that the transition is truly global as has to be.
Thanks, Max. I totally agree. There needs to be a convergence of all of these interests that have been expressed by all of our panelists and speakers today. And there's so much more we could discuss, but we're at time now. So I'd like to thank all of our speakers today for your very thoughtful insights. And I look forward to seeing how all of us can collaboratively continue to translate theory into action in advancing an inclusive and just circular economy. Thanks everyone for your thoughts today. And Catherine, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, Chuk, we've come to the closing session for the WCEF 2021. And we were just talking in the hallway a while ago thinking, wow, I wonder if we're sending the message that we're not paying attention to social distancing. We want to shout out to all of the people who have been here in our studio in Mississauga, Ontario, for taking such good care of us. We have all been masked, we've got sanitation, we've got people running around just making sure that everything is safe. We are very aware that we're still in the middle of a global pandemic. It's affecting Canada, it's affecting every country around the world, and we just want to signal that we're paying attention to these things too. And we're at the end of our time together, believe it or not.
I don't believe it. It is. I am shocked and surprised, honestly, that the time has gone so quickly.
Yeah, we've raced through, and there's been so many incredible people who we've come and gone with, including the guests that we are very excited to bring back onto the stage with us right now.
Alina, please. Oh, Alina, c'est un plaisir.
Oh, what a pleasure. Welcome back. We can't hear you. Thank you. Oh, wonderful. Okay, now we can hear you. Great.
Again, Alina. Tout d'abord, please do walk us through the graphic that you've created from today.
Okay, it was really hard to choose key points in the graphic. There were a lot of highlights to the day, but I think that it comes down to il faut changer notre façon de faire. Notre façon de produire, notre façon de...
A new way of producing, a new way of questioning what we consume.
Yes, and they spoke about transparency and how maybe if products and companies give us the information to what the product went through, and we are able to make ethical decisions. There was something also that I think it has come up again and again about how we should just deconstruct what we know and reconnect with indigenous ways of knowing. They've been doing this for a long time, and we have a lot to learn, so we don't have to reinvent what it's been done. And we have to start seeing nature as an extension of us instead of like something we have to attend to somehow at one point. I think a lot of us think by recycling we're doing the right thing, and it came up a lot today that it should be our last resource, and how there's a lot of things that can come before, and how we should try to eliminate waste and pollution, circulate products and materials, and regenerate nature. So also to move farther than just carbon footprint and think about nature, deforestation, and how to be nature positive. Nous avons bien du chemin à faire.
We really have a long way to go.
Incroyable.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. First of all, I noticed in that graph there's a circle around the world fashion. And with Catherine also, I noticed that there's a little circle on what you're wearing. There's these circles.
Très joli.
Visually aligned.
Yeah. And we were thinking in this way that there's so many things we can do small and large to participate in the circle and to participate in. So if we look at Chook's feet as well, these are special order shoes. What's the story?
Yeah, so these shoes are made by a Canadian-based company, and they are made with leftover coconut shedding, the outside of a coconut, the coconut husk. So they made with the leftover the coconut husk, and they're made with bamboo to cover the top. And as we all sort of know, bamboo is the more environmental alternative of cotton. It grows faster. It needs less water in the fabrication process. And so it just shows the many different ways circularity can be incorporated into what we wear, as we kind of learned from one of our case studies in the rural and remote community session. And if you now look at Catherine's feet, because if we're going to be looking at people's feet, there's multiple people here. If we can stare at Catherine's feet. Catherine, please tell us the stories behind that shoe.
So these are the well-known shoe fellow in Vancouver, John Fluvog, and these are old shoes that I took to the cobbler and said, can we buff them up, and he got these fancy laces and said, these can represent the ocean, here you go. And so, and all the clothing is clothing that we've worn, and we're just trying to sort of signal that small gestures. So the story of the dress is
Well, I wanted to be aligned with our topic and the visuals, but talking about fashion and dress, Martina and Testino actually inspire me, because I think that a lot of times, especially like we are wearing something and we have a stain on it, and our first reaction is just to throw it out. But I was like, you know what? I could just paint it, even paint on it. I could like tell a story with the way I dress and make a statement with the way I dress. So I'm wearing circles today to be aligned with what we're talking about. And
J'adore, mais en effet, ça souligne à quel
I love it. And it really underlines to how this integrates everything.
Of this phenomenal forum, but it's not just something that we're doing as a job, right? It's something that we are trying our best to integrate into our lives and to support systems that do highlight the circularity. This blazer, made by Canadian-based company, made in Canada. These pants, same thing, Canadian-based company, made in Canada. And so it's these small things that we start accumulating, and really trying to do our best to support ethical, circular economies that support the people that we care about in our communities.
Okay. Thank you, Alina, for being with us. Thank you for sharing your beautiful words and your art, and we wish you the best. And
it's been my absolute pleasure.
Take good care. Thank you. Now we're going to be joined by Alice Henry. I know you as the Senior Project Coordinator with Share, Reuse, Repair, but today you have a different job, and we thank you so much for saying yes to us. You are a rapporteur. You've watched every session. You were paying attention to every single thing. What are your main takeaways, Alice?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. It's been an exciting and engaging 2 days that have clearly laid out the challenges we must overcome, but also the multitude of ways we can pursue a circular economy that can benefit people and planet. And thank you, Alina, for capturing the past 2 days in such a visually engaging way. I'm joining today from the unceded traditional and ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, currently known as Vancouver. We have heard time and again over these past 2 days that circularity is not a new concept, but still a vital one to the well-being of our communities, both human and not. The world we find ourselves in touts layers of complexity, and yet people across the world are also connected by more than ever before, be it through virtual connections, vast supply chains, or values that transcend cultures, geography, and language. That is our first step in this journey after all. Understanding that which binds us and the systemic hurdles that can be more easily overcome through collaboration. Game changers cannot thrive in isolation. As Carol Ann Hilton said in her address, a return to circularity can be looked at as a chance to return to humanity itself. Many of you are familiar with Kate Raworth's donut economics, but what I often find myself referencing even more is her model of the embedded economy, which nests the economy within society and within the living world, while recognizing the diverse ways in which it can meet people's needs and wants. Over the past decades, many lifestyles and the systems that support them have evolved to prioritize speed, convenience, and more. Those of us who have been working in this field for years have surely questioned when the breakneck pace of development might slow, or when public opinion would begin to pump the brakes long enough for other visions of a better life, a better future, and better systems to uphold them might take root. We're now seeing that happen, and we're seeing young leaders at the helm pushing these conversations forward in their homes, their schools, their communities, and on the world stage. We've heard from our speakers that the costs of a linear economy have disproportionately burdened communities of color across the world. And it's time that these communities are not only invited to the table, but that their needs are centered in the conversation and they are given the lead to change the course. Let's be humble in our approach to collaboration. After all, we do not know what we do not know. We do not all need to be experts on every single aspect. Let people share their lived experience and lead action in their communities. The circular economy can not only empower people to take action for a better society and to mitigate climate change, but the circular economy can also create inclusive jobs and make goods and services more affordable and accessible. These qualities can make a transition to the next economy more just and prosperous, though we need to keep in mind that a circular economy does not inherently guarantee justice and inclusivity. So we need to keep those goals at the forefront of our minds. We have also heard that a circular economy is a return to nature that beyond preserving the values of resources, we have the opportunity to regenerate and replenish our natural systems. These systems are not only critical to our own well-being, but to the many species we share this planet with. We need to think beyond our current borders and boundaries to realize fully circular systems rather than standalone circular solutions. We will need to make changes, both incremental and systemic, as individuals and as a collective. Everyone is engaged in the circular economy, as we've heard. It just might look different for different people. The reasons, the motivations behind their actions might not be linked to circularity or even to sustainability, but everyone still engages in the circular economy. What we need to ask is how the circular economy eases the challenges people in our communities are facing. What are the other ways we might frame the circular economy outside of sustainability? Living in harmony with nature and in an economy that prioritizes human well-being should be anything but dull. Adopting circularity can fill our lives with joy, experiences, and connection. Action can take many forms, changing our behaviors, changes in regulations and policy, innovation to solve gaps in the problem space, or voluntarily exploring what we can do better. We can acknowledge that it is not choosing one or the other, but a mosaic of these actions that will bring us closer to our goals. As we approach tomorrow's accelerator sessions, I want to echo the remarks made by Professor Ishii on day one. It's time to raise ambitions. We have a pretty good idea of the road that lies ahead of us, and it's not easy. Most of the changes we need to see have to be made in the next 5 years. However, today we have more avenues by which to get there. Agile SMEs and cross-sectoral collaborations are demonstrating what our future can look like. And we're starting to see the finance sector shift towards supporting their efforts. We can mimic natural systems in our innovations, and we can honor and uplift Indigenous peoples and the traditional land-based knowledge they have learned over time immemorial within our pursuits. We can pivot from an economy focused on growth to an economy focused on rich ecosystems and vibrant, full lives. I come to events, I think like many people, for the fire I feel in my stomach afterwards. I get reinvigorated to not just do the work I show up for every day, but to do the work not being done, to fill the gaps I see in my community. As you all discuss outcomes and how to get there in the accelerator sessions tomorrow, consider what actually needs to happen to change the game and who needs to be alongside us to make it happen.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Alice.
It was a very clear sort of summary of our 2 days, and that was also a very clear call to action. So I thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Alice. Before we bring our first 2 days to a close, I would like to welcome back 2 co-organizers for the WCEF 2021 event to provide some of their closing remarks. First, we have Jyrki Katainen, the president of Sitra.
Thank you, and I'm happy to be here again. I would first like to thank everyone who contributed for the WCF 2021, speakers, participants, and partners. And a special thanks to Environment and Climate Change Canada for co-hosting this event. This has been a great journey for us. During the past 2 days, it has become clear that despite the challenges of COVID-19, we have moved forward. Regional and global alliances are here and awareness has increased. But action is needed now to reach the systemic change. The WCF 2021 has brought out important calls to action. 2021 is an important year for climate and biodiversity. Circular economy is an economically and socially viable tool to tackle the major ecological crises and rebuild natural capital. We must all take responsibility and lead the change, from citizens to business leaders and decision makers. All voices must be heard, and it is important to prioritize those who are in the most vulnerable position in the circular transition. The circular economy needs businesses of different sizes. SMEs are flexible, agile, and good at product design, which is crucial for successful circular business models. The natural resource sector has a lot to gain from circularity. And global corporates that adopt circularity into their business models can scale the transition effectively. The journey of WCF will continue, and I hope every one of you will be part of it. Mainstreaming the circular economy is a necessity and an opportunity. Thank you.
Kiitos, Jyrki. And pour la prochaine.
And now we will be listening to the Deputy Minister for Environment and Change, Canada, Christine Hogan.
For the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to join you again from Ottawa on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Le Canada s'est réjoui d'être le premier hôte.
Canada is happy to be the first North American host of this forum.
It's the contribution of our co-organizer, the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. I also want to thank our partners and collaborators here in Canada and around the world. As the first 2 days of the World Circular Economy Forum come to a close, I hope what we have heard during our sessions together will carry us forward with renewed energy. Nous nous sommes réunis en tant
We met as business leaders, deciders and experts to focus on what we have called things to change. That is the transformation or measures that must be taken to help grow the circular economy in the world.
More sustainable approaches to production and consumption that will fuel our future prosperity. Continuing this momentum is important. Expanding partnerships between governments, industry, nonprofits, researchers, civil society, youth and others are also important. Nous devons mettre à profit le
We must use all the work done during this forum and during all other world forums for a circular economy. Otherwise said, we must realize our ambitions on the economic and social plan.
The importance of collaboration in the pursuit of shared goals because the work goes on. Tomorrow there are more than 20 accelerator sessions organized by partners and collaborators. I encourage you to participate in these sessions. Thank you again for your participation. Merci encore pour votre.
Thank you for your participation.
Citra and Environment Climate Change Canada.
The climate change is an important part of it.
It is, and those words have not been in the title for that long, have they now?
That's actually quite true. It's actually it's a new addition. That's a very important point. What are your two takeaways, Catherine?
Oh, there's so many takeaways, but the two key ones would be that everyone being more intentional about what they're doing in terms of making decisions in the world as they go, and then listening. Learning to listen better, learning to include more people at the table, and then share ideas and ways of knowing to make good choices for the future.
That is magical. I think I actually have the same takeaways. So my two takeaways are very much, one, the idea of governance. I think throughout this entire 2 days, we've seen the importance of leadership at the highest levels in really being able to support people. From our very first session, where we heard Erin from Impact Zero Toronto mention the difficulties that business people face in trying to create circular business models through regulations and whatnot, to the sessions we've just finished hearing all about banking regulations and what's available as financing. So really sort of that governance piece is such a key component. But then the other piece is partnerships, which really goes back to what you just said about listening to people, right? Creating true partnerships, not just between sectors. I mean, obviously I mean sectors as well, public, private, nonprofit, but then I also mean between people. Partnerships between people of various cultures, various identities, and various ways of being. Most of us come from countries that have multiple cultures. There are very, very few monocultural countries in the world remaining. And so that ability to sort of interact between the cultures and make sure everyone feels welcome and like tout le monde se sent à leur place, à la table.
The fact that everybody feels that they have a spot at the table and felt listened to, that's very important as a takeaway.
50 nations represented, so many people checking in, checking out of the time together. It really sort of opens up possibilities. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the people who are invisible to all of you watching, the people who made this event go off without a hitch. We touched on the cleaners cleaners earlier, those people who kept everybody sanitized and clean so that we can be careful during this time together, the people who looked after content, streaming, all the systems people, translation, people who did technical transmission, our technical studio, we got a dancer on camera 3, we got Richard over on the microphones, we've got Riley running the floor. We have just been so well cared for, and it's been such a pleasure, and you are a gift. So thank you so much for spending this time with me.
Non, mais merci beaucoup à toi aussi, puis merci.
Thank you to you too, and thank you to the team who really helped to make this a smooth ride for all of us.
Who made sure that we had, well, moi j'avais comme le chocolat.
I had a hot chocolate every morning.
As per my necklace. So really sort of making sure that I am well fed, hydrated, and have the energy to be with you for 2 days non-stop of jam-packed learning. So as we close off and as we sort of come to an end, Catherine, I would like you to give every single viewer and everyone who watches this recording a challenge.
A challenge. Change your way, do something different, one thing. One thing that is different and one thing that will intentionally move you into a circular approach to your life.
Amazing. My challenge is going to be a little bit more dramatic. So
Really? I'm shocked.
I want to start off by saying I'm a very non-dramatic person. So let's begin with that. But in recognizing that we're mainly speaking to Canada right now because everyone else is asleep due to our time zones, my challenge echoes the words of Sophia Yang from yesterday. As the most multicultural country in the world, I challenge you to ensure that every conference you organize, every project you lead, every company you run, and every movement that you champion is as diverse as the people of our nation. With that, j'ai le grand plaisir de faire.
And I have the great pleasure now to close the forum, our 2-day forum today, with the talented students of the Alison Bernard Memorial School and the members of the Eskasoni First Nation community. My name is Tuk Adinabara, and it was a pleasure to be your MC. My name is Kretzinger.